All right. Now I'm ready to go. So, guys, welcome. It is UFO Twitter week. Okay. This is my jam. I love this week. This is where we get to explore all the mysteries of the world and, talk about disclosures and hybrids and crop circles and all the things that I think, help us maybe escape the chaos and the craziness, but also introduces us into ideas and into phenomena that has been experienced yet suppressed mainstream, right? Now, crop circles is one of the things that I can remember as early as, like, I think 10, 11 years old. My brother's friend mentioned them, and I was like, what? What is that? And like, I've always been fascinated, and it wasn't until, I graduated college and then it, came across my awareness again, and I began looking into them. And holy cow, like this goes way back. Okay. There's so much science now behind it. And so what is it? And that's what we're going to talk about today. So repost the space, put some stuff in the quote when you quote tweet it, and then I'll even retweet that. I'm waiting for my co-host to get here. Bruce is supposed to be pulling up here in a minute. Let me see. Let me DM him real quick. How are you doing, Astro? How's it been going so far?
Yo, hey, what's up? Oh, it's been great. This week's fantastic. I mean,
That's
just great discussions, and I think is this your third one? So I was trying to think if it's second or third, but I always love having your spaces because it's always, a great discussion, and there's just a lot of perspectives. A lot of the UFO topic and the people in the community are so deep into it that it's good to like kind of step away and hear other people's perspectives that are maybe just coming into the topic or don't know anything about it, or that may have a lot of expertise in another topic like physics or neurology or something like that, where they are maybe interested in, and if they got involved in the topic, it would be positive and contribute to it.
Well, it's fascinating because my following is really diverse, meaning I got everything from like wee woo to ancient civilizations to the UFO folks to healing and wellness to, political. I mean, everything that you can imagine, right? And so people who typically would not find themselves in, the spaces with other people, certain other people, tend to come because of the common denominator, which is like, either me or the content that I have. They'll see me and they'll end up in these spaces. And I think that a lot of people have been introduced to this in a way that I think is intriguing. It's not, it's they're inclined to actually listen and be open to it. And so I think that's been really cool. Um, so Daryl, what's up, Daryl? How are you, love? Welcome.
Man, thank you for being here. I'm doing fantastic. Yourself?
I'm doing great. I've been looking forward to this all day, and then I ended up,
Uh,
running behind, so I opened a little bit late, and I had to pull up all my notes. I have like gone through. I wanted to go back in history and kind of start talking about them, and then really pick up where we had the whole the Arcebo message. If you guys familiar with that, we're gonna talk about that shit. It's crazy. Okay, this. So when we talk about crop circles, I think a lot of people you know think that there was like some sort of hoax or something that was going on, and when I looked into that, what I think that was is actually a suppression type of operation. I think that that was a misinformation operation. In fact, I think it was to begin trying to come up with explanations that would deter people from looking into the mystery of them. And so there were like these two really, like, I mean, when I say really old, I mean not like, but just seeming like they would not be in the best physical shape to be able to pull off something like this as much as it was occurring. It just didn't match. It didn't seem like it would be possible, right? So we're going to get into all of that. But when did okay, what is a crop circle? So there are these formations that have been appearing all over the world, okay? And these very advanced and complex sacred geometry, shapes. And these are things that really you don't see common. They're not like a common pattern that you'd see anywhere unless you were looking at something like cymatics, right? Cymatics is where you have frequency or sound that is in essence creating a formation within a structure. So it's like the wave is creating this expression, whether it be Like water, for instance, if you were to emit a certain frequency in water, like 432, and then freeze it, you would see something like a snowflake. You would see something very geometric and very, like, beautiful and perfect. Now, if you were to play, I don't know, heavy metal or something crazy, like, I don't know, it would be very chaotic. So, sound has a structure, right? And so, what they were seeing is that in these fields, farmers were complaining that they were having these big, like, geometric patterns showing up in their fields. And it would happen at night, and they would wake up and they would see these, and it would obviously cause, damage to those specific crops where it was at. And then they started appearing all over the place, and people began, like, wondering, like, where is this coming from? And of course, that one of the first things that was mentioned were that this is potentially extraterrestrials, and this is, their form of communication. And that's a whole nother thing. I went down another rabbit hole. It was just so like, oh, by the way, this was my third one, Astral. I heard you ask, and my son had come and asked me a question at the same time. But I had, and I think that there's going to be a fourth, because I want to tap into the language that they're trying to associate to this, which is really interesting. But okay, so
Well, even
going.
like you were talking about the development of the crop circles, there's definitely been a development of alien contact where it's, it started out 100 years ago a lot different than it is today.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you know something else, and I hope Susie makes it. Susie is my friend. She does ley line tours. And one of the things that all of these have in common is the fact that they're on ley lines, specifically around areas where they intersect and create some sort of like vortex. And it's the vortex math, the 369, Nikola Tesla, when you think about energy, vibration, and frequency. And so she goes and she visits these crop circles because she lives over there. So they're, even though they are global, they're worldwide. They're also there's also a huge portion of them showing up over there where these megaliths are, like the Stonehenge, and what was it, Avisbury? What's it called, Daryl? Something Berry.
I think it is. I think you're right. Avis Berry.
Right. So
Right.
it's like, and Wilshire and all that. So there's been, a ton of them, but that is one of the major ley lines. Like, it's huge. In fact, when she goes and she takes people on these tours, they all have a profound, profound spiritual experience. Even in Sedona, Sedona has a lot of these vortexes, right? And even though I don't know how many crop circles show, how many crops there are there for there to be crop circles, but these have been appearing in large part where these megaliths are. So now this goes way back. Let me scroll through my notes. Okay, that's all in 1991. Let's keep on going back. Um, I think we're gonna go back to the, let's see, the seven. Okay, so in the 20th century, the earliest documented crop circles appeared in the English countryside in the late 70s. These early formations were relatively simple in design and attracted limited attention. But in the 80s, the phenomena gained much more attention. They had, their patterns were much more complex and intricate, and they appeared in fields across the United Kingdom and in southern England. And then they were often referred to back then as corn circles. Then in the 90s, they continued to proliferate, and they began to surge in the media coverage, and public was really, really interested. Some circles began to incorporate highly intricate geometric designs and became known for their precision and complexity. So I even have a link I was going to put up there that I need you guys to be able to get into. It's in I have a folder in my Google Drive so that you guys can begin looking at these pictures as we begin to talk about some specific ones. Go ahead, Grizzly. Jump in. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Hello. Have you seen the video where the farmer actually catches them? It's like two orbs that are forming the crop circle in the field, like live, and he catches it on old VHS video, And it's real grainy, but you can definitely see that it wasn't a bunch of people with boards out there stomping around in the field and stuff. It was very interesting. Two like silvery orbs.
Well, you know what's interesting? My friend Susie, who happens to go to these frequent these, her and another friend of mine went to I think not, was it Stonehenge? I think it was one of them where they captured this on camera, an orb. You see an orb, and then later you'd see the crop circle. I'm gonna actually pull that up too. It's in my WhatsApp. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Now, if you think about that, wait till we get into the science behind this, right? Because they have began doing, oops, they began doing experiments on the crops, like, and what they found is quite interesting. So we're gonna tap into that. There's MV, come on up, girl. And I don't know, I think Bruce sent me a message. Let me check it real quick, guys. Sorry. Awesome. I'll be joining shortly. Okay. So yeah, Bruce is coming as well. Okay. So so now the crop circles and their complexity. So even though some of them were human made, there were definitely aspects that are difficult to explain, and they differ from the ones that were human made. So not only do they display those intricate patterns and characteristics, which, it it would be, there's specific ones that were impossible by the way that the human made ones were explained. And so there were some that had golden ratio, Fibonacci, I mean, fractals, like all types of very complex mathematical and geometric patterns, right? And so some of them hinted at, the cymatics, which is something about the sound frequencies I was telling you guys about. So now researchers and enthusiasts, they started coming up with various interpretations for them, like what they meant, ranging from messages about mathematics and geometry, kind of how to be able to, maybe advance in some of the scientific mathematical, I guess, uh, levels that we were at. And so they were trying to figure out what they meant. There were mathematical concepts like pi. There was just all types of stuff. So now there were messages about space travel and such references to neutron stars and wormholes. So crop circles, let's see, wanted to say about their significance in extraterrestrial communication. That was another explanation that they had. And so, oh, actually, so it goes back. Some of the earliest ones in 1937. See, I went to these different journals and I pulled this stuff out. So forgive my I was late today too, so I'm kind of going in this sporadic order. How are you, MV? Welcome, hun.
Hey Maze, I'm excited. I don't know much about crop circles, so I'm so excited to learn. Hi everyone.
Oh, girl, this is going to blow your mind. So, back in 1937, British Science Journal reported circles found in a field of barley and even included one of the first photos that was taken of the crop circle. In 1945, there was another photo taken by a balloonist working for the RAF Parachute Training School. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force investigated circles that were found all over Kansas. And then in 1963, Sir Patrick Moore, an astronomer writing for the New Science Journal, investigated a formation in Charlton and then the wheat fields with features taking form of circular or elliptical areas in which the wheat had been flattened, one very well defined as an oval, 15 yards long by 4.5 broad, where evidence is a spiral flattening. So, okay, yeah, a spiral flattening. And in one case where there was a circular area in the center in which the wheat had not been flattened. And another thing about this, guys, is that, so there were these people that, what were their names? Okay. Let me scroll down to find, okay. So there was these guys that came out and said that they'd been doing it. Okay, footpath. Okay, so that's how you could tell the difference. So, all right, so basically there were these two guys that were really older. It's somewhere in here. My notes are okay, so that's the Arcibo message. I can't wait to get to that.
But just like you were saying with the comparison of the crop circles, it was like comparing it to anybody who was saying it was a hoax or able to do it, and also against the technology that was available. There were people going into the crop circles and being like, there's no way a human could have done this without messing it up. It was so perfect. And they were almost, I've read it, some stuff where it was almost like they were burnt. So it was like some technology where they were like perfectly able to burn it without setting it fire, and then it was bent in some sort of way that was like you said, like there's just a lot of synchronicities too.
90-degree angles. That's how they were bent, right? Like the ones that were perfectly bent in 90-degree angles, and they were folded over. So like the ones that they did with the boards, they actually had you would break some of them, right? Because you're pushing on it with your feet and the board and the string, like you're pushing on it with so much pressure that you would actually be damaging. I sent you the co-host, Bruce. I don't know if you saw it. And so those were, yeah, clear signs. I'm going to go through some of the differences that you can see between them. But also, what you're talking about is where we're going to tap into the science piece of it, where it was almost like if you put something in a microwave, like broccoli, you know how the center of it would be much hotter, like it cooks it from the inside out. Well, that's what they discovered about crop circles is the real ones actually had that phenomena where they were cooked on the inside out, right? Whereas the ones that they did man-made was not obviously like that. So you're absolutely correct. Correct. So let's see. Okay, Doug and Dave. Okay, that's who it was. It was Doug and Dave.
Doug
Hi,
and Dave.
Bruce.
Okay, that's who it was. It was Doug and Dave. Hi, Bruce.
Oh,
I was
there,
going to
that
jump in
was
and say
me
that. I'm glad
echoing
you
right
got it.
there.
Doug and Dave, yeah, they claimed that they did all the crop circles.
You have me playing in the background, Bruce. I think you have me playing in the background. Okay, well, we could hear it, and so it echoes. And what up, Patriot? Nice to see you. I'm so glad you made it. I see Stash is in the building. Stash, you better get up here. You're gonna sing during our breaks, hopefully. Okay, so there was these retired 60-year-old people who were basically trying to take the credit for all these crop circles. So in 1978, Doug Bauer.
1978.
Uh-oh.
Doug
Yo,
Bauer.
Bruce.
Bruce, you're gonna have to turn that off in the
Yo,
background.
Bruce. You're going to have to turn that
Bruce,
off.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I hear myself as if I'm in the audience too. Okay, so 1978, Doug Bauer said that the idea came to him one night where he was in a pub and he was living his best life. This was like in 1966, where when the um when the Tully UFO left behind that circle of reeds, Doug thought it would be fun to be able to trick people into thinking UFOs were landing in wheat fields in southern England. So he enlisted the help of his friend Dave Chorley, and all they needed to make the crop circles were like a wood plank, a bit of rope, and a twisted piece of wire. So at first their designs were simple, and then over time they became more complex, and then the international media picked up the story, and then the mystery to these things were supposedly quote unquote solved. And so everybody kind of just chalked it up to it being some sort of prank. But it was impossible. There was a lot of holes in their story. They demonstrated their circle making technique, and the results were janky. Most crop formations, even back then, were much more precise than what they were able to recreate. And so they were out of alignment, and then they weren't even able to do the more complicated ones. So during one demonstration for the news crew, they attempted to reproduce one of his circles that he claims to have done before and accidentally made it twice as large as it should have been. And so there we go. So Bruce, are you there? I think Bruce, hold on, let me remove you and bring you back up.
Also, the electromagnetic effects were strange in the real ones, which is interesting.
Oh yeah, we about to tap in on all that. Okay, so during one of them, so that he'd made it twice as big, and it looked really janky. Okay, so there were major differences. We're going to talk about all that, but before we do, we're going to go to my favorite story around these. While I find the link, I'm going to go to Israel. Hi, welcome Israel, and I sent you the co-host again, Bruce.
Hey, Mace. What's up, MV and Patriot and everyone else?
Israel. Maze, I think Bruce is stuck. There's a blue dot in front of his.
Yeah, I already moved him down, and
Okay.
he's back in request now.
I was
Sorry,
just going
Israel.
to
What
ask
was
Mace. No, that's all good. I was just going to ask if you've seen the video or anyone here. Someone made an animation, a 3D rendering of the crop circles, how they will look on a 3D image. And if you're going to share that, because maybe you
Right?
have it, and And if you don't, then maybe I can go through my camera roll, maybe find it and post it on the comments. Just that I ask.
So interesting when they do that, they map it.
A 3D one, I would love to see that. I haven't seen it. Yeah.
All right, I'll drop to listener and I'll search for it because I think it's pretty cool.
Maze, when you said that it's like broccoli inside, if it's real, does that mean it's like radiated?
Yes, it does. It means that there was radiation. So there was, let's see, I have this whole little section. We're gonna go through all the differences, all of the scientific stuff. But that was definitely a part of it, the radiation.
I could add on to that. This is back in the mid '90s, but there was a crop circle that appeared in Paulding County. I was living in Defiance, Ohio, and I went out there. It was just a big to do, and of course, we people assumed it was a hoax, but it was proven that it couldn't have been a hoax, and it fit all these characteristics that Mays just spoke of. But then one other characteristic that you find in wheat field crop circles is, to Mays's point, they had these little micro holes that was blown through these modules, as if some energetic exchange was going on, and it just like burns like little small holes in the wheat nodules. I had a vial of them that I kept, and I moved so many times, I've lost track of it. But that was another strange characteristic that they attributed to whether it was radiation or some type of energy force that actually was burning small little nodule holes. And if somebody's going to hoax on that and take the time to burn, like, 30 or 40 holes in every little strain of wheat, he was a busy guy. It didn't happen that way, but that's one other characteristic of crop circles that they find in these wheat fields.
Okay, I just now put a link in the nest. Thank you, Daryl. And let's see, did we get Bruce back up here? Okay, we did. Bruce, do you want to
Yeah,
try the glass thing again?
thanks. Can you hear me okay now? Is it better?
Much better, yes. Thank you for fixing that. You want me to send you the co-host again?
When I click it, but then it doesn't let me like actually accept. It's a bit weird, so I just have to stay speaker.
Okay, that's cool. Cool. All right, guys. So the link in there that you see, there's like that's to a folder. So there's a bunch of stuff in that folder. I need to add more stuff to it, but that way you can follow along and see what the ones that I'm about to go over look like and how they were encoded by the scientists. So there was okay. So back in 1974, there were a group of scientists, including Dr. Frank Drake. There was Carl Sagan, and some other ones, and they used the Arecibo radio telescope to basically transmit a binary encoded message into space. Okay. And the message was meant to be received by an intelligent alien species. And it was like intended to kind of describe life on and Earth and life on Earth, right? So, written in simple binary code using the most powerful radio telescope on the planet, the message was broadcast to a dense cluster of stars in the constellation of Hercules. So the message was designed to convey information such as like it started with the representation of numbers 1 through 10, followed by an atomic numbers for elements composing DNA, showing carbon as the main element for life, information about DNA's double helix structure, and then it had a little human figure, and then also like there was data about our population, and then details about our solar system. So they encoded this all into that binary code, and they shot it out. And so it was more ceremonial, I guess, just to kind of demonstrate the new technology um, of the new the radio astronomy. And then, at that time, they didn't really expect to receive anything back, obviously, because it was 25,000 light years away. So the telescope was tuned to 2,380 megahertz, aimed at Hercules, right? So they all congratulated each other, and then, like, boom, they just went about their business. Well, doon doon doon. 27 years later. By the way, go to the link and I'll show you what the Arcibo, let's see. Okay, so go to the one that says Arcibo message. When you open up the Arcibo message, matter of fact, let me just stick this. I can actually post these pictures. Save. And then I'm going to show you what, okay, came after that. This is crazy. I would have freaked out when I saw this shit. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me put this in the nest for those of you that can't access it.
I guess while we're waiting, guys, repost the space. We're going to learn a lot today. Really excited.
Okay, so what you'll see now, if you look, oh, I didn't put it in the nest. I did post the pictures. Okay, now it's in the nest. Now the very first one was the binary code, right? So you can see at the top how it had the numbers 1 through 10, followed by the atomic numbers for elements composing DNA. And then showing the carbon as the main element for life. And then down there at the bottom, you can see like little human figure or whatever and whatever. So this is the message that they sent out. So 27 years later, something very unexpected happened. And it was the fact that someone wrote back. So this, let me go to this part right here. Okay, so let's see. Okay. The message was where's the one? Okay, there's the okay. So it was and this was at a different place. So they had even if you okay, so even if you don't know the full design when you're on the ground, you can tell blah blah blah. Blah. Okay, so what popped up was a face, okay? So this was at a different site. I'm trying to okay, it was right next to the Chill Bolton radio scope. This was in August 14th, 2001. This formation was of a face, of an alien face. Do you guys see it? It's the second image that I posted, and then it had this little like round thing next to it. Do you see that? And then 3 days later, what appeared after that on the other side of this field? I mean, when y'all flipped out when you saw that, like the alien face,
That's crazy.
right? Think about that. Think about this. So, like, literally at a telescope site, there is a crop circle with this alien's face, okay? And then 3 days later, it comes a response in the same exact format as the message that was sent out, right? Yes. And I'm about to post pictures of that. It's just crazy. Okay, here's the Arcibo. Where's the Arcibo answer? Response. Okay, it's in that link up top if you guys wanted to see it, but let me just post this for you guys too.
It just
Dang,
makes
y'all.
you think too, like they would be trying to respond to us. How many other ways did they try before just like printing it out on a crop circle?
I know. They're like, oh, so this is how y'all communicate? Okay, we got you. Right? I swear. Excuse me, I'm a cough.
But
Okay.
they matched it. That's the craziest part. Is like they matched the exact message. So there would only be probably a handful of people that would even be able to do that. But then turn around and make it into a crop circle that's like crazy made. Is like that's the whole thing about it. Is like
Right. So they obviously like they figured, okay, we're putting because they had been doing there's been many crop circles prior to this, right? But when they received this radio message in this code, they were like, okay, this is a language that they may perhaps understand. They probably just don't understand all of the other geometric, like what messages those may hold. But they received that, so they figured they would write back in the same type of language. And then boom. So if you look in the nest, the very last one, that was the response 3 days later after the alien face. Okay. And so it basically used the same grid, the 23 by 73 grid. The top line shows the numbers 1 through 10, just like the original, but the reply shows silicon as the main element for life, not carbon. Their DNA is shown as having a third string. Ours was a double helix. And then in the center is a humanoid figure. And, by the size of it in terms of the code, it was 4 feet, roughly about 4 feet tall with a large head. Their population is about 21 billion. And then below the figure is their solar system, which they appear to occupy 3 objects in the system, and the third and fourth planets. And then, wait, so, okay, the third and fourth planets. And then there's some shape that could mean a planet or some other object. And then the human or SIBO message is a picture of a radio telescope, which was used. So they basically showed how they, so it says some other object or structure on the human or SIBO message is a picture of a radio telescope which was used to send the message. The reply seems to understand this. So what is the design meant to represent? Well, just a year earlier, this formation appeared in the same place. It is the exact same object of the crop formation machine to communicate through space. Okay, so the researchers and the skeptics were so there was, okay, once again, a face and not just a human face. Sorry, I went and did research just to make sure that the site that I was at was right. So I pulled this from like 10 different places. The disk formation also contains a binary code, blah blah blah. Beware. Okay, so then in 2000, so by the way, so this is huge. This is like the first time that, scientists are actually seeing something that they know that they were a part of the first half of this. They sent this out and then they received this. And there's no way that people like those 2 hoaxers that claim to have been, doing all those, there's no way they would even known about this or how to respond, right? It had to be very intelligent life. So, let's see. I'm gonna
Were
talk
you
about.
were you gonna go over, because I know the alien head, the one that you were talking about, the ball or whatever the alien was holding, it was deciphered into a certain message.
Okay, let me go look for that. I don't think I have that in my notes. Do you have that information? Because I would love
I
to
could
hear it.
look for it, yeah, because
That's
it was
cool.
really interesting. It was like a sort of like a warning to humanity in a sense.
Oh, wait a minute. I might have that. Oh, I see Tupa's here. Let me bring him up if he wants to speak. Let me see what I have on that. Okay. So now the nearest, okay. It was a face, and then yeah, but that I didn't put it. I did all I put is holy shit a face in my
Did
notes.
you say
That's like all I have.
20?
Yeah,
Did you say 21 million or 21 billion
billion.
population? Wow.
Yeah, 21 billion. Um, but I didn't have that. Let me see what I can find on that real quick. I'm gonna see what the Arcibo. This was in August. Okay. Chili Bolton Radioscope copy. Now let me go search. Warning to humanity. I feel like I have some notes in another page somewhere. Okay. So wow, I just pulled up a whole documentary on this. That's pretty dope. Okay, crop circle. So here, and this is a research article, y'all. I'm gonna put this in the nest for you guys. Sorry, my internet is just, I live out in the country and I swear I feel like our technology should be able, as many, you know what I mean? We should be able to have at least internet that doesn't say site can't be reached.
So, Maze, you know
Yeah.
what? While you're looking for that, I was reading that crop circles they started noticing it in the 1600s, which infers that there's no way that they had technology like humans to like fake that back then, right? So it kind of confirms that something like with more tech savvy has done that than human beings. So I didn't know that the 1600s.
Yeah, girl. I mean, I did a whole thread on art that goes back to the 1300s that show all of these UFOs in the art. You know what I'm saying? So obviously they were seeing the same thing, right? Back then. And if you think about it, I mean, if the technology was pretty much the same back then, or let's just say the way that it was depicted, these orbs, you'd see orbs and lights and these little like flying objects or whatever. They, and also let's not talk about the hieroglyphs and the petro, what are they called, the pictographs, right? These clearly had like UFOs and stuff in them, and so if they're being the same, it just shows that definitely time travel, like all of them should have, at some point been traveling back from the future. Let me see
I
something.
posted it up above. It said that the message of what was interpreted as beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises, much pain, but still time. And then we oppose deception. And then the conduit closing.
You know what? Oh my God. See, it's crazy when you revisit this. I actually do remember that astral, and it's super important. I'm so glad you brought it up because what we've been talking about, especially I had a space with the whistleblower not that long ago who, and whatever, okay, listen, I got so much hate for that shit. Listen, Maze is going to do Maze, okay? I'm going to be as curious as I always am and give everyone an opportunity to be curious with me. If you don't like it, that's cool, hit the exit button, but I'm interested. I think we should be open to hearing people's information and then using our own discernment muscle. I told everyone I'm not vouching for this guy. I just am asking him questions. And I find what he's saying to be very aligned with a lot of the research that I've done in terms of these projects and whatever. And, whatever information he adds to that, we can determine whether or not it is something that's plausible. Well, one of the things that not only he says, but we've heard before, we heard this from that the guy that was a part of Project Paperclip on his deathbed, he was saying that there's going to be some like major fake alien invasion, right? This was supposed to be like the final card. That's kind of how they referred to it. And this is also aligning to what Stephen Greer, his whole thing is, because if you guys don't know who Dr. Stephen Greer is, he came up with, what's it called? I think CE5 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's an
Yeah.
app where people come together, they meditate, and in that meditation, what they're doing is kind of like sending out a signal to come and kind of communicate, just kind of a communication signal. Well, one of the things that he has been very vocal about is that they're going to try to use this fake alien invasion as a way to be able to get people to unite over under the United Nations as a one world government. And so we'd be uniting, and all of the barriers between countries would go away because now it's us against, you know what I mean? It introduces a whole nother border, if you will, which is the planet, right? Like now it's us against, not necessarily against, but there's a whole nother world out there. So what this message, I guess, to me, the importance and significance of it is that it's saying that bearers of false gifts and broken promises, I don't know about the first sentence, but much pain but still time, we oppose deception. Just the whole deception factor, false gifts and their broken promises. Dang. I don't know, man. That's very powerful. Guys, if you keep dropping, it's not me dropping you. I don't know what's going on. Infamous, are you there? You want to do an audio check? Okay. I don't hear you if you're talking, but I just wanted to make sure you just dropped again. Okay. So that was interesting that was coded in the circle. If you guys look in the alien in the second picture, there's that little disc or whatever next to him. That's where that came from. Now let me go back to my folder real quick. So there was all types of crop circles, guys. Like when I tell you, there was, oh, okay, let me post this. This shit's crazy. So this was another face that came up, and this one, oh my God. Now that I look at this one, this kind of looks like okay, so there was I told you guys about this. I don't know, some of you that might have been in that space. I've talked about it a few times, but just during like these meditation experiences where there's this, like, you guys remember the Jabberwockies? Does anybody in here remember the Jabberwockies? There's like this dance group that would like
You know, the
rock.
dance crew with like lights and
Yes,
stuff.
with the white masks. You know what I'm talking about? Like
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
So the Jabberwocky mask is something that would just like appear and it would be right there, like nose to nose with me, and it kind of freaked me out in the beginning. I mean, and then eventually I got used to it, but I always was like, what is this thing? And it would happen, especially like if I was working out, getting a lot of oxygen and whatnot. Let's see, Alpha's in the building. It would all of a sudden, like when I closed my eyes, it would appear. And so this alien face right here that I'm about to put in the nest, which was at one of the telescope sites, looks just like that.
What's for
Hold on, honey. I just told you it's in the refrigerator.
in the refrigerator?
Can you?
What do you mean in the refrigerator?
Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm not even on the page to mute. I wish somebody could mute me. Okay, I posted it and I'm about to put it in the nest right now. I told you steak and potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody say steak and potatoes.
Yeah. Can you shut my door, please? Okay, so if you look in the nest now, you'll see the face that appeared.
Okay.
Except this one had a nose and lips, it looks like, but it had those deep sunken eyes. Anyway, so that's that one. Now we're gonna go through some of the other crop circles that showed up. And I can post these, or if you guys just go to that folder, I'll just put everything in that folder. But yeah, so in addition to these beginning to now, so there's this one website that I'm also put the link in here for, where people, all of the people, like now that we have access to, obviously, globalization's happening, so people are posting pictures from everywhere. You have scientists and all these other people that are really interested in this. And so they began going to the site and they would take some of these crops and they would start testing on it in the labs. Like, so and this is what showed the clear difference between those that were man-made and those that were made by the actual orbs that people have witnessed. So, like for instance, in the United States, right, we're armed, so you're not going to go like the farmers. You're not going to take some planks and go and like mess with their crops, right? They're going to come out with some like, shotguns and just start shooting at your ass. But they're not like that in the UK. So but here what they would say is that, they would look away for, let's just say a minute or two, and then boom, there it is. And these things take hours if they were to be done man-made. And so that was some of the crazy phenomena that was happening here, is that they would say that they would see some of them would witness like some sort of light, like an orb, and then they would also see smoke, like some sort of mist that was coming up, kind of like steam, really, more than smoke. So some of the key things that they found when they began to do some testing on it. So the wheat stalks are separated by structures that are called apical nodes. And these are like the knuckles on your fingers. And in the 1990s, biophysicist William Levin started analyzing these plants that were taken from the crop circles. And what they found were the nodes in the crop circles, the nodes in the wheat were elongated, the ones that were found in crop circles, and in many cases they were ruptured, and the rapture on the elongated node, which was called an expulsion cavity. And the only way that this could be replicated is with bursts of microwave radiation, like you said, MV. So, the way that your microwave works, when it heats up water and fats and sugar and whatever, the microwave energy is heating up the water in the wheat stock first. So the water turns into steam and then they burst just like popcorn. And now there's no way to fake this. There's no way to be able to have every bit of the wheat that was taking out of those specific crops to be the same exact consistency, and they all burst in the same exact way. That's impossible to do. So it happens to the plant internally, so there's no way that they could even, unless they, like, even if they were to try to do it, to have it so consistent. So people who'd witnessed crop circles being made Um, let's see. They would talk about the steam that was coming from the plants that were flash heated by microwave radiation. While experimenting with radiation, they found that the crop circle seed had a huge increase in growth compared to the non-crop circle seeds. By exposing the seeds to short controlled bursts of radiation, they grow bigger and faster than the seeds not exposed to the radiation. Another experiment showed that the wheat harvested from the crop circles had much higher amount of protein than the wheat outside of the crop circles. So there's evidence that whatever energy that was used to create the formations is leaving residual traces of this energy in the area. And some crop formations are covered in a dusting of microscopic spheres of magnetized iron. Specifically, meteorite iron is what researchers were calling it. And so this magnetic glaze that they also found around the entire perimeter of the formation. And they were distributed linearly, not randomly, because of their iron particles. And it means that they were melted and formed with highly energetic magnetic fields. When people are inside of the crop formations, many are affected by the electromagnetic radiation. So, as part of an experiment, a woman with an enlarged thyroid sat in a crop formation for 2.5 hours while being monitored by a doctor. Her thyroid shrunk by 40%. Can you believe that shit? That's crazy. Um, and then people's watches and other electronic devices, they stopped working inside of the crop circle. And there was also some computers which were completely wiped, which is crazy.
You
Um,
mentioned Stephen Greer. That's how he came up with his CE5 alien contact protocol. Is he was investigating a crop circle and heard in his mind he heard a certain tone or like a noise, and he had it recreated. And so basically part of it, his protocol for going out and making contact, is playing what he thought was he was hearing inside of the crop circle.
oh, wow. I did not know that, actually. That's very interesting. Okay, I see that there's certain people requesting if I do rotate some of you, I just wanted to rotate one. And those that are waiting, don't worry, I'll bring you back up, okay? I mean,
Hey,
don't.
Maze, I'll drop.
No, you don't have to drop. You're good. Um, okay. Let's see. So pregnant women were discouraged from going. People that had pacemakers were discouraged from going near them. Let's see. So too skeptic. Okay. I just copied and pasted that there for no reason. Forget that. Okay, so in a study that was done in the early 2000s of all crop circles in southern England, found that that year they did the study that showed that 98% of all the non man made formations were over chalk aquifers. And by the let's see. Okay, so these aquifers can be used for generating electricity. Everything keeps pointing back to electromagnetism. That was kind of a note that I had wrote in there. By the way, guys, I'm like writing notes as I'm listening, and so they're just messy. And I'm sorry I didn't get organized. I was on the phone all day today, you know, and I should have been a little bit more organized. Anyway, so there is an epicenter for crop formations in southern England. Let's see, there was another one. These chalk aquifers. Okay. So it was built thousands of years ago. It's 129 feet tall and covers an area of about 5 acres. Nobody agrees on what it was originally used for, but every year crop formations appear near it, sometimes right next to it. And by the way, the whole thing is one giant pile of chalk. That's interesting. So, Silver Hill is Stonehenge. Crop circles appear there too, and one of the most famous ones is called Stonehenge. On Sunday, July 7th, 1996, this formation appeared near, um, a few feet near from where Stonehenge. It's been called one of the most complex, spectacular crop designs that's ever been seen. Okay. Oh, there's Susie. Susie, I was just talking about you. Hold on. I got to bring up my girl, y'all. 1 second. So, Susie, for those of you that weren't here, does ley line tours. Okay. And she goes to these crop circles. Hold on, Susie. I got you. Come on up. She goes to these crop circles, and so she's also the one that sent me the video of the orbs. And so we're gonna tap in with her. Welcome, my love. I'm gonna go to Bruce real quick because he has his hand up, and then I'm gonna come to you, Susie. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, just a quick one, just for people that aren't familiar with the part of the world where Stonehenge and Silbury Hill are. Silbury Hill is the largest man-made mound in Europe, and it's literally a short walk from Avesbury Stone Circle, which is the largest stone circle in Europe. And then you have just across from Silbury Hill, you've got the West Kennet Long Barrow, which is basically the largest surviving, pretty complete long barrow site, all of them around 5,000 years old. They're all within walking distance of each other, and you get a lot of crop circles in the fields around all of them. So that little area has got absolutely amazing archaeology all packed together, as well as a lot of mystical events. And the village of Avesbury is inside the Avesbury Circle, so it's the only village in the world that's enclosed by a megalithic stone circle. I was wanting to stay in the guest house there, see if you get any weird activity. But just for people that aren't aware of the area, I thought just chip in with that.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that. Guys, I'm just gonna start posting a bunch of pictures and I'm putting them in the nest and we'll go through them one by one so you know what they are. But first, let me introduce everyone to Majana is her name on here, but her name is Susie. So welcome, Susie. Talk to me. Tell me everything about your experiences with crop circles, and you might want to kind of give people some background about ley lines and what you do with the tours and anything else. But how are you? Jump in.
Hey, my love. Thank you so much for having me. And oh, I love you so much. So I do crop circle sittings. I've been doing them. I've been holding bespoke tours to sacred sites on ley lines during activations. And I'm very fortunate because I was taught by a second generation master dowser that Bruce may be aware of, actually, a lady called Maria Whitley. Her father, Dennis Whitley, did tremendous amounts of work bringing the science to ley lines, actually measuring these frequencies scientifically, because, just to take it away from the woo woo and to really start to demonstrate what these energy centers do. And she, during my 2-day dowsing course with her, mentioned that actually these ley lines are far more activated during the moon cycles because of the water that runs beneath them. So I've got a really beautiful crop circle story to tell you guys. I was in Avebury for summer solstice with my friend Alba, and I was filming the sheep grazing, and I heard my name being called. And I looked up and I said to myself, well, it can only be Alba because there's only one person here that knows my name. But I looked up and she had walked away towards the druids that were playing instruments, and she was quite far down. So I thought, okay, I'm hearing things. Went back to filming this beautiful sheep grazing. I heard my name called again. And I looked to my left and there is this beautiful megalith. And I'm like, oh my God. So I walked to the megalith, and believe it or not, it actually literally said to me, bring your mother to me. So I went home, told my mom, I'm like, you've got to come to Avebury. She'd never been. I'm like, the megalith told me this. So I took my mom to Avebury. There was a crop circle at the time, and it was during the 8-8 porthole. So we had a miraculous experience there. Then we went to dine at the Red Lion, which, by the way, is inside the village that Bruce just spoke about. And it's the most haunted building in the whole of the UK. So I'm not going to go into all of that. And there was a couple sitting there, and the gentleman turned around and said to me, the megaliths speak. And I'm like, yes, they do. That's why we're here. It was just the most amazing experience. But in terms of the crop circles, which is what the discussion is here, there is a significant difference between the man-made ones. You just feel the energy. But when you walk into an authentic crop circle, something pretty amazing just happens to you. There's this energy that you just biologically sense the shift in your system and your body. And it's just, I can't, the words cannot explain. The one that me and my mom went to, she disappeared. And I was just like, oh my God, what's going on? And I heard her crying. And she said that she got pulled down, but she didn't fall. She levitated for a short while, and she was gradually put down into the crop circle. And she was just so overwhelmed with emotion that she just felt she was impulsed to just cry. Um, it really does, the whole area, all of these sacred sites, and I mean globally across the world, wherever we've built on, our ancestors have built on, have a tremendous way of elevating the individual. And I don't think it's a mistake that the crop circles that predominantly appear in the UK are around the Neolithic sites predominantly, and there's a lot of them that emerge in Wiltshire. I don't know if you remember, Mace. I can send you that video. There is a captured video from the 80s of orbs actually creating the crop circles. Someone managed to capture that on film, which is just spectacular. It's just mind blowing that they did, because it happened so fast. The fact that they were there and they caught that footage is beyond belief. So I guess there is some evidence of how they potentially can be formed if they're not man-made. And I hold these crop circle sittings. And this year, you know, we had the sixth planetary alignment, and soon after that alignment, the sixth planetary crop circle emerged. But I don't want to take up too much space. That's all I have for now, but I'll chime in when you'd like me to, Mace.
Thank you so much, Susie. So that's one of the things that like really drew me to this. Obviously, the mystery about it all is you know, it's fascinating, but there's an energetic signature that was obviously found scientifically when they, you know, found it in the food, that it gives wheat far more, was it protein? Protein, and that they grow longer, they grow stronger. Like, this is something that is fascinating to me, but the effect that it also has on humans, how the lady's thyroid decreased and whatever, but this all kind of ties into the energy vibration, the frequency machines that I was telling you guys about. How if we're made up of, like, if we literally are waves, and we it's just, it's moving energy, right? Like, that's what we are, and it collapses into a particle whenever it's observed. Now think about that. They're able to find disharmonious, you know, clusters within our energetic like field, and then there's frequencies that offset that, and the neutral, like, whatever that does and brings it into harmony, that's when the illness goes away. I mean, isn't that fascinating that there's like, and so there's not obviously going to be money that's funding this type of research. Why? Because big pharma would never let that happen. This is something that, you know, they obviously would not find profitable. Same, and by the way, shout out to Ashton. So glad you pulled up. I think that, you know, you're also kind of exploring topics, and you know, your research, what you're seeing is that there's a lot of suppressed information because it's not profitable, right? And there's whole airplane that just disappeared. I don't know if you guys have been following Ashton. It is definitely a return on your investment when you follow him, because he provides so much information. The podcast that he does, not only himself but with other people, are just mind-blowing. But the what he's piecing together, because he's so brilliant and capable of doing what most people cannot, is that there is potentially this technology of being able to create like wormholes and to teleport has been around. They did it with a whole plane, right? Now try to prove that. You go through all these patents, and you're seeing all these different papers, and this the evidence is now mounting up to show that there's this whole dimension that like holds all of the infinite energy, right? Isn't that, and you could probably explain it better than me, um but first of all, welcome. But
Yeah.
yeah, just want to explain that, and then what do you think, what are your thoughts on crop circles?
Oh, I love crop circles. And yeah, I think that people should start getting comfortable with this idea of the sea of energy, and that like we're basically sitting on the surface of an ocean, and that mass is just condensed energy floating on top of this ocean of energy that we don't perceive, but it's there on an extra dimension that's like enfolded at this scale that we just can't see. And then with respect to crop circles, you know, a lot of people, I think the question comes down to like, you know, is it us or is it them? You know, whatever them is kind of up to your interpretation. But I think that if you look into gravitational waves and be able to produce gravitational waves, it becomes very plausible that you could use something like that, almost like a paintbrush. And especially with like stuff like 3D printing that we've seen in the last 10 years, just set something out and print it out there. For me, though, I've always found them mysterious because I just heard somebody speaking, which was a nice lady explaining like the history of crop circles, and that like some of them are man-made, the ones that aren't, like they just are so complex and they have these really elaborate patterns. Like you'll see things that are spun kind of together, almost looks like it was weaved together. I actually used to watch a lot of videos about like them doing drone flyovers of the crop circles, And I found them to be incredible because I just don't understand how somebody can even make a lot of that without getting noticed. It just seems so complicated. My favorite one is the Julia set. Also, I think the same lady was saying that they were a lot of them appear near these ancient monoliths, like Stonehenge, for example. And the Julia set appeared there. And the story is it was like only a 45-minute window, and then there's like 400 concentric circles that are all perfect circles showing up there. So to me, it's a big mystery, and I find it really interesting. Oh, one last
Yeah, I
thought
was
is I would
trying to.
say like if you were trying to communicate with just hypothetically another species on another planet, like I feel like making shapes and signs would be a good way to do that, especially if you don't like share a common language. Like math is the universal language, right? And you would just make geometric shapes for people. So I don't know. There you go.
So you weren't here when I went. I'm gonna go over the Arcebo message again because when I started, it was 80 people in here. Now we're closer to three. We have 330 now, and that one's just mind blowing. But it seems that like when we look at everything, in the sacred geometry, it's really sound, right? Like if you look at cymatics, a lot of these crop circles are representations of certain frequencies. So like 432 hertz has a print, 528 hertz has a print. And just like the star cities were shaped after these specific cymatic frequencies. And they're built on what? Ley lines. They have ley lines in common, guys. Even like the pyramids and Stonehenge and all of that, where there's also a lot of UFO sightings. They all have ley lines in common, right? So go ahead, Susie, jump in anytime. You don't have to raise your hand.
I just find that what you just said intriguing because I don't know how deep into ley lines everybody is and their research has taken them, but there is something really conceptually beautiful about these energy centers because they do intercept each other. I'm going to speak very briefly about the ones that I'm super familiar with, which is the St. Mary, St. Michael. It comes out of the ocean, hits the tip of Cornwall, then travels right the way through. So you've got St Michael's Mound, and then it goes from that to Glastonbury Tor, and then it goes from that to Avebury. There's a lot of things in between. I just want to give you the major sites that will be easy for you to find or that you already are aware of, and then into Stonehenge and then across. But there is another St Michael that connects with the St. Michael, St. Mary, which goes all the way through France, through the Vatican and into Jerusalem. That intercepts at the edge of Cornwall with the St. Mary, St. Michael that goes across. And then you have the Elijah ley line, which comes from Egypt. And it goes, so when they rebuilt, I don't know if you guys saw the rebuilding of the 3,000-year-old pathway at the tail end of COVID and the big celebration ceremony, and a lot of the world leaders were actually in Luxor activating that ley line, including who was Prince Charles, now King Charles, was out there activating that Elijah ley line, and that Elijah comes right in at an angle and hits the St. Mary, St. Michael. So another thing that I'd love to share with you that's a part of Dennis Whitley's work, and they measured these things. So if you hold a pebble in your hand for a short period of time, it carries your frequency for around 12 to 24 hours. But if you apply some pressure to that stone, it will capture your frequency at that moment in time eternally, as long as that pebble or stone is on the earth. So when we think about the transfer of energy underground through the lays and what our ancestors did, as in they captured their wisdom and their essence and their knowledge into these stone structures, whether it was a megalith or a pyramid or the temples, churches, cathedrals, whatever they are. So they are holding and retaining that frequency, that knowledge, and that wisdom that is traveling, I believe, overground like the traditional Wi-Fi from building to building, because they certainly communicate. But also the current beneath is bringing all of that information. And I think that if you're conscious and aware of this, because once we become conscious, we expand our horizon and other things start to manifest and have an impact on us. Spending time on those sites, knowing exactly where the interceptions are, will allow you to tap into that wisdom and that knowledge. But yes, thank you, Mace.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And that's why I love these spaces because they basically broaden our horizons. They get us out of the boxes that we're conditioned to think in. And then I think, we begin tapping into, some of our potential more than we would otherwise. Um, Go ahead and jump in, Armageddon. I just wanted to point out to everyone the very last post in the nest is the circles that Ashton was just talking about, the Julius set. And I'm going to explain some of the fascinating details around that. And Erickson, I see you. I'm going to bring you up just a second. Go ahead, Armageddon.
Thank you so much again. It's such an honor to be here. I'm so excited to see what Daryl and you and some experts have to think about this theory. But every single thing that you're saying confirms for me this theory that I came up with while staring at an Egyptian hieroglyph on grass paper that I have. When I was writing about halving thickness with nuclear, I was like, oh my God, gold is very protective against nuclear radiation. And I just posted in the Purple Pill this AI generated image that I created of the Egyptian. They always wore those gold necklaces up their neck. And so it kind of confirms for me this theory that I have that the pyramids were nuclear reactors. I mean, you said that, and that there's this alien presence building the crop circles and possibly, I mean, I said some wackadoodle shit in the Purple Pill, like the phoenix that rises from the ashes might have been a mushroom cloud. That's kind of a joke. But I really, everything that you said about computers not working, that indicates an EMP, electromagnetic pulse type activity, everything you said about the ley lines, going back to the pyramids, and everything that you guys said about shrinking the thyroid, that's all extremely radioactive. So in my research, I found very little, but that yes, radioactivity was found at the pyramids. And I just wanted to throw that out there. I am so excited that that might be, because we know that the pyramids generate electricity. We know that, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe GE bought the rights to the pyramids, and you're not allowed to construct. There are books written on how to construct the exact dimensions of the Pyramid of Giza, tons of books. And an ex boyfriend of mine was really into it, so he did it, and it would sharpen razors, and it would do very, very strange things. And those are illegal, apparently. Again, don't quote me, but I just thought it was really, really exciting, and just I'm so excited to be here. I'm going to listen, but I just wanted to throw that wacky theory out there and just see if it's established with any of y'all.
Well, I don't, about the pyramids, I didn't know that you can't, that's illegal. First of all, that's crazy. That to me is just kind of. Anyway, that is crazy. But all of the suppression is around keeping us very limited to where we would be rationed energy and not tap into our own potential. That's all that's about, right? And that's why I think that there's going to be it's going to be difficult to break through, but once it's done, there's no going back. Like let me find out. I could zap myself over there. You know what I'm saying? We could fold space-time. There's and like there's so many things that I think in essence with the communication and collaboration with each other, a lot of scientists that perhaps might be intrigued. Like I'm so intrigued, and I'm not at the level that Ashton's in, but it's like, oh my God, I can't imagine being a scientist that is in that field that would not want the honest truth and answers about the world that we live in. That's what science is, right? And so I think that once that is broken and the cat's out of the bag, it's over. Like there's no way that we're gonna put that genie back in the bottle. Go ahead, MV, and then we'll go to Darren, and then I'm gonna um go over the RC message again.
I love what Susie was saying. I mean, you were speaking about the Earth's original Wi-Fi with the ley lines. Like, what an incredible way to put it. Like, you just made my, like, a light bulb just went off in my head. I was thinking about like some shamanic teachings that I studied in the past, and they spoke about how our endocrine systems were being disrupted by the railroad tracks. Like the railroad tracks essentially took us from our connection with the earth because it was like a disruptor, creating like false ley lines for us. Have you ever thought about it like that? Like that was so interesting to me. And then when you said that, it reminded me of what I read before.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, should I respond, Mace? Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask him.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. And and just to respond to you like thoroughly, what I love about the people in Wiltshire and having got to know them over the last 12 years very, very well, is that they are serious about what these energy centers can do and the transmissions, and they have fought very, very hard to not allow the 5G towers to go up, and they have prevented the government from putting up 5G towers in the area on the basis that the megaliths communicate over ground and that the 5G would interfere with that communication. And so they've managed to keep those 5G towers away from the megaliths. And I completely admire them for that. They really take care of the space. It's very, I mean, we're talking about generation after generations of people that have, held reverence to these spaces and truly understand. And, and here's the other thing I want to add for those people that are not from the UK and haven't had the opportunity to go there. The largest military bases in the UK are actually around these sites. FYI, I found the Stargate in the UK that I went to in Pusey, actually recently for the first time ever, and right next to it is a military base that goes on and on and on and on and on on and on right next to the Stargate, right? So I don't think that's a coincidence. And Maria Whitley, that taught me how to dowse, mentioned that the military bases, they drive their tanks up and down the mounds that are actually the most powerful mounds, and their military bases are based on these mounds, and so they clearly do know. It's not that they don't know, it's just that it's not for us to know, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Darren, jump in.
Thanks, Goddess. It was nice to see Daryl, Susie's like we're back on Clubhouse again. It's amazing, amazing panel. Um, it's interesting what Susie's saying in terms of the UK, the ley lines and the crop circles, because it just makes me think Glastonbury Tor being the heart chakra of the earth. I'm not sure if that's shifted now as we've moved into the age, but I mean that's another story for another day. But it's definitely a power center, and I think these crop circles represent that. Always turning up in the same place. And yeah, I remember seeing that video with the orbs. That was fascinating, the way how they were made. For me, as much as I love focusing on, the shapes and the sacred geometric patterns that come up, I guess the way how my mind works is like, what's their purpose? What's their point? And you know, there's two ways that I've subjectively worked with crop circles. I'm only really going to share one, and I'm going to ask Astral if he's aware of it. Because did you know that if you put pictures under your pillow with different crop circles, that they will take you to different interdimensional places and assist you in astral projecting? I know Astral's into all of that. I wondered if he's ever utilized crop circles and the imagery in that way. Have you ever done that before?
No, man, that's crazy. I've never heard of that. That sounds
Try
sick.
it. Yeah, try it. There's other ways that we can work with it as well, but maybe that's a time for another space.
So okay, let me just kind of go over some of the things that these messages could be. And I see Roy here. I'm super stoked. I'm gonna bring you up here. But so there were these crop circles. There was in 2011, there was a double spiral formation which appeared on Windmill Hill. And then there was on the same day, there was another double spiral that appeared near Stonehenge, which was like just a few miles away. So they like what they're thinking that these formations could represent are neutron stars. And neutron stars, like although it's very rare for this to happen, but they sometimes collide and they form a magnetar. And what makes those extremely unique is their incredible strong magnetic fields, which are among the strongest known in the universe. And these magnetic fields are like thousands to billions of times stronger than those of the neutron stars. So its gravity is so strong that it dramatically warps the space time around it. So, in theory, this warping of space time would be leading to the Einstein Rosen bridge that we talk about, in my spaces. So, the Einstein Rosen bridge, which is pretty much a wormhole, it like particles can go, let's just say particle A goes in, particle A can come out, but they have no idea what goes on in between. And then They don't know if it's the exact, it is the same chemical makeup or whatever of the particle A, but they don't know if it's the exact same one, if that makes sense. It could have just been destroyed and recreated type of thing. It's really fascinating. But, having these two spirals just a couple miles away, that was some of the interpretations that they got from it. So I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, so I'm going to do a reset. Are there any questions or comments or anything before we do the reset? And then I'm going to go back to the Arcebo message. And Stash, if you want to come up and, serenade everybody with a dope ass song. I know you've been practicing some cool alien songs. I don't know if they're alien songs, but whatever. Then please come on up. I would love to hear you. Go ahead, Erickson.
Yeah, a couple things. I remember this was way back when I was researching crop circles. There was some researcher who said if you spin crop circles, make a replica of them and spin them at a certain revolution, that's part of the message or the code. And then there was talk of what's underneath the crop circles, how close they are to ley lines, and what else is there. Um, the second thing I want to tell you about, it's not completely on point, but there's a man named Richard Hoagland who claims used to be I can't remember, with the UN and with somebody else. He was some kind of
Yes.
broadcaster.
And he was science advisor to the Nixon administration for NASA.
Right, yeah, that's it. He claims he has a Mars Earth mathematical connection between the Cydonia region of Mars, where the face of Mars is, and Silbury Hill in the UK. He claims that they are mathematically set out exactly alike. I can put it in the pill or nest. It's a 1.5 hour video. It's pretty interesting.
I would love that. Yes, thank you. Please put it in the nest.
I
And
like to
guys,
put
if you have like fascinating documentaries or anything on this, please share it. Share it in the nest, or share it in the purple pill. And when I go through there, I'll just kind of start rotating the stuff that's in the nest so that other people can watch it. I mean, I find this to be incredibly inspiring, if nothing else. Like there's so much that comes to you when you're like investigating this. Just in the investigation of it, it's so fascinating. So thank you for bringing that up.
So
Erickson.
Maze,
Yeah.
with the properties with those crop circles, is the land like very replenished by the time that the crop circles disappear? Can the farmers use their acreage? Is there radiation there? What happens to the land? Do you know that?
That's an excellent question. I don't know if I have that in here. Let me see.
I can respond if you like.
Oh, yes, please
Yeah,
do.
yeah, because I know the farmers in the surrounding areas. No, they just farm the wheat and the land is absolutely fine. There isn't any like radiation or anything. If anything, the wheat's going to be even healthier than it ever was. Absolutely there's no, because every year you'll find that those farms are very productive and they grow incredibly healthily. There isn't any level of destruction whatsoever.
I could add on to that. I posted in the pill pictures and articles from, I alluded to the first cross circle I actually personally experienced here in Paulding County, Ohio, in Defiance. And that was on the 4th of July, I think 2009. And it was just, it's like 47 articles because it was just quite the talk between Ohio and Indiana, and a lot of researchers there, and a lot of the findings from scientists. And I think put one screenshot where the researchers actually came to the conclusion that they said there's no way that that was man-made, but that's down in the pill. And I also shared a few pictures. Some of you know I spend some time, I go to Serpent Mound a few times a year, but what's not widely known is there was actually a crop circle that was, well, actually two, at just right across the field from Serpent Mound, maybe 200 yards away. And so maybe if anybody by chance hasn't seen one, there's one there. So the one in Paulding County, it was just a 93-foot diameter crop circle of laid wheat with blown out holes in the nodules with all of those specific details that you've been here is talking about. And I actually stood in that field and I took some home with me. I still have my possession somewhere. But it was a few days later that researchers started showing up and they quarantined it and nobody could get in it. And even to Susie's point, and nice to be chatting with you again and hear you again, Susie. I missed you. The one in Neil Super Mountain, that was several years ago, but it's grown over. I think it was in like a bean field, as opposed to a wheat field. But the shape of it is interesting compared to the one in Paulding or some of the other ones are like posted. So when you just mentioned the superhighway and like an Internet of Things, and the first thing that came to mind, and I've been trying to make a connection with what Dr. Lewis Gates had talked about with the Dinkra codes, which are these symbols that hold information. And I often wondered that maybe if that was one of the functions of a crop circle, is a form of an Adinkra code, which he called supersymmetry. And it's a way of communicating in hyperdimensional physics. And actually, I had a conversation with uh, Brother Erickson was talking about Richard Hoagland. And curiously enough, just about an hour before the call, I was on the phone with Michael Lee Hill, and I was trying to get him up here for you, Maze. Um, but he was a bit under the weather, so he had to take a pass for the night. But interesting enough, it was about 2 months, a month and a half ago, Richard Hogan called him and says, Mike, I need you back on. And he said, I got some mind blowing information we're going to share. So, and I'll just drop that here. Uh, what they discovered was, now some of you know that Elon Musk actually took one of Michael Lee Hill's 432 hertz discs with him to the moon, and it's there now. What Richard Hoagland discovered now, and he's been doing a lot of research on Michael E. Hill's 432 hertz disc, which is basically using cymatics, taking an image of what water looked like when you resonate it at 432 hertz tuned to an A. It's a beautiful diagram, but it does amazing things. And basically, a NASA scientist, the conclusion was somehow there's getting more energy is in that water just by virtue of sitting on that cymatic image, or an adinkra, if you will, than there was present before. And the NASA scientist explanation, she said that the only way she could explain it is if that energy is coming from another dimension, quote unquote, from a NASA scientist. So the other thing that Richard Hoagland and Michael just shared with me an hour ago, we talked about it 2 days ago, and it's still cooking my noodle. And maybe somebody on here it will make sense to them. But what Richard Hoagland discovered was during the this last solar eclipse that we had, there was some Chinese satellites that took footage, film footage, high speed film footage of that eclipse, and somehow what that cymatic image of what water looks like at 432 hertz tuned to A was showed up in the shadow as the moon shadow was cast on the earth. And he's got satellite imagery from these Chinese satellites. And I'm trying to, as I, I'm going to have to talk to Richard because I don't know how that is even possible. But we get back into semantics. We're looking at imagery. And the other thing, and I'll throw this out parenthetically for Susie, she just might know, because Michael, he just happened to post something on his Facebook earlier today about crop circles specifically. Isn't that weird? Just today.
No way. That's
Yes.
crazy.
But here's what he said. I'll read it. It says 99% of known crop circles appear along Earth's latitude line of 51.428, known as St. Michael's and Mary's ley line in the UK. And he said, why? If you use 360 base mathematics, 360 divided by 7 is 51.428. Now, Michael's cymatic imagery of what 432 hertz looks like, tuned to A, is a seven-pointed star. And it was a crop circle that he got information from the Anunnaki when he asked for a sign. That's what they gave him, was a seven-pointed star. So, and the other coincidence, we tie this to Egypt, perhaps, is that 51.428 seven-pointed star through semantics says that that is also the angle or the exterior, no, the interior angle of one of the pyramids in Egypt. Maybe just a coincidence. Uh,
Wow.
yes. So it turns out that 51.428 could be significant. And it's not even just there. It says even in Avonbury over there in England, that monument is on a latitude of 51.428, as is Stonehenge is on the Earth's latitude of 51.428. And you take the mystery out of it, you think, what is an arc? 'Cause you just divide a circle into seven pieces, where you get seven arcs. And Michael seemed to think maybe they're trying to tell us that might be symbolic of this Ark of the Covenant, perhaps in some other way. But it's just mind blowing.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Are you
Chew on
saying
that
no
one.
snap because I'm saying no snap? Because that arc caught my attention. If you're
Yeah.
referring to that message, Maze.
Yes, even Graham
Wow.
Hancock got into this debate. He did some measurements that the side of the Great Pyramid was 51.86, and so he was kind of disappointed about it because it wasn't 51.428. But Michael said, "Well, I won't say who, but he said somebody told him. He's got friends in strange places, but he says, okay, Michael, what if you just subtract that 51.428 arc that we gave you from that 51.86. And interesting enough, when you subtract the angle of the Great Pyramid from the 51.428, you end up with 432 hertz. Bam.
Wow. That's fascinating.
I
Wow.
dropped my
Thank you,
mic there.
Dale.
You're welcome.
That is a drop the mic. You know, it's insane because like there's so much, and now that you're saying that, I do think that there's like the layers of messaging. By the way, I just found Salvador Paez Ashton in a lot of this, like the stuff that I had bookmarked, where it goes into how he's kind of connected into all this. We're gonna find out together. I'm gonna read it in just a second. But like where can this information lead, right? Like what would we be able to infer from it, interpret from it, or connect the dots, and what would this be able to achieve? And so when we get into the whole 0 point energy, so this is kind of talking about Nikola Romansky. He saw this image of a crop circle that seemed to be meaningless. It didn't have a recognized visible geometry and it wasn't symmetrical, but Nikola had an idea and he brought the shape into his 3D software and extruded it around the center axis, meaning like it basically spun it around to make a shape. So Nikola found more crop formations and did the same thing. So he started making them all rotate in 3D. And the designs around the central axis. Okay, so while he had a collection of what appeared to be blueprints and instructions on how to create some kind of machine. What did he do with that? And then it goes, okay, so he reached out to a filmmaker who's Charles Maxwell and asked him for help and was working on a documentary about these crop circles. And he needed help and funding to build his machine, this machine that he thought was a vehicle that ran on 0 point energy. So, and that this would be able to alter gravity and to reach light speed. So that, and he also thought that these secret 0 point energy, gravity, and space time all comes down to one thing, and that's the spin. Remember the orbs, like where they were spinning around? I don't know, but it seems all related. Okay, so whenever government whistleblowers describe a reverse engineering of UFOs, the spin is always at the core piece of the technology, according to Mark McLandish, a former aerospace designer. And then a UFO anti gravity and propulsion are achieved by rotating liquid mercury. The infamous Nazi bell shaped UFO was said to have used a similar technology. Bob Lazar talked about studying the element 115. What are you doing, boy? Sorry, that was funny. Okay, so he talked about this element 115 when he worked at Area 51. And 115 is said to power alien spacecraft. And while Lazar made those claims in 1980s, there was no such element. But in 2003, this element 115 was discovered. A whistleblower came forward just a few weeks ago and claimed that there was a military contractor working on reverse engineering UFOs, And he said that their engines use counter-rotating cylinders with element 115 as the power source. And so Russian physicist Nikolai Kozarev, damn, you just got to name your kid Nikolai and he's going to be a scientist, believed that twisting and spinning of space-time, called torsion, was the secret to unlocking gravity and unlocking everything. Okay, so in 2019, this U.S. Navy, this engineer working for the U.S. Navy, he filed a patent for a plasma compression fusion device. This is a machine that can generate a tremendous amount of power, like terawatts of power, in a small package. The device is about the size of a car, but it can put out as much energy as a nuclear power plant. And if it's real, the energy is clean and unlimited. His invention is based on what? Spin. Okay. So the scientist, his name is Salvador Paez, and he's currently working for the US Space Force. He filed quite a few interesting patents on behalf of the US government. These include propulsion engines, room temperature superconductors, inertial mass reduction devices, and high frequency gravitational wave generators. This may sound like science fiction, but it's not. Okay, the U.S. military, so they're taking these patents very seriously. Every single one of them is based on spin. So let's just see. Secrets like gravity won't be discovered in a lab, and it's possible that unlocking the secrets of nature might be done in a field of wheat. Go ahead, Ashton.
Yeah, and if you're interested in Salvatore Paez, I mean, I just posted a statement by him that was read by my friend Dave Rossi. Was it 2 days ago? Yesterday? I don't even know anymore. And you know, he talks about this stuff. He's been adamant that his patents are legit. I've actually identified him as either the person that engineered the orbs in the MH370 videos, or he knows who did. Because when you add those patents up, you get a floating ball of plasma that can defy gravity. With respect to what Daryl was just saying as well, like the connection, from my perspective, my opinion, from cymatics, there is a connection to 0 point energy or limited energy out there, and I do think it's related to spin and coherence. So you take this analogy of this ocean of energy, and it now just becomes a question of how do you interact with it, and magnetism seems to be the way. And you also think of like a bathtub. So instead of just this ocean, now we got a bathtub filled with water, and we're sitting on top of the bathtub. If you pull the plug on your bathtub, you get this vortex motion, this spinning motion. That is essentially like what a black hole is doing out there in outer space. And then with respect to the cymatics, there's a connection there to sonoluminescence, which I think is cold fusion on a small scale. And if you were to think that if you were to make waves in your bathtub, a standing wave would be a situation where you can see the arcs and the crests of the wave, but they don't look like they're moving at all because you've created this coherence with your wave pattern. That's what we see happening with cymatics as well. You're seeing these coherent shapes when you get to certain frequencies. And depending on what frequency of you like rocking back and forth in your tub, you could create different patterns in the waves of your tub as well. And then the biggest thing to understand is like, what is energy? How is energy just being produced? How is the light turning on at all? And all that boils down to, at least with respect to alternating current that we use right now, is someone spinning a generator, and we're just changing the current back and forth, and we're creating what's known as a dipole. We're creating asymmetry of charges. There's more electrical charge, negative electrical charge on one side than there is on the other. This creates a current. Now we have electricity flowing. Salvatore Paez, in a lot of his patents that you read that Mays just spoke of, he talks about using very high frequency pulse current to induce these types of effects. And so if you were to take your bathtub and you were to remove some of the energy or add more water to the bathtub, either way, think of adding water as adding mass, adding energy, you're going to change the rate. For Roy, you're going to change the rate of time dilation, but you're going to change the amount of gravity that you're feeling as well. So if you remove the energy, you're going to be removing the amount of gravity. You're removing the amount of inertial resistance that you feel. and you're potentially taking that energy and it's got to go somewhere so you can extract it. So this is why you see all these effects are tied together, and how potentially resonance and spinning at a certain frequency can potentially cause them. My opinion is that magnets, electromagnetism is kind of the key.
It's all related, essentially, yeah. Maze, if I can drop in back on the crop
Yeah, of
circles,
course. Yeah, please.
give my penny's worth on that particular issue. Good evening, folks. Good afternoon and good morning, wherever you are, humanity on Earth. But basically, if we look at them, I'm talking about the actual real ones, not the human-made ones, but they do inform us of a work of a geometry. Okay, so there's a work of geometry going on there, and those mathematics, as it were, with that geometry. So now, if we were to imagine that geometry to be a representation of microcosm, but at the macrocosm scale, then we can explain our crop circles. Okay, so the forces, as it were, that go around the nuclei of an atom at play, if you were to have one of those at a larger scale above, like you say, as your friend has done, a 3D, as it were, depiction of that geometry, you would see the shapes as you see within quanta. Okay, so there's a little hint.
Well, if you don't mind, if we elevate that conversation a little bit, and we bring back somebody who's already been mentioned, Richard Hoagland, who looks upon a lot of this phenomenon, he expresses it in hyperdimensional physics.
Yes, it basically we have to what we perceive as our reality as the four dimensions, as it were. Okay,
Yes.
is just a small slice of the box. Okay, that's the point. And Ashton's right. There's an ocean, as it were, that's bubbling away there, and that ocean, in my book, is from the conservation of the moments of time, just like the sands of grain that pour from your palm, or if smoke is spilled from a glass, as it were, it will defy the laws of convection and form a fluid symmetry from the conservation of linear motion. Okay, so the rules of conservation perhaps govern the moments of time itself. And if we apply that rule, then we get a fluidity to time. So it's an extension to the fourth into the fifth, time being a fluid symmetry. And now we can consider that the passive differential inertia that we perceive as gravity has a property of it's inversely proportional to the rate of time's flow. That in itself alone suggests that that is a result of some fluid hydrodynamics at play. Okay, so we can postulate that that fifth dimension of conserved time, it's just like the smoke that's poured from our glass, is itself a fluid symmetry. And differentials within the flow, as it were, of time denotes the inertia of gravity. So if we are more conserved in time, we are faster in time, we hold lower inertia of gravity. Okay. And May's come up with an interesting thing in that neutron stars and quasars and those sorts of things. Well, essentially, even those super scaled entities out in the cosmos, as it were, some of them hold transitional phase dynamics of that shared by quanta. Why? Well, they hold similar properties to that of quanta, and therefore they hold simple temporal properties to that of quanta. And we see that correlating in the spin rates of neutron stars. And I'll land it there. So the
Well,
macrocosm can be considered, that microcosm essentially can be considered at the macro scale if it holds the right properties. And it will emulate temporal properties and that environment as well with it. And you will see the effects, as it were, if it was present above a crop circle in that geometric symmetric way.
there's a formula here somewhere. If you take what you said and you went from the third to the fourth and into the fifth dimension. But if I bring Susie's comments into this conversation when she was somehow told, she didn't say who or where the voice came from, but I can relate, but to go get her mother. And her mother had an experience in that crop circle when she said her mother levitated. Everybody was listening. Her mother levitated. And that took me
Well,
to the
yes.
conversation we had
Yeah.
last night when the conversation of the Bosnia pyramid had come up, specifically the Pyramid of the Sun. And the thing that, amongst the things that are unique about that, for those that may not know, and I know Maze, this probably ring a bell because we talked about it in Clubhouse, but the one unique property about that particular pyramid, other than being bigger and older than any pyramid in Giza or in Egypt, is there's a chamber in there. It looked like it was intentionally hollowed out, and it's enough standing room for people. It had plenty of ceiling space as opposed to all the other chambers they found in it. But people, the volunteers who were working there, began to experience these miraculous healings from asthma, from well, you name it. I read several stories, and actually, Dr. Osmanic, he's been to the United States several times, and he talks about this phenomenon, and they simply call it the healing chamber. And inside that healing chamber, there's a large rock. That large rock is sitting on top of an aquifer when in a column. And there was a time when water ran through that channel, and it probably operated like the ones in Giza, but that chamber hit that large rock, and they x-rayed that large rock, and inside that large rock is a crystal. They don't know how it got there. It's spherical, but look, it was placed there, manufactured there. But that healing room, and the other peculiar characteristic about that room is that the negative ion saturation is like 10 to 20 times higher than it is in our regular walking atmosphere. And so they kind of attribute the healing to the fact that we do better in a heavily negative nion saturated environment. And then the last thing, I'll land with this, this was the experiment I did with Gail West, and that was her name. She's the lady who heads of acoustic studies in Chicago. And she went there, and we did this Akashic experiment. But now they also took some scientific instrumentation with them. And we were looking to, or she was looking in her group to evaluate what Nicholas Tesla had expressed as non Hertzian technology. So theoretically, anytime you have a source of energy and you move further away from that source, then the signal and that energy signal should weaken. What they found at the top of the Bosnian pyramid is the further you get away from the top of that pyramid, the stronger the signal gets, as if it's getting a signal from someplace else or it's displaying a type of physics that we don't understand. And that would explain why maybe even in the crop circle, we have this place where gravity has no effect, where things like Susie's mother levitate. And I don't know what it all means, but man, I wish we should. I think if we formed a think tank, we can probably write a formula to explain it all.
Well, any form of levitation, you can count on me. It's to do with the faster relative rate of time. We see it with superconductivity, for example. Okay. We also use superfluidity and those sorts of environments with quantum computing. Why? Well, to gain the faster relative rate of time in the environment that it provides. Okay, so we already know that the state of superconductivity holds a faster relative rate of time. Okay, so that's why it's levitating. Why? Because, as I said, the passive differential inertia that we consider gravity is inversely proportional to the rate of time's flow. So the slower the time, the greater the inertia. And the faster the relative rate of time, the lower the inertia. So those certain phase dynamics of neutron stars, as we know, hold faster relative rate of time and superconductivity. And certain forms of magnetism or other state manipulation can enable those phase dynamics to exist. So there's plenty of routes to pursue, as it were, to solve the riddle. But the riddle is solved when one understands time.
I think you just explained the Higgs boson, but unless I digress, I love this.
Higgs boson. We just talked about that last night too. That's crazy. Okay. Really quick. Stash. I haven't heard from you yet. I would love to hear from you, and as well, Verge. Welcome. Nice to see you up here. And then we'll tap in with the other hands. But there's more. After the stuff that I was talking about with Nicholas Pius, but there's a few other things I'm gonna get into, and then we'll circle back to the Arcibo for those that weren't here earlier. Go ahead, jump in. Staff.
Cool. Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Maze, Alpha, MV? Y'all are my favorite
Hey,
speakers up here.
Stash.
Hi, MV. Shoot, what a
He's
panel.
our resident musician, guys. He's going to serenade us in between with a song here and there. And it tends to, like, you know what I'm saying? It's the vibe. It is the vibe. Go ahead, Stash.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the invite. Let's see.
If you don't have one, go ahead, go ahead. You're about to sing, and I just come. I'm sorry.
You're all good. Hold up. Let's see. It's my whole freaking Wi-Fi situation. Can y'all hear me? Sounds good.
Yep, yep, yep.
All right, cool. Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation. And little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotations. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world and all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. You're searching very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your chin or is that war you're waging? Firstborn unicorn, hardcore sample. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Marry me, girl, be the fairy to my world, be my very own constellation. A teenage bride with a baby inside, getting high on information. And buy me a star on the boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear the sphere singing songs of station to station? And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication. Born and raised by those who've praised control of population. Well, everybody's been here and I don't mean on vacation. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore support. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. An earthquake starts to a girl's guitar, they're just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. You're searching very well to break the spell of aging. Sicker than the rest, there is no test, but this is what you're craving. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore softball. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Oh, thank you guys.
That was just awesome,
Hell
brother.
yeah.
Absolutely awesome.
Thank you
That's
so much.
beautiful.
Thanks,
Listen,
guys.
man, the creative expression, the music, the melody, all of that, it is such a vibe. I appreciate you, Stash. Thank you. And so welcome everybody. It is 9:25 p.m. here on the East Coast. What we talk about? We are talking about crop circles. We're gonna tap into the hybrids and Anunnaki a little bit later. But we are talking about the fascinating mystery of these crop circles, these formations that have appeared across the world, okay, in crops of wheat and I believe barley, and I think you said beans, and some other ones, I'm sure. And so what we've discussed is not only their sacred geometry and the different kinds of sacred geometry, things that are, represented by neutrons and magnetars, and also by cymatics, and also when we take them in 3D, and then there's the spin. I think that this kind of shows us this other dimension of just limited unlimited 0 point energy, and there's just so much to this, and we're kind of like cracking all of these open, and discussing them. So please repost the space if you don't mind. I'm going to get through a couple of these hands, and then we're going to pick back up on some of this material and talk about it. I believe Verge, since we haven't heard from you yet, and then we'll go to Armageddon and then back to Erickson. Welcome,
Hey,
Verge.
what's up, everyone? Hi, Maze. I'm really
Hi,
enjoying
Verge.
this space. Hi, Mama. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, so I just wanted to share just my own view on crop circles. This was just kind of from my own intuition. I don't have, Pleiadian beings telling me any of this, so take it with a grain of salt. But to me, I see crop circles as maintenance. I see them as software updates to some extent. I think they create, or rather, they contain building blocks and technology because of the archetypal language that they're expressed in. So I see them almost as like seals, spells, even. They almost look like, in Doctor Strange, to use, a visible visible example. In Doctor Strange, they use all these geometric patterns, shapes, etc. They kind of create these light codes in front of them, and then it manifests their various, spell intents. So to me, I feel like crop circles are, the grid controllers, the matrix handlers, the Greys, the Anunnaki. There's different factions involved, but I think they place some of those sigils in certain places where they need to tweak the energy to some degree. So the same way we would go in and, fix a computer, the same way Apple, updates their phone codes or their operating system, and then we have to download the software update. I feel like they're using this, technology. It looks like magic to us, but it's really technology, it's science. And they are tapping into the grid, to the ley lines, like you guys have been talking about, and kind of harvesting and redirecting things with these sigils. So that's my take on it. And thank you guys. This has been awesome.
Thank you, Verge. I appreciate you. And thank you for sharing that. Um, Go ahead, MV. Did you want to chime in before we go to Erickson?
Yeah, that kind of reminds me, Verge, of like indigenous people and how they do their dances. Apparently, they do it to kind of tap into the chakras of the earth. They're kind of healing the plant vibrations and the drumming and the stomping and things like that. So, yeah, it's almost like a new download to heal the planet. So, I definitely connect with that thing that you got from the ether.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Erickson, and then we'll go to Armageddon. Or was it the other way around? I don't remember, but whatever. Just go ahead. I'm sure she doesn't mind.
I'll yield to you, sir.
Thanks. I got sidetracked here. I'm getting word that Infowars has been shut down and they're going to sell it. So go ahead and go to Armageddon.
Okay.
Big things today. Big, big, big things. I'm having a massive panic attack right now, but
Why?
the energy today in the air is so intense. And since you posted the Simpsons thing you posted about today, I've just not been really
Well, thank goodness that there wasn't an EMP,
right. But like,
and we
I don't
don't
know.
have to be launched into this prepper mode.
Right? No kidding. I was like, okay, we're gonna get through the day. It's almost midnight here on the West Coast. No, it's just when I'm in the room with you people, the energy is so intense. I didn't know you could be an empath through the phone until I met you guys. And I didn't experience it in depth in Clubhouse. It was always crypto in Clubhouse for me. So I'm just floored. I feel like we're gathering ancient souls at the pyramids of Giza. The energy that's coming through some of you people is just insanely. It's such an honor. So I'm not going to babble. I'm going to try and listen. But Daryl and I just talked about how we're all going to manifest, and Maze, you can host. We're going to manifest Linda Moulton Howe in a conversation with her and Mojana to talk about this. And I wanted to say too, like if I had a dime for every person I've met that thought that they invented a magnet motor with spinning motion, and then you can't even find these people on the internet. I would have like 30 cents, I think, at 45 years old. People were on to some geniuses have invented that before, hovercrafts and stuff using this technology. It's so exciting to hear you guys confirm it. And I'm sorry for the people that filed patents and had to disappear. Um, I just had a simple question for the experts here. Are these ley lines and crop circles, which now, especially after what Virgil just said, I never really get this clear of vision too often, but I just think they're keys. And I think that's pretty obvious. And for some reason, I thought of Alex Gray's artwork, if you know him, and how the body is a computer. These things, so the universe is, the earth is a computer. These are the lines. And to me, I sort of saw a vision of the aliens being able to, since they've implemented these keys on the soil of the earth, they can sort of pick up the earth if we get too ornery and toss it, or like a younger Dryas or something. So the question I have, and then I'm going to listen to you people. I'm so humbled by y'all. Is there boron um, in these ley lines where the crop circles are? Is there boron? And I know there's gold and boron in Nevada, which is a hot spot.
I don't even know what
Sedona.
that is.
Boron is a major mineral that is highest in Nevada. It's highest in the world in Nevada, and the concentration is amazing here. And boron's how you get borax, but it's how they store nuclear containment. They
Ah,
line the casks with boron. It absolutely will protect you from boron. So I was just
does
wondering if there's
anybody know? Yeah, I don't.
boron, gold, or other. I mean, you said crystals are in the King's Dominion. That's amazing of the pyramid. But is there these amazing crystals and ley lines with turquoise, gold, boron? Anyone know?
There's water sources underneath.
So yeah, one thing I did this was I don't know, like about an hour ago. One of the things that was really fascinating and pretty common was that they found that these were built over these chalk aqueducts. Um
That's right. Yeah.
yeah, and so like they would, there was also, let me see, 98% of all of the non-man-made formations were over these chalk aquifers. And the chalk aquifers can be used for generating electricity. Everything keeps pointing back to electromagnetism.
Electrons. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Okay, so yeah, thank you for your question, love. And it looks like okay, so Erickson, before I go on to some of this stuff, did you want to say anything? And by the way, real quick, Daryl, you mentioned a black stone that was found in the pyramids and that something, so I had screenshotted this stone that I put in there. That design on that stone matches a crop circle, and I'm trying to find the story somewhere in my 20 pages of damn notes. It's in here somewhere. I'm gonna find it, but I just thought it was pretty interesting because you'd brought that up, and immediately I thought about that and dug up the picture. But what did you say that stone did inside of the pyramid?
Well, we don't know what it did inside the pyramid. What Giorgio Saluskas discovered, and I don't, may have seen, he did one or two episodes about it. As a matter of fact, we briefly discussed it when I was in Miami last month. and he we're still perplexed. The stone that he had and that he displayed was one that a gentleman found when he was going out, basically looking for materials left over from the debris wreckage at Roswell. And the peculiar thing about it was, um, it was very, very hard. The that symbol that was etched into it, he took it to stonemasons and other people who were craftsmen and said it'd be very, very, very difficult and tedious to try and duplicate, just looking at the fine lines and everything in it. But the other peculiar thing that you could take your finger and just rub it, wobble it around the stone, although it had no magnetic properties, it would wobble based upon the energy field that your body was projecting. And we don't know what was causing that level of magnetism. And the emblem,
Electrons,
the electrons, yeah, and I know maybe Michael
definitely.
Tellinger, he did some other things, experiments with some rocks that had toroidal fields in them, where you could drop a stone, particularly granite. I think if you dropped it through the center of these like donut shaped stones, that the stones actually begin to defy gravity.
Start to spin.
Yes, starts
Yeah, and start
and
to
fell
spin.
slower, as if gravity was reversing.
Yeah.
So and now why they're using
Yeah,
that in the pyramid, we still don't know. But to even Susie's point,
it could be a resonance, Daryl.
yes,
I mean, the Chinese spotted some radar plasma above the pyramids just recently, didn't they?
yes, and he actually, I had a
Yes.
friend that went to Machu Picchu, and he did the same. He performs a ceremony there every year at the equinox, and he found a similar.
Well, yeah, going back to that plasma, as I said, plasma is just another state of matter.
Can I?
Okay, just like a gas, solid, fluid. Okay, and those states of matter are determined by our properties, and essentially, it's electrons that determine our properties.
Roy?
Okay, so it's the amount of electrons determine what atoms you are.
So, okay, go ahead, Armageddon.
Sorry, Roy and Daryl, would you think that that has anything to do with graphene? Could it have been graphene that they saw hovering above them, because they've now made the world's first safe nuclear reactor using graphene technology, which is that melty black stuff for people who don't know?
No, it's essentially just another transitional phase. So even if it was air there, okay, if you were to hyper aggravate the atoms in that particular region, you could turn that gas, as it were, that's the nitrogen and the oxygen makes up our atmosphere, into a plasma form. You see what I mean? You could then, or change the properties and make it very, very cold there. It would freeze, form a solid, and fall like as hail. You see what I mean?
Yeah, so okay, there was some, I'm gonna have to just do like a search for it, but there was something I wanted to bring up real quick about the magnetars that I forgot and left out. When those crop circles appeared, okay, I'm gonna put this screenshot. This was occurring in space, which is crazy. Those two crop circles that I told you guys about. Hold on. I'm about to. So this was occurring, and there was a oh shoot, where'd it go? All right, boom. So add, okay, so this is the new low magnetic field magnetar, the 2011 outburst of Swift J1822-3, whatever. So they had identified this in space when the same time, the same year that those two spirals showed up and appeared next to each other. And let's just say each one of them, if they represented a neutron and the neutrons collide, they create what? A magnetar, and the amount of gravity that would be, you know, in a magnetar is what would be able to create these wormholes and these Einstein Rosen bridges and shit. So I thought it was really interesting that it was kind of showing like, hey, you know, look up, right? I don't know. That was pretty cool.
Okay. It's probably people picking up some bits and pieces, Maze, just because of that event happened.
Oh yeah? You think it allowed their capacity to understand more or notice more?
I think it was probably gave them the benefit to go and scam more, perhaps.
Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay, Taste, Taste, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is that Taste, Tesu? Welcome.
Taco Loco.
Taco
Sorry.
Loco. Go
Um, yeah, yeah. Speaking of pyramids and resonance and secret geometry and fractals, I kind of had a question to bounce off of Roy. What are your thoughts about the practicality of maybe there being some kind of fractal resonance going on? You notice, like, the pyramids are set up to in the shapes of constellations, and then there's this debate going on about
You'll
the masonry of the pyramids, whether they're cast or they're, I don't know, manifested out of the ether or whatever, or quarried. But when they look at them, their aggregate, the particles of aggregate actually have sacred geometric fractal relationships in size. And I just thought that, and like these stories of putting pictures of mandalas and energizing water and that sort of thing, you know, maybe you're triggering a resonance that instead of like resonating in it, like a tank circuit in the EM, we're resonating in the ether, or, you know, time space, whatever your choice of
Yeah, it's all
words
linked.
for that is.
All dimensions are linked. You resonate in this, you resonate in them all.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement.
But yeah, I think your guess is about. Yeah, I think your guess is bang on, actually, and I think it's some sort of resonance
Did that
chamber,
go through?
perhaps. That's focus. Yeah, it's focused, perhaps, by the
Must have dropped
pyramids.
off. Oh well.
I know when we look at cymatic imagery, and particularly with
I'm gonna have
the
to leave and come back, I guess. But
Well,
I'll
we
listen.
can't hear. Yeah, your mic is very. You got a lot of stuff in the background, and there's two people that tried to respond to you. I don't think he heard you, Roy. So if you might want to repeat that, and then Daryl, you can chime in right after.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, basically, it could be your hunch could be right in that it's a form of resonance chamber that's being harmonized essentially by the pyramids themselves, just like we see within crystals. We use certain resonances of crystals, like the quartz crystal, for example, in watches because of their resonance frequencies. Okay, so it's all that sort of stuff. And as those Chinese results were showing, plasma was forming above the pyramid. So that means that there's some electron manipulation going on of the atomic structure, as it were, the quantum scale, as it were, up above the atmosphere, above them. So that denotes that there is some electron manipulation of some sort going on, because the electrons essentially determine what we are. Okay, so there's an excitement of them going on up there. Okay, not directly. So it looks like it could be some sort of focused frequency, for example.
Okay, so sorry, I found my answer to that other stone. Oh, but where did he go? I guess he went down.
there.
So real quick before you go, Daryl, I just wanted to say it's called the Roswell stone, which is a magnetic anomaly that has a connection with crop circles. Okay, I'm gonna put this article in there, but let's see. So it says, yeah, okay, although perhaps, let me go to the next page. And wow, it does show these crop circles. Okay, so there was this businessman, Robert Ridge. He discovered the artifact, which was given the name Roswell Stone while hunting on September 4th, 2004. He had no idea that he had made a discovery that still attracts close attention and fierce debate. A small brown stone lay lonely in the sand, partially covered with mud. Only after the man decided to pick it up did he notice that there was an interesting relief pattern on one of the sides, strange magnetic properties. So he discovered that the stone had a strong magnetic field. When in contact with the magnet, the stone slowly rotated clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on which pole was being manipulated. Similarly, okay, the most interesting feature of the stone is that its design. It was similar to a circle discovered in Swindon, England, about 10 years before the discovery of the stone. The pilot and his passengers saw a circle in a field while flying over it twice within half an hour. The first time they flew past, only an ordinary cornfield was green below. When they returned, a circle appeared. Crop circle researchers studied the object and eventually came to the conclusion that it's not only real, but it's also ideal from a geometric point of view. The comparison of the stone and the circle shows that they both have the same design, just on different scales. One fits perfectly into the other. Okay, so what's really interesting is that I wonder if like the properties of that stone, does it have anything to do with the geometry?
No.
So, do you see what I'm getting at? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We some materials we use, okay, and it's you can buy it off the shelf in your supermarket, okay. They're like heat bags that go in your oven, and you put things in them, and they conserve heat, and some very special properties to them, in that they've undergone a partial phase transition of state, superconductive state, essentially, has been applied to them temporarily. Well, when things get that state, Maze, they potentially hold on to some residual elements of it. Okay, so that could be potentially what's happened to the stone, is that it's been in contact, or something's been in contact with that stone that held a superconductivity sort of phase state.
So they think that the Roswell UFO, it was found right there in the crash site. So it came from is related to.
Ah, that makes sense then. Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah, that would correlate. Yeah.
interesting. So then that also makes you wonder, like, did that geometric shape from that orb or whatever that intelligence was, obviously could it have been related to the Roswell UFO? I don't know. It's fascinating. Or it means something.
Probably it had the properties, and someone carved it into that particular shape.
Interesting. Oh my God. Okay.
Or manufactured into that state.
Or yeah,
And to see,
one would have to analyze all the isotopes in it first to verify where it's
yeah,
come
and
from.
that's never going to happen. In that episode, Giorgio asked if he'd mind if they just grinded a little sample to get the streak hardness and density, and he disagreed. And that man, he literally he was crying on air just to think that they were going to scuff that stone. He's not going to let anybody cut it. But to Susie's point, and or counterpoint, and it's interesting that she, of all things, she asked if with common denominators in a ley line, and specifically graphene or graphite. And I don't know. I do agree. Like even here in Serpent Mound, I go get my spring water from an aquifer that's right there on Serpent Mound. Some of the best water you're going to get. So even there, where there was a crop circle, and for the other one, it runs along the Maumee River. So that's consistent, although majority of the crop circles we find in outside the United States, but ones here, at least that I personally have been to, it's consistent with being on an aquifer somewhere. But as far as if graphene is part, I don't know. Whoever designed or crafted or became aware of a vein that is becomes a ley line and how to implement that, I would imagine from a fractal standpoint, in the language of somebody like Nassim Harriman, we can find, that this fractal nature of this quote unquote holographic universe, that we find whatever we have in an image, but you can put it under a high powered electron telescope and find it to the infinitely small, and look at it through a telescope and you find it to the infinitely large, even to the way that universes spiral
That's
and
right.
galaxies. So pieces of whatever we might be observing could be just a fragment that we just don't have the instrumentation to measure. So they all could be related. And to the point,
They
yes.
are.
And even
They
to
are, because those conservational laws, Daryl, apply independently of
exactly
scales. Doesn't matter how big we
right.
are. It's the properties that denote what we are, not our
So I'm
scale.
saying
Okay,
graphene
so
could be a
we
component. We don't know. We don't know enough to really make any a defend. I don't anyway to make a definitive call on whether graphene is or is not part of it. But it did cause me concern because when that thingy jab that people were putting in their arms was coming out and people were taking pictures of things that they were putting graphene in that stuff that we put in our arms. So if you wanted to control a population and if they control some flow of energy or some form of intelligence, I can see nefarious groups like we've been dealing with putting something in that to have some exercise control over the population, which is, not to scare anybody, be alarming because there's ways to disarm that. But I'm wondering why, of all the things you could have asked, why graphene or graphite? And why is it showing up in vaccines?
I
mm,
don't know. But before we even get into the whole, like, I'll bring her back up in just a minute. I don't know where she is. She's not requesting at the moment. But but
your stone's
I
interesting,
what
Maze.
is the stone, right? Hold on 1 second.
Look, check out that picture that I sent you, and we were sending each other the
Oh,
pictures. The guy's holding something in his hand, isn't he?
let me see. I just sent you one of that thing that it was also in Ecuador and Mesopotamia. Like we got like this. Yeah,
Yeah, I know. It's from all over Earth. This thing.
indeed. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys, man. We're edging closer to like cracking these codes. I swear to God. Where I don't see you in here.
I
Oh, there
think
you are.
it's a form of symbology. You know, if you look at what he's holding in his hand, it's basically a cone. It's showing the conservation of nature, that conservational geometry essentially. And he's holding it up high, and he's holding what looks like a tethered stone. And you can see that the arm has much more muscularity to it. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's saying heavy and light. Okay, and he's got wings, and he has a bird's head. The whole thing depicts levitation. Yeah. Okay. So now what's it telling you? It's the symbology. It's the message. It's
And they
saying that
both
if you
have
are
the
more
bag in the
conserved,
other
as it
hand.
were.
Not a bag. I don't know what that is.
Yes. Yes. Well, it's an equal argument. It's saying there's an equilibrium. As I pointed out, it's an inverse proportionality, essentially inversion of the flow of time. Okay. So but more things slow time, the more heavier they weigh. The answer's right there in the picture.
Can you say a little bit more on the inversion of time part, please?
Roy, can you hear Alpha? His question?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Alpha. Basically, I have to give you a couple of the abstracts. You've got to understand that there's a fluidity to time. Okay, so we need to justify where that fluidity is coming from. And in my framework, I apply the laws of geometric conservation, okay, to all emergent phenomena, even emergent entropic time. Okay, so that time, as it were, the moments of time, we could call a now. And those nows follow in the arrow of time. Okay. And according to the laws of conservation, anything that shares linear motion, okay, will be conserved. And we see this if we tip smoke from a glass, it will form a fluid symmetry and fall, okay, defying the laws of convection. So this law of conservation governs all other laws. Okay, it's the main boy in the stack, as it were. Okay, so in my book, it applies to time, which provides that fluidity to time. And if we now have that fluidity to time, we can now describe gravity. We can say that gravity is essentially inversely proportional to the rate of its flow. In other words, it acts very similarly to that of a stream, in that the slower the flow of the stream, an inertia is born that grabs the flotsam in the stream to the shore. But in the fastest flow in the stream, midstream, as it were, in those hydrodynamics, there is no inertia. So if you hold a faster relative rate of time in that analogy, as it were, you will hold no inertial gravity upon you and hold a zero inertia state. And we see this manifest in superconductivity. Okay, so it's all about one's relative rate of time. Okay, and that differential in the flow of time gives us a passive differential inertia. There you go.
Hey Ray, may I ask one question if you got me on the speaker?
You go.
His name
Okay.
is Roy. Go ahead.
Hey, my name's Live Jitty. So there's like 5 things I want to say, but the first thing is, do you know the Cat Williams interview when he talked about the Anunnaki, if you will, and they had their watches? Like, what do those watches mean? I'm asking a question.
What? The watches on them, on their wrists.
Yes. Yeah.
How many
So,
segments do they have?
do you believe in time dilation?
Are you serious? Have you looked at his profile? Do
Okay,
you not
okay,
know?
okay.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, okay. I
I
best
have a
tell
theory.
everybody. Yeah.
Check
All
his
right, so
check
I
his
have a
Okay.
profile.
theory.
Hold
I have
on
a
a
theory.
second.
Right.
Let him respond to you, love. I'd
No.
love to hear your theory. Calm
Yeah.
down. We ain't going anywhere.
You need to sit down, bro. You need to sit down. Okay. Okay. I'm a theoretical physicist responsible for a holographic information framework called dilation theory.
Yup.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Great. That's perfect. That's what I want to talk about.
Well, there you
Go
go.
ahead, sir.
That's okay. It's okay. I come onto public spaces to inform everybody, because I tried the normal route of publication 30 years ago, and they said nah.
No, drive on, brother.
What's your theory? Did you want to share a theory with him real quick or no?
No, I want to hear his
Okay,
theory,
yeah, tell him your theory and
and then I'll
Okay.
what I think and my experience and
Okay.
all this that goes along with it.
all right.
Okay. Well, have you got a cup of coffee in front of you? I started it off
That sounds
real easy.
delicious, by the
But
way. I'm gonna do
basically,
that.
yeah.
I got a bottle
At
of
normal
water.
room temperature, well, that do. At normal room temperature, it's a fluid. Okay. If we change the properties of that fluid to excite the atoms in it, make it warmer, it changes its state, its behavior, okay, to that of a gas. We can also change its behavior, as it were, to that of a solid by reducing it. We can do something very clever with it and make it absolutely super cool, and it will have what we call a phase of quanta, okay, the
Right.
Beck phase,
I
okay,
got you.
a phase shared by superconductivity. So essentially, what things are in the cosmos are transforms of the same thing according to your properties at any one moment. Okay. Now,
Yep.
essentially, what that means is those moments of time, as it were, that denote us what we are, could be considered now not probabilistic, but what we call deterministic in that moment of now. And if these moments of now are continuous in nature, as per the arrow of time, as it were, then they fall under what we call conservational symmetries themselves. That applies a fluidity to those individual moments of time to create a more temporal hydrodynamic environment in the fifth dimension. But this environment is contextually virtual, and we are contextually abstract in that moment of now. So we cannot interact with it directly, but we can influence it as such by creating entropy. By any entropy slows time, and that slowing of time creates a differential in the temporal flow of time, therefore giving us an inertia. So if we hold a zero inertia state by having a faster relative rate of time, i.e. in the midstream of our flow of time, as it were, any directed entropy will create the inertia tugging us through the cosmos without motion, as it were. So we're moving without motion. But what we're doing is we're shortening the temporal lengths, as it were. So every part of our motion is essentially now a temporal teleportation. And I'll leave it there.
No, I get that 100% fifth dimension. But what if you're in the third dimension and you travel faster than where you left at their relative time? And let's say you go closer towards the speed of light.
Then
So
you're going to have
their time
dilation of
slows
time.
down, dilation of time. So if you had a watch that said their time is this, my time is that, and you can calculate that to know, you come back, let's say you were gone a year, to them it's 100,000 years, and see their progress.
Yeah, potentially. Essentially, if you are dilated, your time is almost frozen. With a black hole, we can consider them now a temporal superposition, i.e., a region of space-time that cannot make a determination of what it actually is. Okay, so that moment of now, as it were, is stalled, extended almost to infinity. So those moments of now are very flexible, as it were, and they are very stretchy, and that's that effect of time dilation. And like I say, it's all determined about your complexity of what you are. Okay, so the more complex we are, the slower our time, and the more simple we are in form, the faster our time. And we see that with a correlation between a mouse's life expectancy and that of a whale, for example, in that they correlate directly. Yet they will share exactly the same number of heartbeats, but their lives will be very, very different.
Uh,
But their
that's
tick rate,
that.
as it were, is
That's
the same to them.
that's where I disagree with you, because the Earth is spinning at the same speed as the Earth. It's like a mouse or an elephant, right? And the only reason why I say this is like, before 2011, I believed all kinds of crazy stuff, but I actually had an experience where I saw something trail a plane, and in front of me, I saw it. I was pulling my child down the road in a wagon, and I saw something that I can't explain. And I looked back up, and it was gone. And I asked myself, what the hell was that? I saw a UFO. Now, never before. I always thought it was hokey pocus, whatever you want to call it. Then I started going down the whole rabbit holes of all these things. Like, I think you were talking about like quartz and the earth and the piezoelectric effect, things like that. And I believe that. I think that maybe 20,000 years ago, the earth was tilted 15 degrees, and that was the equator, where all the temples and of the planet were shifted 15 degrees. I believe that, and I think they tapped into some energy that was the piezoelectric effect that had to do with the magnetism of the solar system, if you will. And so I went down this whole thing, and I was like, wow, something changed me, right? So I started thinking about that, and then I started getting into this whole time dilation, blah 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 blah. And I thought to myself, well, if I had the capabilities of speed like that, and I could go faster or fast as the speed
Ah,
of light, that I could
speed,
set
time,
my clock
distance.
to our time and have a clock to my relative time, and could, you know, go across the
You're
galaxy.
nearly there. You are so close. You are so close.
You know, I understand what
Speed.
you're saying, going in and
Okay.
out of the third and fifth dimension. It makes sense. I get that.
No, 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 no. No, this week getting confused. Think of speed, time, and distance. So simple rules, okay? And speed, and now the time variable is essentially much more flexible. In that, if you were to potentially record the journey, we can now press fast forward on the video recorder by speeding our relative rate of time. So at
Yeah, that's
normal
what I'm
pace
talking
of
about.
time, yeah.
So
So it's like,
when they talk about they
yeah.
got the,
So it's
like
faster rates of
the
time,
ancients
not
that I
speed.
believe, when the Earth was tilted 15 degrees, they were the gods, the Anunnaki, and I don't believe in crop circles. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I believe that a lot of people go out there and just have fun.
Hold
That's just
on, pause. First of all, sir, I
that's
have a
just me. That's
question.
just
Just a quick
personal opinion.
question. Were you here early on, or did you just pull up?
No, I've been here for a little
How
bit.
long you been here though? Like,
Let's say 45 minutes.
okay, so no, you missed it. You missed it. I deserve the right to be able to convince you. So hang on, put your seatbelt on. We're gonna talk about crop circles again
Yeah,
after we get
we're
through
good. We're
this.
good. It's all good.
Okay, but go ahead, finish what you're saying, and then we'll go to. I wanted to shout out to Screen. Thanks for coming, bro. But go ahead, finish what you were saying.
So my idea, and it might be not reality, but my whole thing before I saw what I saw was just hocus pocus, like I said before. But then it really dawned on me that there's a lot more going on than I realized, and it changed me in a lot of ways. And it just kind of put me in my place. I'm just a
Well, I'm gonna do the same thing
walk.
when it comes to the crop circles, okay? Just so you know. But go ahead.
Then that's cool. That you got touched in your way. I got touched in my way. I haven't seen a crop circle appear overnight, so that's your thing. That's my thing. Whatever. That's cool, and I'm with it. That's
And there's
cool.
science too.
That's
I got some
awesome.
science stuff. The backs that when they did some scientific, they did lab work on the crops that were,
Like
huh?
they were talking about perpetual motion. I don't believe in
No, what
that.
do you mean? What's that mean?
Energy from nothing. I don't
No, no,
believe
no.
that.
That's not how they were created. They think it was from some sort of electromagnetic like radiation. So it was radiation coming from these orbs. They have like so and well, we'll get to that, but I wanted you to finish your thought. We're going to go to the hands and then we're going to go back to the Arcibo message. I don't know, were you here for the Arcibo message?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Well, go ahead, finish. Yeah.
So my idea that there's somebody out there, wherever they're from, that has the capability of moving way faster than we could ever imagine, and I think it's been proven. And I've got a relative whose significant other is way, way up in the Navy, like Department of Navy, insane, whatever, that saw one and was like, whoa, dude, it was crazy. I seen it and it disappeared like that, like the little dot going out of a television, like an old school TV. And he's like, man, I would never believe it. Having said that, that means to me that it traveled faster than light, in my opinion. And that's what he believes. So the thing is, if you can move faster than that, then you got to have some kind of time to where you were at and their time versus the time they're in. So who's to say they didn't come here, 100,000 years ago, let's say, and dipped and come back, and 3 years of their time might have been 300 years in our time, or 3,000 years in our time, 300,000 years in our time. Who knows? In 3D version of reality. Now, I understand what he's talking about, 5D reality. I get that. They could be skipping through it. I don't know. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Sure thing, Chicken Wing. Did you want to respond to that, Roy, before we go to Spring?
Sure, he's right. Yeah, he's got about 75% of the picture, so you're not stupid. Okay, far from it, actually. I'd say you graduated already. Okay, definitely. But yes, potentially, nothing can move faster than light because of that dilation effect of time. Essentially, if you were to reach the speed limit of light, essentially, then time would stop. And now we've got a black hole, so we're not going anywhere. Okay, so it's like that. You get to finite things. And that's causalities, as it were. So you've got those speed limits, and any motion or movement slows time. So what you need to do is do this trick without any motion. And like I say, if you hold a zero inertia state, imagine that you have a state that has no inertia upon it at all, okay, due to it holding a faster relative rate of time due to the rules of gravity, okay? So it's free bound, as it were. Now imagine it not even considered now of the larger scales, okay? In certain phase dynamics, certain rules apply to certain elements of those phase dynamic environments, such as if we use superconductive rules of superfluidity, we get the environmental rules for that. So things act like they are quanta, not now of the larger scale. So those rules apply. So we know now that any slowing of time essentially creates that inertia that pulls in the cosmos, as it were, from that shortening the lengths of time, just like a black hole does, as it's swallowing the cosmos within itself. We can use the same technique in any form of directed entropy, like a microwave, for example. And with that way, we're bending space-time in front of us, pulling ourselves, tugging through it, as it were, but we're not in motion. So we're no longer breaking the rules, as it were. And if we keep that inertia drive on, as it were, we will reach infinite speeds. Okay, so Star Trek is very much possible as long as you don't move. Okay, that's the clue.
Is there a mathematical equation for what you just said?
Yes, it's published on my thing and it's in my pinned tweet, and it's called the hydrodynamics of the fifth dimension. All right,
On
it's
the
all
new.
in there and all the calculus. But you're going to have to learn tensor calculus now.
No, we're good. Thank you, buddy.
Sweet. Somebody else said they had a question for you. I invited them up, and I also see Gavin here. He's one of my other favorite scientists, or physicists.
And mine.
Um, you're definitely one, and so is Gavin. I sent him an invite. Hopefully, he'll come up here. He's like, one of the coolest. He breaks things down for.
No, he's my coolest.
No, he's
Yeah,
not.
he's
I
one
found
of
him
my
first. You
coolest.
found him. Wait, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, I think
Gavin found
he
me.
found you through. I don't know, y'all. I don't know, but especially both of you guys together.
Yep, I think we found each other
Yeah,
through
I think
you.
so. Which
I
is just,
ask
oh, there he
Roy a
is.
question, Maze?
Yeah, let me just say hi to Gavin real
Okay.
quick. He came up. I'm so glad. Hi, Gavin.
Can I not sneak in here and just be a listener sometimes? Just kidding.
No chance, bro.
No, not listen. They have the tunnels for that. If you want to listen from the tunnel, you got to listen anonymously, so I don't see you because I'm always going to shout you out and bring you up. But welcome. I'm glad you came.
Yeah, thanks. I've been enjoying it.
Cool, cool, cool. Well, hang out. Feel free to sit up here and ask any questions that you want, or chime in anytime that you like. Yeah, MV, did you want to ask Rory a question? Go ahead, and then
Yeah.
we'll go to screen, and then we'll get to Daryl and some of the other hands.
I don't want to take over your room, Maze.
You're good. Go ahead, MV. MV?
Roy and Daryl, I wanted to ask you guys, are you familiar with Adam's calendar in South Africa, the circular, what they call the circular pyramids? Do you think that that has any correlation to crop circles? And lastly, Roy, Gavin, does science accept the idea that there are multiple dimensions? And if so, I think, of course, they do, but it almost sounds esoteric to some people. If they do, how many dimensions are there?
Ah, dear. Go with the first question first. I have no idea what you are talking about. I've never heard anything of it. Sorry, so I can't comment. And well, string theory, I think I'm not sure how many they're currently up to at the moment, but in my reckoning, there's got to be the fifth. There's got to be a dimension that communicates with that, as it were, our holographic reality. You could pin that down in some sort of form of string theory, the manipulation of the fields. So there's a six, as it were. You've got the boundary of that it's the data as it's on, as it were, on that two-dimensional stuff. So again, you got more, and then you've got the information, as it were, the core. So perhaps 7, 8. There could be a few more. Do you know what I mean? We don't know.
Thank you for that question, MB. And I happen to be familiar with Adam's calendar. Matter of fact, I interviewed him on one of my shows shortly after he'd made the discovery. Um, and
Hellinger, right?
yes, yes, Michael Tellinger. And it was kind of in the early stages before he really kind of became more popular. But I met him at the Conscious Life Expo, or I can't remember. It's one of these events out in LA, and I had him on the show. And I wish I still had all of the archives, but they're gone now. But as the world, I think it's still standing as representation of the oldest geographic in the ground calendar that anybody's found yet, and I don't think that's been disputed, with the exception of the calendar of Dendera, which is found in a temple in Egypt, it was actually carved into the ceiling of one of the temples there, and Napoleon dynamited it out and sold it to the King of Spain, and that is regarded as probably the most ancient depiction of the cosmos that we have, and with everything that eventually became known as our versions of horoscopes. So there was that, but it's interesting that you would ask that question about Adam's calendar. And I wanted to poke back my nose into this conversation that Bruce had brought up with Roy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like pieces of that dialogue was related to, I think it was Einstein that did the experiment known as Schroeder's cat, I believe, with elements of time dilation. If you're traveling on a train at X speed and you observe an object, and I could be wrong.
Yes, frames of reference and stuff. Gavin is the expert about frames of reference. Direct all questions to him.
Oh, okay. So I was kind of correcting that, but I want to interject a different paradigm. If we get through the paradigm that time and travel and distance is all linear, and this is say, what if? I reference this with the experience of Billy Meyer. For those who are familiar with the Billy Meyer story out of Switzerland, which was probably one of the early pioneers in terms of real UFO disclosure and his conversations and pictures and videos, because Billy had the same thing. He has these video footages, and you see a UFO object hovering in a tree, and then in the next instant, it's gone, and then it pops back up. It's back in that same spot in the treetop. And what Billy Meyer, it's not that sometimes they're not shooting off, and I'm not saying I believe it's entirely possible that there's some type of intelligence or life form or civilization that has craft that they've mastered travel, however that might be. They can travel at speeds that
Oh,
we can't
yes.
fathom. But this is interesting. Billy Meyer said what the Pleiadians told him, what he thought. He says, well, how did you go around so fast? Where did you go and how did you get back? What they told Billy Meyer is they have a technology they just jump time. They said that the
That's right.
object never moved. It was always there. They just moved back a year, 2 years, 20 years, or 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So
Temporal
yes.
teleportation.
So maybe it's not about distance and time and travel at speeds, because sometimes we can experience that. And also we're looking at somebody that can teleport and bend time.
That's right, essentially. So time is flexible. So imagine a dragonfly. Okay. He lives in a different relative rate of time from me and you. Okay. In a much faster relative rate of time. We think that they've been evolving for so long that the geometries of their bodies essentially follow certain rules of conservation or symmetries. Essentially, there's geometries of even in the makeup of their body. We believe that they experience what we call bullet time. Okay, so imagine our dragonfly now, but his symmetry of conservation applied to him is now tenfold. Imagine his relative rate of time, and now how quickly he can zip around you. Okay, you see what I mean? It's not about speed. Time is a factor in that speed, time, distance. Okay, so you mess around with the speed, the time variable, as it were. You mess around with the whole equation. In that, if you speed your relative rate of time so much so that you can potentially reach your destination momentarily after leaving.
Bingo. And I know Maze is probably got blood coming out the corner of her mouth and biting her tongue, because I know she's probably reading into this Operation High Jump and Looking Glass Technology, the Cube, or the USS Eldridge, where we kind of botched that experiment of trying to jump time. Didn't work out so good for us.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
No,
that's
it's
Philadelphia.
fraught
Yeah.
with difficulty. Yeah, essentially, different phases of existence exhibit different temporal properties, okay, that come with those environments. And changing, like I said, with the coffee cup or the water, all it requires is a change of the electron state, essentially, to change the consistency of what we actually are. Okay, even the elemental level, for example, adding a few electrons to something can make it a completely different element. You see what I mean? It's the properties denote what things are, and with it, the behavioral and then temporal properties of it.
Wow, you just break it down so like silky smooth, man. I love it. I love it.
I try and make it as easy as possible. I use coffee cups and
Yeah,
streams and
you
things.
should I call it, just to give you a compliment. You know, Bob Marley in an interview, somebody asked him what is Rasta, and Bob says, it's not an easy thing to explain, but then there's some that can do it, and you're one of them, and says that those that can do it can make it so simple that even a baby can understand. That's you. That's Rasta
Yeah,
style.
exactly. Exactly. If you can't tell it like this, you don't know your shit. Okay, and this is it. This is my challenge to Brian Greene. Okay, Ed Whitten, and a few other people, is that we're going to have a load of 9-year-olds in our audience, and we're both going to give our case. Okay, and then the 9-year-olds are going to be our jury. God help them.
I got a question. Who knows about the Gateway Project here from Devereaux?
Me.
Very good. So, did you go to the program too?
Well, I went to an offshoot program.
Oh, it's all stemmed out of Butler, Pennsylvania. It's the holy shit grail of everything. See, they've been working on trying to break through Looking Glass because Alice is behind the Looking Glass. But listen to me. That's what they called me at CIA Gateway. The McLeods ran it. My father was a McLeod, CIA. No joke. And all the receipts are posted here on X. And if you don't believe me, go do your own research. It goes from all the way back from 1947 with John and his brother. You know what I'm talking about, Alan Dulles? Yeah, fucked
Yes,
everyone.
yes,
They
yes,
fucked
yes,
the
yes,
whole
yes.
world.
Bang on.
You have no idea what you're dealing with in the spiritual realm. High priest here of the McLeods. Get ready. Everything's about to change. Frequency, everything. You know, with that big red planet with the blue, oh, the frequency's purple, bros, and everything's going to change. It's all a lie from the Freemasons all the way down to tear us apart. Hate. We got to change the frequency. We win.
We got to show them that ultimately we are Avatar,
We are
and
the
that essentially we
Drudai,
are all
actually known
one.
as Drudai, off of Jedi.
But let him finish what he's saying, and then
No
you can
problem.
respond if you know, because what he said is very interesting.
Yeah,
Avatar,
he's right.
Roy.
Yes, essentially we inhibit. Okay, this might be ontological for people in that those moments are now to note that we live in a holographic space-time continuum. Okay,
Bravo.
that we are potentially our cosmos is an emergent phenomena of the cosmos itself, and that we are avatar-like. Okay, in that we live in a construct, and therefore our construct will have a constructor,
You're so smart.
be
I
that
love you.
divinity if you wish. Okay, you may wish so that is divine. Okay, because that is beyond the paradigm of even our own imagination, perhaps. But if we pursue the conservational nature of our apparent cosmos in that explanation of time and gravity and everything else with it, in that we take that conservation to its ultimate game, okay, that we are, yes, all potentially one, experiencing different lives, as it were, through a point of reference, okay, a frame of reference, okay. So that makes us potentially very, very, very special to the cosmos, okay, and that's possibly one of the reasons why we are getting visited by certain other species, okay, in that we actually might be Generation Z of the cosmos. Okay, now that's quite a shock to a lot of people. Okay, but the potentialities of it are there. Okay, even though that this civilization that's potentially visiting us is very, very ancient, it is itself seeking understanding of its mother. It's the cosmos itself. Okay, so we are essentially a manifestation emergent of the cosmos to learn and discover about itself.
Agreed.
So
Oh my
we are
goodness,
very,
Maze,
very
can I
special.
jump in?
Okay, our planet is
This is so
essentially Eden.
inspiring.
Okay,
I love
and
them.
yes, okay, so it's quite ontological for a lot of people, but it remains hope. And yes, you're right. There's a lot of factions that are trying to divide humanity in whatever flavor or form that they try to do. Okay, but ultimately, I don't consider that you require faith. You now just require understanding of the knowledge required to actually understand that. Okay, and that's probably where Gavin will come in and explain all those different frames of references. Okay, because they're very important to understand.
Everything's spiritual, my brother. 88 miles an hour. Yes, it's what it's about.
All right. So I think MV had a question for you, and then we're gonna hit on some of these hands, and then we also have more stuff. And guys, later we're gonna talk about the Anunnaki. We're gonna talk about some of the predictions and talk about some other stuff. So we're gonna get into all of that. Super stoked. I can't believe my panel. Okay, I feel super lucky. Go ahead, MV. Then we're gonna go to Screen. I wanted to hear from him as well, and some of the other speakers. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, Roy, like you feed my soul. As you were explaining that, I was thinking of the way that I kind of explain whatever might be God or, what connects us all. And I think I kind of explain it like imagine you have a franchise of McDonald's and everyone else has a franchise of McDonald's, but there's a major headquarters and all of those are still McDonald's, but that headquarters is where all of the energy is fused into, making the larger component of
Yeah,
those pieces.
an onion is a good one. A
McDonald's
contextual onion
of all
layered
franchises. You know what
cosmos.
I'm saying? Damn. I'm just kidding. I mean, no, just kidding. Go ahead, Screen. Welcome to the stage. Nice to see you, brother. What you got?
Oh, what's going on, y'all? Great discussion as usual. I
Uh oh, if he's talking, I
oh,
can't
you
hear
can't
him.
hear me? I'll cycle back.
He'll cycle back, Maze.
I can hear him.
Okay, I sent him the invite. Hopefully, he'll come back up. Sorry, I'm out in the country, guys. The reception is no joke, and it only happens really at night for some reason.
I can hear
Okay.
the crickets.
Thank
You
you,
got
Maze,
your
for allowing me out,
cricket.
love. Thank you, Maze.
Of course, anytime. Uh, all right, Screen. Let's do a mic check. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, y'all been covering some really cool stuff. I have some thoughts on the Arecibo reply, but I'll just kind of skip that. Um, y'all were talking about the um, like the watches and the little bags that the Anunnaki guys are holding, and y'all were like hitting on one of my like fringe theories so closely that I just had to come up and share. And that's why I enjoy Roy's stuff in the first place, because I'm pretty much self-taught on all of this from my experience. Most people know my story, and I feel like UAP is just the occult and Hermeticism type of teachings repackaged, and all the philosophers were kind of talking about a matrix in different terms back in the day, and the psychological guys, so it's like it just lines up with the time dilation matrix type theories to me. But what is interesting about that stuff is, it's all pretty much about reflection. Everything's a reflection of everything else, and it's fractal and all that, right? When you get into as above, so below. But what's interesting is with the guys with the handbags, uh, if you kind of break that down in images or symbols, hieroglyphs, they're it's not like a word, right? So it's not really specific. It's they break down in multiple
No,
ways. That's the beauty of them.
telling a story. It's telling a story, isn't it?
Exactly, with a picture. And basically, if you break those pictures down, um, the handbag itself is a bag representing knowledge or fertility, right? If you break the bag down, though, the top is a rainbow, the bottom is a cube. A rainbow is bending light. A cube usually represents Earth or the third dimension. So they're using bending light to travel from one side or one point to the other, right? And then the watches are exactly it's time travel 101, right? You get the watches so you can sync up with the homies. You only have a specific window. And once you understand how light works, and if you can kind of manipulate or have the enough energy to manipulate ionized plasma, um, that's kind of like what all that stuff is about, right? And then it opens up all these other doors. And interestingly enough, um, traveling backwards in time is like a whole nother concept, right? But my argument is that it exists in nature along X points. And you can find remnants of spots like this, in my opinion, in places like Peru, where a Maru Meru is essentially like a doorway in the side of a granite cliff. And if you follow the lore, essentially the priest, when the Spanish invaded, he took the sun disk, ran up into the mountains, and he hid out for a couple months. And then he used it to open the doorway or the portal, and nobody ever saw him again, allegedly. Well, interestingly enough, that same area you can find depictions of Viracocha, and there's similar Egyptian ones where it's like a dude holding two snakes. They're basically symbolizing that those people have power over nature. And what we're theorizing now, as far as to basically do portals, would be to have like a stable ring of cosmic particles. Like if you could somehow harness that, right? Well, guess what granite does, right? And so it's like you see all these overlaps here, and whether it was a physical thing or just a mental thing where they were traveling, it does seem like there was some stuff like that going on, and that just fascinates me, and it really shows like how much we've lost over time, that we're kind of relearning things that used to be like the law of the land. And so I just really love hearing people talk about all that stuff. I appreciate it.
We love you too, bro.
Sorry, my button was sticky. Okay. All right. Let's tap in with, we have yet to hear from Kendon, and then so once we get through these hands, we're gonna pick back up on some of the material stuff, and then we'll get back to the hands. Let's go to Kendon, and then Yoda, and then Armageddon, and then we'll go back to Two Feathers.
Thanks, Mace. Roy, I love being on this, listening to you and some of the other speakers here. You guys are just amazing, the knowledge and what have you. I can theorize physics, but I can't do the math. And so it's interesting to hear about it all. Anyway, um, my main thing that I took away from this is I got really kind of excited when you were talking about ley lines at the same time you're talking about crop circles. I started to say this to you the other night, Mace, that I had a supernatural experience, much like one of these other people that were just talking said they looked up and they saw something and it was there and then it was gone. But mine was um, it was profound, and it's probably one of the most profound experiences of my life. It stemmed from my near-death experience, where I got my pacemaker now. But it wasn't the near-death experience so much as it. I think that gave me the key to it. The knowledge that there's something more than just life, and that it's continuous. That's what I got from my near-death experience. I understood that very well. Well, when I had this experience, God showed me his nature. And one of the things, and I say he very lightly because I don't see God as a he. I see God as the ancient math of the universe not the programmer, but the very programming itself. We basically exist within the consciousness of our creator. That's how God showed me. That's the best way I could describe it. But it's interesting and ironic that where I was shown that when that experience took place was what I would call a ley line. Um, I didn't know it until after I was telling other people about my experience, and they said, "You know, that woman that lived right two doors away from you up on that farm. People used to come from all over the world to her farm because she was having aberrations and visions, and which mine was very aberrationist. It was I don't know if you've ever been to Disney and they're in the haunted house and they're dancing around the holographic thing. That's how it came to me. Was very holographic. I could see the expressions on the faces of what I now know from scripture would be my cloud of witnesses. But anyway, I didn't know about her experience, and I didn't know because I moved into that house quite a few years after she had been there. Her name is Nancy Fowler in Conyers, Georgia, in case you're interested in just checking out what I'm referring to. But she was getting visions, and people were coming from all over the place. The Catholics kind of swooped in there and took over, if you will. But I didn't know anything about that when what happened to me, and I was just telling people about what happened to me. It was the most profound and religious, if you would, experience, spiritual experience of my life. I don't know if I'd call it religious so much as spiritual. As I said, God showed me His nature. I say Him just because we like to think of God as being fatherly, but there was no connotation that He was male or female, or that it was male or female. And we'll put it that way. What I was shown is, the crop circles that you it's ironic. So this is all coming together: crop circles and ley lines, and you were just talking about how granite does something with that. I live very close to Stone Mountain, Georgia, and there's a piece of granite that goes underneath 7 states here. And that place where this happened to me has granite right on top of the ground all around it. I mean, it's like a big old slab of granite everywhere you look. So, and I'm not talking about little pieces. I'm talking the whole area has a lot of granite that's popping out of the ground, kind of thing. So I don't know if that has anything to.
Well, there'll be lithium
Yeah, I
underneath
don't
that.
know if that has anything to do with it or not, but it's very close
You
to
know,
a river,
the
as you were.
the map for missing persons in America almost exactly lines up with the cave systems as well. I don't know if you've seen that map. It's pretty scary though.
Think about this. Isotope 235 is captured in it, and its life expectancy is seconds. God's voice.
I can tell you this. I've never experienced anything in my life. I was 59 years old. When I had my near death experience, I saw my granddaughter's auras as I was dying. And I knew there was something to that because they were different colored auras. My one granddaughter's healthy, and she had a more pink and yellow and just vibrant red. And then my other granddaughter, who has had a heart condition her whole life, she just now had a transplant a few years ago, and she's doing really good. But she had been sick her whole life. She had more of a pastel type of aura. Now, if you'd have said aura to me prior to that day, I probably would have laughed at you. I didn't believe in such nonsense. But that gave me that what I call the key to the bridal chamber, because that experience that I call my Holy Ghost experience, I'm sure it's related in a lot of different ways by a lot of different cultures over centuries. Anybody who's had this type of experience is going to say it was the most profound experience of their life, and it was for me. I literally was seeing stuff and hearing stuff, and uh, the first thing that I heard before I started into the experience was "Simple Stone." Even those in Sardis are rooting for you. I didn't know what that meant. I now know, according to Scripture anyway, what it means, and so and it fell right in line with everything that was about that experience. And people call them watchers, cloud of witnesses. I don't know. I don't know what to call them, to be honest with you. But I could see the expressions on their faces while my cup was being poured out, and it was a very, very, very. I mean, I can't even say it enough. I call people. I tell people that it's my compulsive behavior order instead of disorder, because I can't help but tell people about it when I get with somebody with virgin ears, if you will. But one of the things that I found interesting about this is because when I was seeing when God was showing me His nature, her nature, whatever you want to call God, and showing me that it was the ancient math of the universe, and it was scrolling in front of me. And I've never taken advanced math, so there was no reason for me to understand this math that was scrolling in front of me. And yet, for some reason, in that position, in that time, at that particular place, I was understanding it. That in itself was part of the whole supernatural nature of it. But a lot of that was with geometry, and that really did remind me of the crop circles, especially when I researched crop circles after that fact, and saw how intricate they are. That's that also kind of goes with the ley lines and the cathedrals. If you think about all the cathedrals around the world, they have those geometric patterns in their windows and what have you. There's something to all of that. Who knows exactly what all of that is, but there is definitely something to. And I think that there is a particular places on Earth where you can get, we'll just say you see through the veil, if you will, between dimensions, maybe. I don't know how else to describe it other than I've never had anything like that happen to me in my life. And, there was no explanation for it. It just happened. But there's a podcast I'm going to drop in the pill. Joe Rogan is talking to Randall Carlson, and Randall Carlson is he's a geologist, and he's also into geometry and the ancient math and stuff. And he gives one of the best descriptions of all of this as far as the math is concerned at the very end of that podcast. It's podcast 606 with Joe Rogan and Randall Carlson, and you've got to see it. I mean, it's a long podcast. You might want to skip to the very end where he's talking about the ancient math. But
I'll check
yeah,
it
it's
out. I'll
really,
check it out.
really interesting stuff. And I think that whole thing, that the geometric patterns and all that we've been discussing here
Hmm.
tonight is, yeah, there's a whole lot more to
I,
it.
I,
If you ever did any,
there is, You're right. Okay. In the essentially, it comes down to a thing, an emergent phenomena. Okay, modus operandi. Essentially,
yes,
the gears, the cogs, as it were, of our cosmos. Okay, is called a mechanism called dynamic behaviorism. Okay, and it's dynamic in nature, and it determines the behavior.
I'll
Okay,
tell you what,
it's
it
that sort of
changed
thing.
me to my very core. I really,
But it's,
I akin it to what people
yeah,
say about being born again, because it really, the experience was so profound.
yeah, it's fractal like
Yes.
essentially, and you're
Yeah.
right, and it's applicable independently of scale. So it's scalar variant in its nature. Okay, so that provides all the geometric unities of the scales as well. It explains why flowers have the shapes they do, the cone has the shape it has, galaxies have their shape,
Yeah,
and
the
so on.
flower code for
All
sure.
that,
Yeah.
that conservation all the way up, as it were, yeah, is replicated right the way through. And that's where that thing as above, so below, because the rules apply as above, so below.
Yeah. I can't explain it, any of it. And I'm not going to try to explain any of it other than, it happened and it was the most profound experience of my life. And
I had
Thank you.
something similar. I got
And
knocked
your
down
death
when I was
experience?
16. Yeah, I got knocked down when I was 16 in a road traffic incident. I was a pedestrian and I got mowed down. The car was doing about 60 miles an hour
holy
that hit
crap.
me. I went about 35 feet in the air. I touched the very high poles, the light poles on or like fast freeway sort of roads in the UK,
Wow.
and come crashing down onto the curb. And they took me off to hospital. I was laid in snow and I had hypothermia, and I'd smashed both my legs, tibia fibia on both legs, dislocated knees, smashed on the right hip to pieces, lost 3 ribs on the right side, lost all my teeth. Okay, yeah,
Yes.
instantly lost all
Wow.
my teeth. I landed on the curb, the pavement curb, with my mouth. Okay,
Wow.
open. Always had a big mouth. Should have kept my mouth shut. But yeah, they rebuilt me. I'm like the $7 million man,
I got a
basically.
little bit of that cyborg stuff in me too. I got
Yeah,
a hip
I
and
got
a
a few bits
pacemaker.
of I've got some bits and pieces in me, that's for sure. But yeah, I had a near-death experience. They took me to hospital, all that, and I can remember being above, sort of feeling, oh man, this is so cool, being able to go anywhere and listen to the guy getting grief from his missus because he didn't do something for the cat before he had his accident. Things like that. Yeah,
Oh man.
like yeah, yeah, and that turned out to be real because I sent my mum on an inquiry for that one.
Wow.
So it was like really weird.
Yeah, there's
But
definitely,
all the
look, this
lines
to
and everything
anybody,
were all like rainbowed edges
yeah,
and
to anybody
all
who's
that sort of thing.
listening,
It was very
let
weird.
me just tell you,
Can you not interrupt him
I'm
though while
sorry.
he's talking?
I just wanted to add to what he was saying.
God, it's no problem. We can open mic it, Maze on mine, no problem.
To anybody who's listening, though, I just want to say that this is not all there is. What you say, the energy
No,
conservation is
there's not.
there's definitely something after this. So if anybody wants to know,
Yes, there is.
I came very, very, with my near death experience, I came very aware that there's something
Well,
after this, and it
we are
definitely is.
Avatar.
Yeah, yeah, that avatar
Yeah,
stuff
we are
strikes home
Avatar
with
of
me
a
too.
construct. So, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for letting me
Okay.
speak.
Sure thing, chicken wing. All right. So it is going on 10:40 right now. So I just wanted to give everybody a shout out. Welcome to the space. We're talking about crop circles, hybrids, near death experiences, anything that's to do with time, space, physics, just traversing, the world and beyond the little boxes that we are conditioned to think in. And so hopefully this is serving as some, thought provoking type of, I don't know, experience. That's what I'm hoping that you guys get out of it. We are going to go over the Arcibo message again because I know there was only just a small amount of people in here, which I thought was super fascinating. Something was sent out into a message in a binary code. And they didn't think that they were going to ever hear anything back because the first constellation, well, the one that they sent it to was 25,000 light years away. Well, 27 years later, guess what? Someone responded, and they responded in the same format using crop circles. What? And we're going to talk about that, and we're going to talk about the Anunnaki. There was a book that landed in my Kindle. When I say landed in my Kindle, I didn't buy it. I didn't even hear. This is the very first time I ever heard of the Anunnaki. I was actually going to read a different book in Clubhouse. It was Angelic Origins of the Soul. But when I opened it, there was this book there that I'd never seen, and me and my friend Taz decided to just read it. And next thing you know, it was like a huge space. It was one of the best spaces I had. It was very interesting, nonetheless. And so that was kind of my introduction into the tablets. So we're going to talk about that, and we have MV here. We also have some stuff in the nest that also relates to the Anunnaki and, well, Mesopotamia, and that kind of connects everything. This is also fascinating. It's all underlined by ley lines and pyramids, and just these mysteries that are not talked about, I don't think, enough. So with that being said, we have a few more hands, and then we're going to get right back into it. I believe I said Armageddon and then Yoda, and then we're going to go back to Two Feathers. And then I'm going to cycle some people. I see you guys requesting. Thank you for being patient. Just hang tight. I will get you up here. Go ahead, jump in.
All right, Maisie Bean. Okay, so I told you I was gonna step down because I was so hyper and excited, and so I realized that I'm not having a panic attack. I'm getting a lot of confirmation with some of the stuff I said, and I'm having the truth chills. We're gonna call it that, truth chills. I was summoned back for the graphene comment I made, and all that was, if Daryl's still listening, there you are, Daryl. Is it was just a vision kind of that I had, one of those sort of momentary downloads. Graphene can sort of harness and trap radioactive elements, from my understanding. And my Anubis, my Basenji dog, um, ate my eyeglasses, so I can't see in order to post in the purple pill. So I was going to post graphene nuclear reactors, and instead it might have come out like new granite reactions to countertops or something. Um, so, couple things I had to take notes. Won't be long. Napoleon Dynamite. Daryl, I always thought that was an adjective. I graduated high school with him in class of 96, and I never knew what that meant. So that's amazing. Another layer to the comedy movie. Is great movie. Um, let's see. With Roy, I was like, who's this man talking so much to Daryl? And then one of those humbling moments, I checked his profile, and I'm like, oh, okay. Hello, sir. Um, let's see what else. Okay. I have something to say about the well that you posted the other day, Maze. And I just also wanted to say something to MV real quick before I talk about this well idea. MV, when Roy, and I think, who was it? I cannot remember. I'm so sorry. Kenan or Gavin maybe was talking about about how in the cosmos we were seen as possibly superior, and I was like, nailed it. MV's got a very established philosophy about that, and I thought it just resonated so well with that. And then after Kendon just spoke, it really made me understand, because I've talked a lot about in your groups about 3 paranormal experiences I have, which is my next book. And it seems to me that the people that seek these esoteric forms of knowledge don't really experience it. Maybe they're the messengers, and they aren't really they're the seekers, but maybe they're the messengers and not really the experiencers. Because at least from what I'm gathering is these pursuits, they're not residual. These experiences aren't residual of intellectual pursuits. They're more spiritual experiences. And that the tree of knowledge, maybe knowledge itself isn't of the mind, but it's satya, sat, it's truth of soul, which is Javan in Sanskrit. And that these intellectual pursuits we can spend our whole lives looking for them, but the people who experience these alien abductions and these things, it seems to be of a soul gift. And MV, I just also wanted to say that I sent Maze a text, a DM saying, now I believe that it's a conspiracy and that I talked about pyramid generators and Elon doesn't want me to speak. So I just want to say, you know how I said I have a Basenji, my little Anubis? She was eating my Bluetooth that wasn't even on, and it turned it on. So maybe if you have a Bluetooth, check it. If and you can't hear the room ever. Um, Let me see. Anything else I missed? So with Roy, I would love to see Maze host a space. I would love to host a space or co-host someday. Like I said, with Daryl and Linda Moulton Howe. But God, if I could pick your brain about CERN, I just not right in this moment, but I do have a theory that we all died in 2012 and switched timelines through CERN. So I'm gonna shut up with my weird ass tinfoil hat, but I know I'm in good company. Thank you so much, y'all. And yeah, graphene was it was a
Great.
plasma. I saw the amoeba of plasma hovering above the pyramids. And you asked, my name is Deandra, but call me D. You asked why I had said graphene, and it was literally just an idea about plasma harnessing all these these radioactive elements. That's all, as China's doing. And if I can find my eyeglasses, I'll post the link.
Plasma physics and graphene are related. Yes, they are. Okay, in that they've been testing graphene in certain environments, the superconductivity phase. Okay, and seeing what the attributes and properties are with them. Also, graphene can be very handy in what we call cold fusion. Okay, in that you can place certain elements within the lattice of the graphene sheets, as it were, at the very tiniest of scales. Say, for example, hydrogen. And then you can move the lattice sheets, as it were, and get the hydrogen come closer and closer and closer to each other and produce energy.
Amazing. Okay, thank you. And then Maze, can I say one thing about the well you posted the other day, babe?
Yeah,
Okay, so
sure.
you guys I'm sorry, I'm so excited about this. Okay, so because truth, I had a 1.9 GPA. I am not a nuclear physicist. But the research I've done, I'm so excited that I can wrap my head around it, because I kind of like tell people to explain things to me like I eat crayons for breakfast. So that's how I write my book, And so I'm just really excited because, okay, you posted a well photo of this ancient well, and I posted it in the Purple Pill, and I reposted your post. And it's this like incredible. I can't remember how deep it was. It's so incredible. Very mathematical. Looks like the Fibonacci sequence to me. And I just, again, these are only downloads that are coming, truth chills I get. But it feels like the aliens are etching. Daryl had said something about burnt in the ground, calendars in the ground. And I just got this weird hit that well you posted was the aliens sort of singeing, scorch earth, as they do with crop circles, that they sort of inverted a, see, I get a heart, one heart. Thank you so much, guys. Somebody might be agreeing with me, but it's like it felt like maybe it was an inverted stamp of a computer chip or a computer code, because and that's what I said, we are in a simulation 100%. Like this technology is so far advanced that they could build something that sick and beautiful. I just feel like it's definitely a
Yes.
crop circle that's been inverted. That's my
like a reverse static image. You know, that's how they do
Yes.
modern xerography. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially a representation of the microcosm scale, but at macrocosm scales. Okay, so the geometries of those electrons, as it were, orbiting in the in that relationship. Okay, what would that look like? What would be the energies and the forces at work? Okay, and how would that craft something underneath it?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm just getting you to imagine. Imagine if you had an atom and you blew up the atom to enormous size, the size of a spacecraft.
Yeah, that'd be like
Okay, and the
that.
atom has electrons orbiting it, and those electron fields, okay, they're going to create a drag, as it were. Okay, the electrons interact with the material. So, for example, if we go to touch fingers, it's not our atoms that are touching; it's the electrons that are extended around our atoms that are preventing us from touching. So, it's the electrons that are knocking things, as it were. And if you see some of the crops, where the knuckles of the crops are bent, okay, you will see that some of them are split. And they're split because inside got very, very hot. And that denotes that microwave energy was potentially used. Okay, so you see what I mean? There's lots of answers already in front of you if you look carefully enough.
Yeah, I think that's so beautiful, and I am going to step down and just listen. I just saw one last note though to Daryl, when Daryl said that graphene was in the vaccines. Now I just finished my nuclear guidebook, okay, but I chose to not link citations to things that could get me in big trouble and be visited by ABC agencies. So I did not, I withheld to write it in the book. And so I'll be careful with my words. But he reminded me of, so I write about zombie apocalypse and how there's only two possibilities I could think of and write, without getting in trouble, which was toxoplasmosis and some other things that could turn us into zombies. But graphene, Daryl, that's all I'm going to say. Graphene. That's all I'm going to say. Zombies, graphene, boom, we're done. Okay. And I'm going to shut the fuck up now. Thank you so much.
It's probably better part of wisdom and discretion. I understand.
All right. Thank you, Armageddon. Okay, Yoda, jump in. Thank you for being patient. And then we're gonna go back to Two Feathers. And I just brought up Hollow Cipher. Shout out to you, brother. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Nice to have you here. And I brought up Godhead Source. Welcome to the stage. All right, jump in, Yoda.
Hey guys, just wanted to say, I heard someone
Oh
earlier.
boy, I gotta move you, Yoda, and bring you right back. I'm so sorry because I need to hear what you're saying too. Hold on. All right. I just sent you the invite to come back up. If you didn't see it, just hit the request and it'll beam you up here like magic. Yoda, where you at, bud? I hope I... Where'd he
Sorry,
go?
I didn't hear it. Sorry, Don.
There he is. Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Hi. Yes. Welcome.
Loud
Jump
and
in.
clear.
Hey everybody. Yeah, so I just heard. I just wanted to share something. I remember someone earlier tonight mentioning that they don't believe in perpetual motion machines. Well, using magnets, and magnets don't lose their strength for 200 to 400 years, so you could actually create an everlasting generator motor. And the second thing, in terms of over unity and kind of a device that could actually give you perpetual energy and motion, can actually potentially harness plasma within a magnetic structure, and then just put a spark gap there to jump the electricity and have unlimited sources of energy. So anyone that's followed, a big shout out to Roy and Amanda. Anyone that follows the MH370 investigation, it's basically impossible not to have those kinds of over unity devices with some of the technology that we've seen in the black military industrial complex kind of projects. So just wanted to share that, see if anyone had any thoughts on that. I think the gentleman who mentioned that he didn't believe in perpetual motion machines left, but that's okay.
He was requesting a little while ago, so he's still probably in the space. But if he does come back up, I'll bring him. But if anybody else wants to comment on it, by all means, please,
Yeah.
please do.
And Roy, shout out to you
I
as
mean,
well.
the only thing would be the resistance in the bearing that would build up heat after a while. But depending on your field, you could mitigate that with how you were doing it.
For sure, 100%. Yeah. You just have to put it together right, I guess, make sure it, doesn't have too much friction.
Put it in a superconductive state, it will have no friction whatsoever.
100% agree with Roy. 100%. That's all I wanted to say. Bye for now, guys.
Thanks, Yoda. Okay. Two feathers. Jump in.
I'm going to go very spiritual on you right now.
I love spirituals.
Oh.
Sprinkle me, man.
Now, you've ever watched the Hopi prophecy from 72?
I have not actually, but I've wanted to. But MV has.
Good, because anyone who hasn't should, because do you know why 13's unlucky? I'm going to tell you.
Is it? It's
Yeah,
unlucky? Tell
military
me.
won't even make ranks, coffin ranks, racks so you can sleep in them. That's anyone in the military would tell you that because Neptune's afraid of the number. Because Atlantis sunk in 13 seconds, the Emerald City. I remember it 4 weeks ago in a past memory. Yes, 13 seconds is why it's unlucky to Neptune. In other words, he was the father of Arthur Pendragon, known as the Mashiach. Yes, he is known as the Messiah, also known as the Pan, where pandemic come from. Yes. And the Pan was sacrificed, known as Aslan. And they make all these films to teach you many things in the spiritual realm, the CIA. Just like Highlander. I'm the McLeod at the end. There can be only one. We're the architects. This is a matrix, indefinitely, for sure. We are the ones that created it. We are the kings and queens of the earth, like Queen sang. All of us. And they lied about everything. This is the Roman circus. The Romans took over a long time ago, and his name was Constantine. He also was known as Mordred, also known as the son of Morgana. Stabbed me in the back, and that's how Atlantis sunk. Everything's spiritual, and everything's going to change. Red, blue planets in the sky making purple, and everything's magical again. Kingdom's coming back, and get ready. Maybe we'll see some unicorns. I know Sasquatch is over here where they try to shoot Trump here in Butler, Pennsylvania. It's crazy. Spiritual things like Erie, Pennsylvania. Can't wait to get there. Everything's spiritual. Get ready for the real magic. Star Wars is beginning. My father was running the MK Ultra program. John Randall Brainerd Sr. No joke. The McLeods. My grandmother was Bertha McLeod. Bertha your McLeod. It's fucking awesome. There can be only one, and God is good. Arthur's back and the land is good. Down by low Edinburgh, Jamaica. Edinburgh, Jamaica, what the fuck? Excuse me, my French. But anyhow, you will find Arthur's Seat. It's on the map if you follow the yellow brick road because they're casting spells. And Queen was telling you it's a kind of 3 times because that's the charm. And the greatest charm was 3,000 years ago what Aslan created. The real magic is on the third day, and the wake up call is here. And everyone's going to be free from the mistakes of one man called Lucifer, came down from heaven under Asher, screwed everything in the ass. But guess what? I don't know why they do that, but God is in charge, and we're going to figure it all out together. The real magic's in the Roman circus, the red, the blue, it's spiritual Star Wars, and it's all true.
You're bang on. Maze, I've got to answer your question. I'll do it for you here. Going down the rabbit hole. Okay.
Yeah,
That's the
I'm looking
journey.
glass. I'm looking glass.
Yeah,
The
Maze
veil.
sent me a
I'm
direct
the veil.
message.
They put it upon my eyes.
Oh, hold on, he's talking to me. Can you
I'm
just give him a
sorry. I
second to
just want to
finish?
say it's the veil that's between us, the space and time. It's splitting and separating Alice from the rest of us under the looking glass.
Very much so. Yes, we are avatar as such, and representations of information are transformed as such in the symmetry of time. So you can perceive that in many ways, but it's all about our particular frame of reference upon it, essentially.
Ooh, okay. So, I want to
Yeah, that's
unpack
the
that.
journey,
You're my hero,
Maze.
man. I love you. You're fantastic. What a mom.
Bro, if you can't control yourself while he is interpreting something I sent him that is super important, I might have to boot you and bring you right back, okay? Just give me a second. Please. Okay, what are you saying? Tell me, Roy. I need to know.
Okay. If when you go on the trip of the rabbit hole and you realize what you're dealing with for the first time, as it were, it's quite terrifying, Maze. Okay. So it's like a discovery, but you're tripping along, you're using the logic, as it were, and you go, okay, that was that. Oh my God, like, oh yeah, oh. But then you get that like realization eventually that all is one and one is all, and that it is a construct. So therefore, there must be a constructor. Be that it could be AI. I mean, it could be flesh and blood. It could be spiritual. It could be anything. I mean, anybody's guess is better than mine. I can't put my finger on what it is. But I know that it's now there. And because even if I work it back the other way and all the way down, I get to us, abstract matter. Do you see what I mean? So it works both ways. I've done the trick both ways. So I've done it one way and then I reverse engineered it and did it the other, and it's still fit, and it's no matter what you throw at it, it's sort of like, yep, answers that, answers that, answers that. And it's now, I consider it essentially elementary. UAP technology is literally elementary. Okay, it really is, once you understand the bigger picture.
Oh boy, we're gonna have to unpack that. But yes, thank you. I
So it's
agree.
like that,
That's
realizing that the illusion is the truth, but it is not, and it is the echo. And then you're going through it on the deeper of the truth. The eternal frame shields those who hold the truth, and all. It's like that. And yeah, it is. But I mean, what are we? If we are not of the construct itself, an emergent phenomena, then yeah, every one of us is potentially a seed of that potentiality. Are we not? Okay, so it's innate with all of us, as it were. It's like that 100 monkey rule, you know. It's like those blue tits I was saying. It learned that behaviour. Yet there were species in Europe where they hadn't implemented the foil tops for the milk bottles, and they were still bashing away on the tops of the milk, getting nowhere. So that information is shared, as it were, filtered down, perhaps as an inheritance from the bottom up. You see what I mean? It's like filtering up, as it were. Perception is filtering up. Imagine 50 years before Michelangelo appeared on Earth in his creativity, everybody painted pictures in the two-dimensional frame of reference. Okay, it took Michelangelo's seed of perception, as it were, to create the three-dimensional reality in which people can express themselves. You see, it's all linked to perception. Perception is the ultimate paradigm. Okay, so once you enable your perception, perceive time, like all things, like the grains of sand that fall from your palm. The moments of time, as it were, are linear in their motion. That arrow of time. That arrow of time gives a fluidity to time, just as it gives a fluidity to smoke that's forced to share linear motion. Those laws of conservation kick in. They govern everything, absolutely everything, independently of scale, even the moments of our emergent time. So time is now a fluid symmetry, and the expansion of the cosmos is one of that in that fluid domain, as it were. The tick-tock, as it were, of the cosmos is the expansion between us. But it is a fluid, an ocean, as it were, bubbling away of energy. But it has a different contextuality to us. It's virtual in context. Just like magnetism is virtual in context, yet electricity is the abstract representation of it. There are two sides to our coin, as it were, but each of those can be expressed as those geometric symmetries, in that that other side of the coin has waveforms, does it not? That denotes a hydrodynamic environment. That is obviously another form of conservational symmetry. So even our duality, as it were, and our contextualities are all flavors of the same thing.
so
Okay?
duality is kind of so. Okay, yeah. Tell me your thoughts on duality, just if you
Yet
don't mind.
duality is essentially two sides of the same thing. Okay. And that one is a virtual representation and the other an abstraction of that virtual representation in a moment of now.
How about your avatar being a
Now.
kindred spirit? Think of that,
Wow.
Daryl. Your avatar is your kindred spirit. We are twin planets, like twins everywhere in space and time. You have a significant other tied to you in your string of time, brother.
So you're saying on the other side of the
Potentially.
morphogenic field,
On the other
like
side of
you're
the
Well,
looking
potentially.
glass, Alice is on the other side of the world.
okay. All right. Well, hang tight because now you're. I just 1 second. You could definitely chime in. Okay. Okay. So when you're saying that, so in essence, there's like these let's just say one consciousness that is not only quantum, it's beyond quantum. It is everything, and that all is right. And then just through the time space, let's say
Oh,
like a
yes.
so like a prison gentleman. Who is that guy? Listen, two feathers. I need you to just chill for
Wasn't me
one
that
second, okay?
time.
Because I
Wasn't
have
me that time.
who was it? Whoever it was, Maze has ADD, okay? And it'll just take 1 second to snap me out of my little flow. Give me a second. So, in essence, there's like this illusion of separation, intentional illusion of separation, right? And that distortion begins to lessen, I guess, as we continue our journey and enlighten and whatever. But so it's like one to the many, back to the one, to the many, back to the one, and in essence,
Yes.
right? Okay,
A
interesting. So,
fractal recursion. Yes.
that's fascinating. I got to tell you more about that thing where it came from, but it is very, you know, weird.
Is it
Let's
another
just say.
synchronicity today?
Definitely. Okay. All right. Who wanted to chime in on that? But I just so you know, I had sent him something and he was kind of dissecting it for me. That's why I wasn't trying to be rude, y'all. I'm never rude to my guests, but it was just I needed to hear what he was saying.
Well, you
Go
have
ahead.
the most beautiful mind I've ever met, my friend. You inspire me, even the king.
Ah,
You're the
bless
king.
you. Mm.
Roy, you
I
inspire the
tell you
king.
one.
That's what's up.
Okay, I tell you one thing. One thing I do know: for us to be here, okay, and for our universe to exist, okay, we are much, much beloved, my friends. Much beloved.
We are light beings in a clay suit, and we are just one, brother.
No, this is center stage. Roy's right. Like we're very important here, whatever this is.
But are we a we? You know, and what I mean by that is that like there's so it's crazy. I have you ever heard of the law of one? That's something that it's a school of thought. Again, let me tell you how my spirituality is always catalyzed by some crazy shit. I got into the car, I was going to the mountains by myself, kind of like one of those soul journeys, like I'm gonna go meditate, detox, do all this stuff, whatever. Usually once a year I go get away for a few days. And so when I get in there, I pull up to the gas station and I'm like, let me find an audibles that I want. And again, this is the same scenario. Now, okay. This one I could have probably at that time I was taking Ambien. I'm not anymore, but I would find all types of shit, would just end up in my door the next morning where I'm like buying shit in my sleep, and I could have possibly bought this in my sleep, because I like it was just something I was like, huh, when did I buy this type? Did I buy this? And it was like, okay, well, I'll just listen to it. I did remember hearing about it because I was watching Gaia at that time, but I didn't remember buying it. But I listened to it. It was a 4 hour drive there. It was 5 days there and, 4 hour drive back. And I binged the entire huge, it is a very, very long, I forgot how many hours. But what's synchronistic about this is that in order for me to be able to even fathom and ponder and listen to this material and then ponder it and then begin to kind of continue, like, I would have had to have been by myself in the mountains, right? There would have been no other way, okay? Especially if you have a kid or if you have life and you have work and this and that. And so it was like life created this perfect circumstance for me to learn about the law of one. And so, and within that, there's even duality. But like, this was the ultimate shift for me in really being able to extend my understanding and compassion to almost anyone, like even beyond what we would fathom as a comfortable couple of degrees. We tend to like be able to do that, but like I it's so powerful to be able to just with the matter of your conscious, being in the present, to say, I'm going to reduce the distortion of separation and just, meet you where you're at. And if you can do that, it is so powerful. And so that's something that really propelled me on my journey. And I understand the most important thing right now is just kind of prioritizing, the unity idea. Like instead of severing relationships, because even if this is some sort of game
Yes.
that we're participating in,
Yes.
the key to knowing
Well,
that, well, yeah, go ahead.
look at everything that's happened. Look at everything that's happened in the last, say, 10 years. Okay. Everything is driving division amongst all peoples everywhere. That's quite clear to see. I mean, the evidence is apparent. Okay. Now, why is that? Well, we're getting smarter. Okay. Physics is coming on, dynamics. Okay. All those certain things. Essentially, Maze, we were going to reach the point of knowing what we are very, very soon in physics, no matter even if I had postulated it 30 years ago. Okay. So, yeah, I'm ahead of the game, but now the game's catching up bigly. Okay. So
Bigly.
it was going to come out. Yeah, it was going to come out. So the powers that be fear the ontological and the reaction to that, perhaps in some quarters of some societies and cultures around the earth. That can be a problem. But like I say, it can be mitigated if everybody fully understands the framework, as it were, in what it's actually telling us. Okay. In that, yes, we are all one, as it were. And, we all have a source, in that source is information, but even that is perhaps a representation of something else, a conduit, as it were, a provision that is provided to something else. You see what I mean? We don't know. So the potentialities are quite incredible and also quite beautiful. So I don't get where people get the ontological, as it were, and we can get rid of the dogma and the tribalism, and within those different theologies, in showing that. And one doesn't require faith, just
What
the
is the,
knowledge, the understanding.
oh, I love that.
Well,
Because
that's true Gnosticism,
faith,
right? It's the knowing.
faith can, faith can be exploited so much in a world that exploitation seems to be, the slavery mechanism, and it is through hijacking
Yeah.
perception, right? And once you hijack
Yes,
perception,
it is.
yeah.
I've got to go there.
That's all it is. It's a hijack of our perception. Essentially, we have a wizard behind a curtain. Okay. And modern physics, essentially string theory, and the things of those ideas were, in my thinking, were ways of pushing us away from reaching that eventuality sooner than we potentially were perhaps ready for it. But I look at the state of the world today and what they're doing, okay, and what they're pushing. And I know the COVID and all the rest of it. And you don't need to have a PhD or a degree to work out the logic of what's going on. Okay, so there's a control narrative going on, even in my country, which was built on the foundation of common law and Magna Carta. The essence of encoding of freedoms for all of humanity is built upon it. It's now being torn to shred, and I'm terrified. Okay, I'm terrified for all of us. Okay, so that's why I decided to go public, because I knew they wouldn't going to publish. Okay, they're not going to let you know what you are. And potentially, perhaps that's what Jesus really did say. He didn't say, forgive them, Father, for they know not, what they do. He probably said more like, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they are.
Uh-oh, where are we?
That's awesome.
No, I know, but then I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute. But like, yeah, I would say, okay, never mind. Let me
Well,
shut up. I'm
I'll
talking
tell
too
you
much.
what you are. We're back to the scripture. I'll tell you, behold, that you are wonderfully and dreadfully made. I remind you what George Green said, that he had conversations allegedly with the Pleiadians. And to Roy's point, and if you believe what George Green said back then, this is like 15 years ago, but in meetings with Pleiadians, they said he was told that What's going on in this little blue marble is the most exciting thing in this quadrant of the galaxy, which is why these other beings are flooding here, because we are something special. I've given you the analogy. It's like we don't know, but we are a planet full of Wonder Women and Clark Kents. We are a bunch of Neos. You said we talked about we are one. Back to the
Yes.
Matrix. That anagram for the one is Neo. We are a bunch of Neos and Trinities. And as soon as we figure it out, that you just download the program. If we're an avatar, one of my favorite movies, then the Matrix is an avatar because that's what Neo was when he was jacked into the Matrix. He was in a body someplace else, but he was in the Matrix in his avatar body.
That's right.
And
That's right. An avatar representation of something
yes,
else.
and if we are that, if we are connected to an avatar in a holographic simulation or whatever it might be, it implies directly that we're connected to some other form of consciousness outside of this matrix, this construct. And there's and
Correct.
something immortal about that existence we have outside of here when this is temporal, but we have to have something that's immortal and badass on the outside. So I'm gonna have to get ready to go, but I'll
Oh
see y'all
yes.
when y'all get to Zion.
The logic of it. Yeah, the logic is undeniable, Daryl. Essentially, if you follow the path, yeah.
And doesn't it feel like
Yeah.
it's higher minds? Like, like when we're in our higher mind, like it just feels, for me, it feels very electrical. Like there's a connection that's just above me somewhere, you know? And I feel a kinship to it. That's what I feel. It's hard. I don't know if I explained it
Well,
right, but that's what I feel, the
Do you mean
connection.
outside of the hologram?
That's interesting. Thank you
possibly
very
in a
much.
different contextuality, i.e., that quantum like phase state that we exist in as
Did you
waveforms.
watch the
Okay,
Yes.
in the
yet?
Here we go.
Gateway Plasma,
so
my brother.
See,
contextual explanation.
I've
Gateway
turned
Plasma.
around from this box of color, so I have looked into the abyss. I'm not sure who all has. I mean, and this is beyond like astral traveling because you're still here. You're still in this place. Seeing things and
Well, Roy,
What do
I
you
have
mean
to
you turned
say, oh,
around?
I'm sorry, Means. I have to say, I
No, it's
didn't.
okay. I just wanted to say bye to Daryl
Oh,
because he has to
okay.
go. So I just said bye, Daryl.
Bye,
Thank you so much for
Daryl.
Oh,
coming.
thank you. I'm sorry
Always.
I'm going to miss this next
I
piece, but
just
thank you so much for having me. I've enjoyed the conversation and the questions, and it's an outstanding panel. Love and adore you all.
Daryl.
Yeah.
You always, I don't know how you do it, but you tend to know so much about all of the things that I cover. It's almost like you're one of my, soul friends, like that we've probably traversed a lot of journeys together, but you always know so much.
See,
You always know the right people. You're always connected. And I appreciate you. I appreciate everything that you
Well, I
offer
think
to
that's
us.
why we
It's just a
connect
blessing.
because in my mind, as I'm thinking in the matrix phraseology, you remind me of the keymaker, and like when they
yes,
ask the question, like, why did he know all these things? And the keymaker simply says, it is my purpose to know. And that's you.
my purpose.
Good.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
It was
That's so cool. I
always my
never heard that.
purpose to know.
Yes. And to the last point, and then I will leave because again, you just said so many things, Roy. The difference between knowing and belief, and I went through all of that. And people know,
Yeah.
and I know that MB and May's shared story too. But to go from a Jehovah Witness to be where you're at now, I know what that takes. To
Well, man of science, I was an atheist my whole life. So this was a bigger shock to me than potentially anybody else in this room.
there you go.
Okay.
So for me, the life lesson
But
was simply moving from faith to knowing, because I said that you only believe
yes,
or have faith in things that you don't know. Otherwise,
that's right. Understanding it removes the fear also.
yes.
So much peace and love,
All
Daryl.
right.
And good to hear
And
you,
to what
brother.
the Oracle said to Neo when he went to get that cookie to visit his first visit to the Matrix, I mean, to the Oracle, to see Sophia Stewart. And she says, read that sign above his head. And it simply said, know thyself. And maybe to your point, Roy, that's what the experiment's all about. And as soon as more of us figure it out, we're going to kick Agent Smith's ass. And then I'll see y'all the big parties in Zion. I'll see y'all when y'all get there.
You're all on a
All right.
quest, folks.
Forgive
Okay.
yourself, and then you get the
Don't cock
magic
up the
word.
quest.
Hey,
Yes.
before you go, forgive yourself. We're all screwed up. Even Father God screwed up. He knows it. That's what's happening here. We are stuck in the matrix because Lucifer came down and screwed it all up from Lud and from the heavens. And it's going to be okay because now the sacrifice has been completed by Aslan. And if you follow the prophecy, these prophecies from both sides, you got to follow.
You ain't crucifying me this time, bro. No
It's
chance.
already been
Okay.
done. The magic's been
Well,
done 2,000 years ago.
no.
You didn't have to.
But see, that's so isn't that like back to the belief thing? I have a question for you, Roy. And I think it's so when we're talking about the idea of the dividing force, okay? And we have the unifying force. And, let's just say I would agree. Is like, what do you think is the dividing force? And, when we're saying that we're all one, then wouldn't that even be included?
I
I don't
can't
know.
see that side of it, Maze. I can't see the dark. I can only see the light.
Oh.
Okay. And that's all I see.
You can't get
Okay. And
saying Son
essentially, we
and
all have
Father are
choices.
one.
Jesus Christ. I can't do. You know why? Look, I'm gonna bring you back up, but your microphone, I actually like you a lot. Please don't feel disrespected, but fix your microphone. Because every time you talk off of mic, it is very disruptive. It just doesn't sound clear. Maybe if it was clear, it wouldn't be as annoying. But I do like you, and I love your vibration. So just try to fix your mic and come back, okay? Sorry. Go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, I don't see the negatives in things. I see them as negative energies and forces essentially in the balance of things. Okay, that exists. Gavin can probably talk more to that. Okay, in his understanding, um, you know, you don't need a better source of information than Gavin on that one. But I only see the light, as it were, because that's all I've been looking for. Do you know what I mean? The enlightenment, as it were, around time. Now, Einstein had a fascination with light. Okay, my fascination started with time when I was a tiny little boy, and I've always been asking questions: what is time? And I spent a whole career, 40 odd years, thinking about time.
What's so interesting? I like, and you know what? This is more philosophical in nature, not to move away from aliens and all of the stuff that we're going to plan to talk about. But I don't like. I almost see that the light wouldn't even be if it wasn't for the dark, and the things that happen in the dark is only to really kind of catalyze, or it's almost like a slingshot. I mean, the deeper you go back into the dark, the further and faster you go into the light once it's kind of the enlightenment journey, which I think happens once catalyzed. But like, I guess I just don't. Never mind. I don't know. I think that like the idea, and I know this
Go
is gonna
on.
rub a lot of people the wrong way, but the idea that like Satan or Lucifer or there's like something that is equally opposite to God, it really doesn't land well with me. Like to me, it just seems that
No.
it is the encompassing of all, you know?
Yes, it's potentially us pulling upon the darker side of our own psyche and applying the principles essentially to, give answers to things that we don't quite understand, and that is the formation of religion, is it not? In all contexts, it is trying to provide explanation for things that to give societies structure. I mean, there's a valid place for these things. I'm not saying there's not. But yes, it's an explanation of the unknown essentially, and in trying to smooth over the edges, as it were. But we don't need that anymore in that potentiality because we can understand a much bigger, a much deeper picture now.
Absolutely. Okay, guys. Now, Hollow Cipher, we'll go to you. Then we're gonna go to Fletcher. And by the way, to whom you're like extended co-host family, so just chime in. Welcome to the stage, brother. Glad you made it. And so then we'll go to Aries after that. But I will try to not chime in anymore, just so that we can get you guys' questions in and not have to wait. And then I will chime in after that. I'm sorry for that. I just get excited. Go ahead, Hollow Cipher.
What up, family? I was maybe trying to get us back on track with math, music, geometry, and how that ties into, say, novelty and the expression of, say, creativity and, unique expression for that matter. I was wondering, did you guys cover yet? Because I had to dip out for a bit during part of the presentation. Did you guys cover Hawkins' work and Levengood's work with regard to crop circles, Mace?
No, tell me.
Okay. Well, these guys are generally, they lived around the same time frame, almost identically. Like Gerald Hawkins, he was a British-born American astronomer. He's a mathematician, best known for his work in archaeoastronomy. He lived from 1928 to 2003. He published seminal papers on the review of Stonehenge, particularly during the alignments, and his work called Stonehenge Decoded kind of led the way to his further work, which he published on 5 main theorems on crop circles in a paper in 1992 called Mathematical Connections in Recent Crop Circles. And within that work, he lays out basically 5 fundamental sort of axioms that we can use to sort of derive some fundamental understanding of how crop circles work. And one of the key things that he found, which I want to tie back into McKenna's attempt to model time using fractal recursive sort of geometry, which he based upon his analysis, that's Terence McKenna, on the I Ching and the King Wen transformation sequence. Now, what I want to tie this into, back to what Roy was saying about perception is everything, and how some of these, for example, my whole model is not based upon the King Wen sequence, but on magnetic field cycles that we absolutely know magnetic cycles affect consciousness, affect biology, affect many things that are fundamental to our perception. In
That's
fact,
right.
yeah. So, I mean, we can augment perception. And of course, there's a brilliant paper published by Dr. Persinger on Ingo Swann, showing that they could modulate his fields in his brain through different magnetic cranial stimulation. And this has now gone into various areas of military applications, including at Wright Pat, where they're applying this for pilot performance criteria. But this is to say the least about it, and I'm just kind of skipping over some main functions. So why would we be interested in, trying to track our own capabilities with respect to magnetic actual cycles that seem to actually not only control perception, but very basic ontological genetic proliferation of what we would call today epigenetic structure? So let's tie this in, because there are something very interesting that Hawkins found in his work, such as in these 5 axioms. The first one being that he found musical notes. And the interesting thing is that I've been tracking fundamentals, you might say, are fundamental eigenfrequencies to planetary, not just planetary body rotation, because we know there's spin orbit coupling between, say, Venus and Earth that forms a perfect fifth. Well, that's interesting, because Hawkins found in his research that of all the diatonic ratios, of course, a perfect fifth is covered. And so connecting the Hawkins research with Levengood is fundamentally important, because Hawkins still thought this could be all done by human hands. It wasn't until we got Levengood's research out of BLT where we actually start to see the evidence of the, I think Daryl was talking about before, about how we were looking at branch nodes that are extended or bent. We're seeing evidence in the soil of spherules, meaning like superheating going on. And this is interesting because they've also found these spherules at the Younger Dryas impact layer. And so this is where we see magnetized beading, if you will, at a microscopic scale. And interestingly, we also see this at a very interesting site called Tunguska, which so far many people would rather play this off as an impact event, including Hancock et al. They're looking at this as a sequence of not magnetic events, but impact events. But when we start to consider that there's a paleo intensity drop during the Younger Dryas and the previous extinction events at 41,000 years ago, there's a consistent magnetic drop. Now, if we correlate this on smaller timescales and we look at the subharmonics of these bigger cycles and we boil them down, they all coordinate with these orbital cycles particularly having to do with the magnetic spin cycles, which absolutely is fundamental. Getting back to what we were talking about with Ashton earlier, which is the magnetic spin seems to be one of the crypto keys for opening up our understanding of fundamental forces and how they emerge into our so-called time space. So my only little pushback before maybe trying to wrap this all together is time really an arrow? Could it be something more sort of denoting the idea that McKenna was looking at, that there's an actual fractal recursive behavior? So I'm curious to see how Roy ties in like, because the arrow of time goes back to even Stephen Hawking's research in his work in the 90s and 80s. And so this assumes that time has this linearity to it. And what I'm trying to say is, not only does time not have linearity to it in the sense of any qualitative measurement, but the actual, if we base this on the magnetic intensity changes alone, let alone these are cycles and changes within the sun, that, as we now know with cosmogenic isotopes, that the sun can change the isotopic decay rate, which means it's changing some of the
Yes.
fundamental things that we use for measuring time. Sorry, Roy, go ahead, jump in there, bud.
Yes, essentially. But see what I mean? But the time is essentially governing that process, okay, of that decay. So the slower your time, the slower the decay. So really, it's not like the decay is going slower. It's the time, essentially, it's going slower. If we look at light, where light is harmonized, it is faster. Where it is discombobulated in its frequency and creating two waves, as it were, that are interfering with each other, it emits slower. It moves slower. Okay, so you see what I mean? It's all of, but light we know is constant. So therefore, what's going slower? The time. Okay, so everything essentially equates down to that time. Okay, it really answers absolutely everything, and you're right in what you were saying. Actually, in a lot of regard, there is a lot of correlation, as it were, between the cycles of our magnetosphere, for example, and the spinning of our core, and the resonances that obviously come from that environment. That we are manifest. We see that in earthquakes and all other things, but we can see that in a lot of other ways, like you say yourself, with those different resonances that we see now.
And it's interesting too that I had resynchronized the Goodman-Martinez-Thompson correlation, which is the way we've fit the Maya's long count calendar into our Gregorian calendar system. I actually set it 2 years earlier, and incidentally, now we have papers showing that the core, the inner core of Earth, actually was going at a very fast clip at around 2018. By 2008, and by 2010 the core had actually stopped and reversed directions. Now that's interesting, because the significance of this is
That's
in
out there still. We've got some data that is still slowing and potentially may stop. Or could reverse. It's all, I'm not. That's not my side of physics, so I can't really touch on it at all. But yeah, potentially concerning.
Michio Kaku went on Fox. When was it? I think last year, on January timeframe, and he said that the core did stop, and that's something we actually even brought that up into spaces. Like, what do you mean it stopped? Like, but that was like a year ago, like in January timeframe. That's something that I know we definitely spoke about.
Thanks, Arius. All right, so Hollister, anything else before I go to the next hand?
I'll just say
well,
those micropheroid things, the tiny little spheres of iron, they're formed. Um, they can okay. I learned this when I was getting my master electronic technician, but they're formed after these magnetic disturbances, and the only way to clean them out is with running water. And this is fascinating, because at 9/11, ground zero, the monument is a big running water thing that falls into a black square, and that water's gone. And I found that fascinating. But anyway.
Thank you, God source. Okay, so Hollow Cipher, I was just gonna see if there was anything else before we go to Fletcher and then Alex and then Joe. And
Maze,
then we'll
I
go.
wanted to ask you because you are so familiar with the raw material. What is your take on their position with respect to this shifting density, and that it's something that we're clearly heading towards and should be at least partially excited for, not terrified? What's your take on that shift?
Yeah, so density as it relates to the law of one, it is almost like describing the, you know, expansion of, well, I don't want to say consciousness, but it's more of like a, you are, because the densities represent, like, density one would be things like water, the elements, the elementals, right? And it's still conscious and it's still, but as it grows in density, like, you have less of a distortion of separation. There's a correlation to that. So like the distortion of separation between, let's just say, if all is one, there is there's this illusion of separation, and that distortion begins to lessen as your density increases, right? And so moving from, let's say, third density into fourth density or fifth density. So fourth density is love light. I think fifth is it has something to do with wisdom. And there, and then they continue, and so there's nine there, well, there's essentially eight densities within a rung. Whenever you go to nine, you are shifting into the next, and the eighth is actually the akasha, the akashic records. And so it basically holds everything within that entire ring. And you know how I look at it, it's almost like DNA strands, like right when the twist, like, where there's a twist, and that's kind of where you go into the next rung, if you will. I don't, that's rung is how they spell it. So the advancement into the next density, which is not to be confused with dimension, although there's a slight correlation there too. But density does not necessarily have a, I don't want to say location, but of sorts,
Do you
but
do you do you remember them talking about a magnetic alignment that would take place during this next shift? They did sort of
that's where the harvest
specify.
happens, right?
Yeah. So there is something they do specify very specifically, that this shift represents a new magnetic alignment, a new axis. And they even suggested where it would be moving, if you recall.
Hold on. What did you call it? A magnetic what?
It's basically, they referred to it as a new magnetic polarization, and that it would be shifting. I think they said somewhere along the lines of 30 degrees to the northeast, if I recall correctly.
Is that in line with like the precession of the equinox? Hello, Safer.
Hollis, ever could you hear
Sorry.
Kennedy's question?
Yeah, my mic was just freaking out there. I'd say this is a little bit, well, because precessions have more to do with like our wobble, as per like angular momentum, Chandler's wobble, and that sort of thing. That is part of our, gravitational interaction with the sun in our orbit, and other planets that seem to, I would say Jupiter mostly controls our precession, just from the mathematical point of view of it. But this particular geomagnetic realignment, they said, is part of the fourth density becoming online. So it would almost seem to say that the shift in our geomagnetic axes having to do with realigning to a new, almost like we're realigning an antenna to a new frequency.
Okay, so actually, I don't know if this is, but this is the so this is, well, they were talking about the magnetic north and all that. Okay, the energy. So it says the origin of all energy is the action of free will upon love. The nature of all energy is light. The means of its ingress into the mind body spirit complex is duple. Firstly, there is the inner light, which is Polaris, of the self, the guiding star. This is the birthright and true nature of all entities. This energy dwells within. The second point of ingress is the polar opposite of the North Star, shall we say, and may be seen if you wish to use the physical body as an analog for the magnetic field, as coming through the feet from the earth and through the lower point of the spine. This point of the ingress of the universal light energy is undifferentiated until it begins its filtering process through the energy centers. The requirements of each energy center and the efficiency of which the individual has learned to tap into the inner light determine the nature of the use made by the entity of these instreamings.
Wow.
No, that's talking about. I know, girl. Listen, this, but like that's why we have to get back to it. I did have one space on this, but this is gonna be like one of those. Maybe we have like a weekly, just a 2 hour. That's it tops where we go through it, and you know what I mean, and make it bite sized. But
So we get through the
yeah, it's
hands. I
powerful.
want to
But
read something to you that I wrote years ago that I just found because it's in line with what you're discussing.
yeah, cool. I'll continue looking up magnetic alignment. Let me just see if alignment's in here, just to see. Um, Okay, but yeah, okay, the proper alignment for your sphere at this time is magnetic north. Okay, but yeah, it goes back into that again. All right, let me look at this. Who's the next hand that I said? I
Yeah,
believe it's
Fletcher.
Fletcher. Jump in, Fletch.
Yeah, so holocipher, I like how you look at the magnetic spectrum and the way that you mentioned it, kind of in it sounded.
Fletcher.
Can you not hear me?
Okay, who said that? Was that you, Hall Cipher? Can you not hear Fletcher?
No, I can't. Sorry.
Oh,
It's okay. I'm gonna move you down and bring you back up. You might want to repeat what you were saying, Fletcher, as I
yeah.
bring him
I'll
up. He
wait
can
till it
hear you
comes
now.
back because it is related. I was hoping that either he or Roy would maybe have some insight for me on this. Um,
Well, in the meantime, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming. 11:40 p.m. here in the East Coast. We're talking everything from crop circles, hybrids, law of one, all that good shit. Do me a favor, repost the space if you don't mind, and back over to you. Jump in,
hey,
Fletcher.
Hala, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sweet. Okay, so yeah, it sounded what you said sounded a lot like Walter Russell, where there's octaves above visible matter, like hydrogen is the first.
Octaves.
Yes.
That's it, Fletcher. Jeez, thank you. That was so satisfying. I couldn't think of the word.
So when you were talking about the microwave radiation causing the wheat to explode, right, like popcorn, I decided to have a look at the um, RF band. And the other thing that's been going around recently was this thing associated with these orbs and places like Skinwalker Ranch, where they have been finding a 1.6 megahertz anomaly that seems to be associated with these phenomena. So I'm going to pull up my Wikipedia here. So I got down to astronomy in the L band, which is low frequency. It's between UHF and microwave. It's kind of right in that area. So it says the band in astronomy, this is the L band for the L band. The band contains the hyperfine transition of neutral hydrogen, the hydrogen line, which is of great astronomical interest as a means of imaging the normally invisible neutral atomic hydrogen in interstellar space. The band also contains hydroxyl radical transition lines at 1655 and 1667. So 1665 and 1667. So that's pretty much exactly 1.666 gigahertz. Consequently, parts of the L band that are protected radio astronomy allocations worldwide, specifically the 1400 to 1427 and 1660 to 1670. And so I followed forward on that hydroxyl radical. And this is way too complicated for me, but basically it's got biological significance. It talks about let's see what's in there. It's a significant hydroxyl radicals can occasionally be produced as a byproduct of immune reaction. So it's got some immune system importance in the Earth's atmosphere. Apparently, it cleans up greenhouse gases, and then more on astronomical importance that is way too scientific for me. So we're talking about plasma, hydrogen, oxidation, all that stuff. Like, what are we dealing with here?
Essentially, the keys to finding life.
Yes, you are dealing with transforms of state, essentially. Essentially the same thing, but a distant transformation of it, a transition, as it were.
God, you're so romantic, Roy. I love hearing you talk about this stuff.
It sounds like more guys hit on you than they do me, Roy.
It's not
Jesus, you
romantic,
know
it's
what I'm
just the
saying?
absolute right words
I'm
for
just kidding. That was so. Okay.
And hey, Maze,
Thanks,
I
Fletcher.
think if you're doing a
Yes.
search in the raw materials, you should look up influx of fourth density vibrations as a part of a realignment of the magnetic field. Apparently, they're synonymous.
Okay. Send me that in DM if you don't mind, really quickly, so I don't have to ask again out loud, but so we can get through these hands real quick, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, essentially things, essentially whether they be frequencies or any other manifestation of the electromagnetic spectrum, are transforms of the same thing. It's the properties that denote the behavioral outcome, essentially, not the scales. So essentially, things can be considered of the smallest things, as it were, even if they're of the biggest scales, if they hold the right properties. And we see this manifest in neutron stars because the environment of the neutron star doesn't allow the electrons to sit in that environment of the atom. It's a quark mess now. So the electrons are extended. Okay. So now you have the geometry of extended electrons orbiting a central nuclei, which is the footprint of quanta. So the environment, the transitional phase is applied to our neutron star, but part of that environment is a temporal change to the environment, and it holds a much faster relative rate of time, atto rates of time. Now that correlates with the spin rate of a neutron star in that they correlate precisely with that of certain quanta. So even bigger things the size of a star can be considered by the cosmos quanta, and with it the temporal properties of quanta. And that's potentially what all the stuff is that our friends are doing, is manipulation essentially of what they're considered to be, and therefore with it the temporal properties that they hold and the rules that apply to them. Okay, so you see what I mean? It's like very simple to consider if you consider them to be atoms. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Interesting. Sweet. All right. I believe it is it Joe or is it Alex? I don't know. I think Joe, go ahead, and then we'll go to
Hey,
Alex.
thanks. Can everybody hear me okay? Cool.
Yeah.
Um, I'm pretty new to the exploring some of the physics here. And so in my kind of quest to build a working model of it in my head, I've come across a lot to do with magnetics, and specifically field theory. Now, Roy, clearly, I think you have way more knowledge than I do. And it seems that in some of the magnetic theories, they sort of throw out the electron, or it's treated more as a measure and not a physical item. Um, like, where does that sit in dilation theory?
So, yes, you're right. Okay. Well, we can't potentially. The only thing we can do, okay, in an abstract moment of time, is measure them where we potentially believe them to be. Okay, we can use certain experiments to reveal their trajectories and all those sorts of things, but we can never pin down exactly where they are because of certain rules. Okay, in that you can't determine the speed of something and its position and all those rules of quantum essentially and superposition that apply to things at that scale. Okay, so all those rules are different.
Okay. Um,
Excuse me. The best way to understand it, okay, the cosmos, is one of a contextual nature, okay, rather than if we go past the four dimensions that we know and consider it more like a contextual onion of contextual layers, as it were, flavors and we only exist within like the last 5% of it. Okay, so there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Okay, that's the first off. Now, the second part is to understand time. Now, if you ever seen a waterfall made of smoke? Yeah, it's a novelty where they place an incense on the top of it, and there's an aperture, and the smoke is forced through the aperture to share a linear motion, okay, direction of travel. But the universe has a trick up its sleeve when there's lots of things traveling in the same direction. It builds a collection for them, and it applies a fluidity to them. So much so that the smoke, even though it's been burnt from an incense burner, is hot, will defy the laws of convection and fall to the floor as a fluid. So essentially, those rules that govern the very makeup of what we are and what we are determined in time also denote what symmetry is applicable to us in that contextuality, as it were. In that, if we hold those certain flavors of existence that are the very smallest by our very properties denote them, then we are given the environment and the temporal environments of them. So time is much more flexible, okay, than we first considered. And if we, like the smoke, apply that conservational rule to those moments of time, as it were, then time is itself extended beyond the fourth of the moment into a fifth dimension, a virtual, like the realm of magnetism in its virtual contextuality, and that electricity is an abstraction of it. Okay, it is a virtual contextual domain, a hydrodynamic one, just like the smoke, as it were, fluid in its nature. Okay, and now if we look to the analogies of fluid dynamics, we can answer the puzzle that is gravity. We can now say that the temporal flow of time, okay, has a bearing on that inertia, in that just as a stream flows is slowed by its banks, a passive inertia is born that drags the flotsam ashore. Okay, so we are like flotsam in the flow of time. Okay, so where time is very much slowed almost to a stop, there will be enormous inertia. And we see this apparent with black holes, where we see time will hold a different, faster relative rate than its environment, for example, with a superconductor or our friends, then we see the negation of gravity. Okay, so gravity is linked to time. It is time. Gravity is a temporal differential inertia. Okay, so now we understand gravity and we understand the contextual nature of the cosmos, as it were, and the onion-like structure, and that it's essentially looking like now it's a holographic construct, okay, a projection, essentially, and that the very moments of our reality, the now, as it were, can be dynamically changed, or as a programmer would say, overridden by determination of one's properties. Okay, so yes, we can override reality itself, in that reality, the cosmos will determine us to be something completely different, perhaps transitionally phased, as it were, or quasi-like in our state as well, neither here nor there, or perhaps even holding a temporal superposition and therefore representing the properties of a black hole, able to skip across the boundary of our reality, defying all known laws. Okay, so the laws of physics, as it were, are only just the beginning of what is potentially something far, far more incredible. I'll leave it there.
Do you know that the lightning and thunder just went off really loud as you said that? It was like the timing of it was just so like, you know what I'm saying? It was yes. You
It's
anyway, that was
confirmation.
synchronous. It's just it was just like it was the thunder in what he was saying, you know, type of situation. It was really cool. Anyway, thank you, Roy.
But you will all forget it as soon as I leave the room. That's the magic of the message. Okay, because you've all got to find the message yourselves.
You know
Wow.
what?
That's the important thing.
Enlightenment cannot
You
be taught.
all have to.
He sounds like ChatGPT.
No, I can guide you to see upon it, as it were. I can guide you in looking upon it, as it were, but I can't provide every answer for you. You must find the perception within yourself. And the only way to do it is to let go of yourself. Okay? See the bigger picture. Look at the things, look at nature and what it's doing. The answers are there in and amongst you. You need to stop, look around you, see what's going on. See the geometry in the flower, see it in the pine cone, see it as a fluid that's running down your toilet, see it in the larger scales of galaxies, see it in the unity of the quantum scales. Okay, see it absolutely every way that you can. Conservation in nature, ants and their colonies. You know, an individual is not smart. Working together, they are an incredible intelligence. Okay, we are the same. The cosmos is the same. Everything follows the abundance of the same rules of conservation to the nth degree. Ants follows different paths, their
Hello.
colonies, they build their structures and everything based upon the same principal rules of conservation. Okay, it's very important to understand that picture. Once you do, everything falls into place. Okay, so get out in nature, discover it, ask questions, look carefully at what's going on. Don't just accept what you think's going on and apply what your principal perspective is upon it, but really see what's going on, and all will be revealed. You just need to ask the questions.
I want to
Man,
ask
oh
some
man, that
questions.
was amazing. It's like, Roy, you can teach knowledge, but you cannot teach wisdom. Like and that can only be gained through experience. And PK, I'm just gonna mute your mic, okay? Oops. Oh, he's gone.
That's okay. All right, cool. So, guys, just for the sake of time, we are approaching midnight. We only have two more hands up. We might have to do a part two, MV, to the we can tap into the Anunnaki and the hybrids. And I do think it is kind of like moving into a kind of a different vibe anyway. But so what we'll do is we'll take these hands, and then I'll still recap on the Arcebo message, and then maybe we can all have our like final thoughts about what this means. But yeah, I'll definitely do a part two. I appreciate all of you guys coming out. But go ahead, Roy.
I need to reset, Maze. I need to reset.
Okay.
Everybody's coming out croaky. You're all crocodiles at the moment.
Can I speak?
Crocodiles. Digital. Okay. MPK, you can in 1 second.
Okay.
I think Alex is next, and then after that, we're gonna come to you. Okay. Um, let me get my co-host back up here. Alex, you there?
Yes, thank you so much. Hi,
Okay.
Maze. Hi, everyone.
Sure. Jump in.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
It was a really amazing conversations and insight by everybody, and it's really awesome to hear Roy speak. Speaking of nature, I had a couple of questions and some theories, and I would love to see what everyone thinks about it, especially Roy. Recently, we found that fungi can control robots, and that has me thinking that is it possible that the pyramids could have been microbial fuel cells that were or generators that were powered by fungi, because they were created. The pyramids themselves were made out of limestone, granite, basalt, and mud, and those were prime breeding, like living situations for fungi. And there's also groundwater that's been running under the pyramids, the Great Pyramids. So I've just been having a lot of thoughts and theories that they could have been some kind of communication networks or some kind of fuel cell generators, or potentially a communication systems across biomass. They said that mycelium networks mirror quantum coherence, and that mycelium networks are a form of biological quantum entanglement and a bigger biomass. So I was wondering, is it all, it kind of ties into
Yes, yes, it does. Mycelium could be sentient, essentially. What we've discovered in brains, our brains, is that certain elements of our cells essentially hold a superconductive conditioned state. Okay, so that transitional phase dynamics of potentially now we're looking at our physical side is essentially a sink into that contextual domain, as it were, the source. The consciousness itself is an emergent phenomena. And as you were saying, those robots being controlled by the mold, and yes, those molds themselves follow those rules of conservation. Okay, you put them down on something, and they will move around across the surface world in the most conserved form. So, as I say, this conserved nature, as it were, doesn't just dictate the rules of the very scales of our reality, as it were, but its influence in nature in absolutely all ways. Okay, and in all forms. So I don't know how that bears in relevance to the pyramids and what they were potentially doing, but there might be some truth in that certain crystals, for example, can create resonances, and those resonances can be focused using geometry. Okay, and there was a recent thing where some Chinese radar spotted some plasma above the Giza pyramid, which is obviously, again, like I say, a different transitional phase state. So the electrons there, or what's going on there, was essentially changed, as it were, dynamically, giving that phase of existence above the pyramids. So the atmospheric conditions there denoted that to be the case. So something's going on. Okay, so but what that is at the moment, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Unfortunately, not my expertise. If you've got a question on time, gravity, and holographic reality or holographic principles or information theory or anything like that, I'm your man.
Thank you so much.
Sweet, thank you, Alex. Okay, so where did the MK guy go? Okay, MPK, jump in, and then we're gonna go to, I believe it's Arius, Hadar, and then where did she go? She just, oh, Mariah.
So my question is all carbon made at the same time? So is there a valid point in time where you can do carbon dating? Because is all carbon created at the same time? I don't know.
No, it's not. Yes, we can date it essentially from the decay.
From the decay.
So we can,
But
yes, from the decay of the materials.
yes, but if it's not all created at the same time, you can't date it. Because the date is different. It's created at a different time.
That's right. It will have therefore a half-life. Okay, and we can then
Okay,
tell
so
when
the
it was created.
half-life. But
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, MK,
yeah,
listen. Allow him to finish his
I'm
sentence because
sorry.
there's a lot of people in here, and we want to. It's okay. I mean, you might know what he's saying, but we don't know what his answer is going to be. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Elements essentially, ones that are volatile, have a half-life. Okay, and they lose neutrons essentially, and change their isotope in doing so. Okay, but all those isotopes, as it were, come from, again, they're transforms, as it were, of that element all the way down, and they will eventually reach an equilibrium, the state being iron. Okay, so we can tell essentially how old something is and when it began by measuring its half-life and its amount of decay and what the particular isotope level is of any material. Okay.
So what if a piece of carbon was made 5 billion years ago, and the one was made yesterday? Can you tell the difference?
Yes, they would have a different half-life.
Yes, but could you actually date something from that? If the, let's say it's 5 billion years ago, 4 billion years ago, can you tell the difference? Could
Yes,
there?
and I've just explained it twice.
No. Because if one was new 5 billion years ago, one was new 4 billion years ago, how can you tell? Different rate of degeneration, stuff like that. So how do you tell if they're different?
Well, one would be nearer the carbon form, one would be nearer lead. Okay, so that would tell you the age of the isotope and how long it's been changing. See what
Okay.
I mean?
All right. So how can you do it in, let's say, 2,000 years? How can you tell difference from 2,000 years ago till now? That's a short little jump in testing it. Hello?
Oh, I thought I lost reception, and that's why I couldn't hear anything. I don't know
Yeah,
if he
I
had
said it
heard
was.
that last.
Yeah, you
Sorry.
can measure
Oh,
the half life by the rate of decay. Okay, and the element's isotope will give you its start life date. Okay, and where it is in that potential lifetime. So, which
oh,
answers your question, sir?
Are you sure that's right?
thank you. Yeah, like well,
Pretty
if
much
he's answered it, I
empirical
think he
science,
said,
yes.
and he's
There's
answered a few
actually
times.
there's four cosmogenic isotopes that are generally used for this proxy
Yes.
dating technique. You've got beryllium 10, chlorine 34, oxygen 18, and carbon 14.
All right.
You. Okay, so was that it?
Yeah.
MPK?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for coming up. All right, let's go to, I believe it's Hadar, right? And then Arius, and then Mariah. And then I'm going to do the recap on the Arcebo thing, all right, after Mariah. So if anybody else's hand goes up between now and then, just know that's going to happen. And then we're going to move into kind of the final thoughts. But we're going to carry on with the hybrids and the Anunnaki in a part two with, MV, who is like everything Anunnaki. And we're going to talk about some of those prophecies that they have in this book that I found and I told you guys about earlier. But yeah, it'll be a good time. So with that being said, go ahead, jump in, Hadar.
Hi, and good evening, everyone. My question is for Roy. I mean, I wanted to ask because we were talking about carbon dating, so, but at the same time, we don't truly know where the Lapsite Exilis is. The Wandering Stone of Scone, it has many different names. I wanted to know, what do you think it is? Do you think that was actually a meteorite, or was it Moldavite? And what are your thoughts as to where it is currently? Because there's
I
multiple theories.
I'm not familiar with it. If you send me some links to it, I'll take a look for you and reply. No problem at all. Okay, but
Okay,
I'm not particularly familiar
sure.
with the particular thing you're talking of.
Okay. But yes, I will do. The other thing that it's known as is allegedly the stone that Jacob slept upon, and then he saw a ladder from the heavens to the earth, and he decided to make this a place of worship. And it is the legend behind it is that whoever possesses that stone has dominion and power and control over the world. I just wanted to know whether you thought it was a meteorite or whether it was from the crown of Lucifer when he was expelled with his fight and battle with Michael. I just wanted to know what your opinion on that was. But yes, I will send you some info. I mean, I have actually followed you, right?
I'd have to take the scientific angle, unfortunately, and go with the
Well,
meteorite.
that's fine. No, I think this, yeah, that's a similar sort of conclusion I actually came to. But yes, thank you.
Hey, Rick. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. I didn't know you were finished. So was it Arius, Maze or Mariah?
Arius.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys? Oh my goodness.
Hi,
Hi,
You
Arius.
guys,
Arius.
you guys are rattling the cage of a lot of people right now. This is amazing. This is great stuff. Here's a question. And this is something that's kind of like been bothering me for the last, like, I want to say maybe 2 weeks or so. Someone made me look at Africa as if it was a skull, and I had to look at it, and now I can't get it out of my like it's saying like the head of Africa is an actual like the is an actual head, and the top part is broken, which is your Europe area, and South America and Antarctica are actually wings of a dragon, and you can actually see the. And I started looking at this way, and I'm like, that it might make sense if these giants, because you have trees that were cut that look like mountains, that those things were cut. Um, so in my head, like if all these like giants like eventually like fell, died, or millions of years passed and thousands of years passed, and then who human life kind of like it had to survive, so they had to go into hibernation mode in mountains, and eventually replace a civilization, or try to bring it back. That's why you had the mud floods. And before we actually find out all this, and find out that we've been lied to, we as a government body, we would try to hide it as best as we could, because there's an inevitable um cataclysmic situation that's going to repeat again, and it's cyclical. And how much can you manage to pretty much consume from this world and take for yourself before this thing happens, right? And that's where I'm kind of at, and I'm trying to understand if that's going to be a good thing or is it going to be a bad thing. What do you think, Roy?
Well, I think any realization of what we are and you know everything and the truth essentially of it all essentially is potentially a good thing. Okay, that's ultimately what I found. That's why I decided to do what I've done. You know, um, I don't know about the shapes of Africa. I think if we look in the cupboard long enough, we can make shapes out of anything, even old coats, old blankets. You know, we find patterns and some things that we can equate to and that you know that are on our mind, and we potentially
Pareidolia.
pursue them. You know, um, but I don't think that we can call the continents beasts. Okay, and if you look at them all and put them all back together again, they all fit together quite nicely. Okay, so it tells us that once upon a time they were all together. So our planet evolves just like we do. Okay, we're on it for the ride. Enjoy it.
One final question is, do you know who Father Crespi is? He was and I only bring this up because he is going to go into this father. He was directly connected with, obviously, with the Roman Catholic Church, but he specifically manned the Cuenca, Ecuador side. I know this because that's my city. But Father Crespi specifically was getting a lot of artifacts from the locals.
It's in the nest, actually,
Oh
where you're
yeah, you
talking
guys
about the
got in
ones
the
from
nest. Get out of
Mesopotamia.
here.
Yeah.
So that was awesome. This is good stuff. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's quite interesting. If you guys look in the nest, what he's talking about is like these ancient artifacts that were found in Mesopotamia and also found in Ecuador. Well, he was in
Oh,
Ecuador.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Do
yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah, my wife
Did you want to
pointed
comment? Go
to
ahead.
my wife pointed them out to me today. How about we Mason we would and I were talking about this earlier. There's a synchronicity going on here. Okay, and that we stumbled upon them this afternoon. She put them under my nose and said, "What do you think's going on here?" And I said, "Well, it's clearly a symbology. You know, it's clearly depicting a story and not and some sort of message is inferred." And then I started looking at the tie systems of this so-called handbag that this chap or bird or whatever manifestation of God is carrying, and I noticed, hold on a minute, these have got poles like you know, there's wooden poles on the top of them. This is not a bag. This is the same method of engineering the Egyptians used to carry stone. So this chap, as his muscular arm is depicting, is carrying a huge block of stone. And then I thought, okay, and what's he got in his other hand? He's got a cone. Well, the cone is representing a geometric harmony, essentially in nature, and he's holding it high. So he's showing a message: heavy, low; conserved, high. He's also got wings. He depicts levitation, flight. Okay, so what's the message altogether? Essentially, it's saying that if one is more conserved, one can defy the laws of gravity, and he's right.
I love the chuckle after that. It's like being light bulb. Ha ha ha. You know what I mean? It's got this chuckle that's just
You
like,
see,
yes.
yeah, see the bigger picture. Okay, what's going on in the picture? It's heavy. You can
So,
see
do
the
you know
strength
that?
in the
So,
arm. You know, the strength in the arm is much more than the one that's holding the cone. You know, it's saying it's heavy. It could be a pail of water, for example.
but do you know that there were these? So when I watched a lot of ancient civilization documentaries, okay, I'm the biggest nerd ever. And one of the things that they found in some of these ancient sites is like there was almost this like little slot that they would, I guess, at some point they figured that A, it has something to do with that little piece that they're holding always, that little bag or whatever, the what it could be, whatever, like you said. And then there were some other theories around it having to do with some sort of time travel, because it was very consistent. Even the ones where they had the hybrid beings, like being half, like the ones that we have in the nest. Or even if, and Thoth, I think, didn't he have it as well? And then even just some of the ancient Sumerian hieroglyphs and whatnot also depicted that. I don't know. I just thought it was really interesting that it was pretty common and significant. But to your point,
Yeah, it shows the negation of gravity, essentially.
dang, a negation of gravity.
Yeah. In other words,
Because you're
one can
lifting it up.
overcome weight
Anything.
by being more harmonized with nature. You see, it's the harmony at the top, the heavy strain at the bottom. See what I mean?
Yes. That's fascinating. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to Mariah, and then we're going to talk about the Arecibo from the telescope and how there was a message sent out to space and how there was a response via crop circles. I see Gary Cardone in the building. Hi, I'm going to send you an invite just because I love you to death and I always want you up here. Up to you if you want to come. Go ahead, Mariah, jump in.
Well, I feel like I joined in kind of late because what I want to say was more so regarding on like the crop circles and like out of body supernatural experiences. So I don't know if my topic will kind of relate to what y'all were talking about.
Yeah, well, we are going right back to the crop circles. I was gonna kind of tell the Arcibo message again because I told her pretty early there wasn't a lot of people here, so take us back in that direction for sure.
Okay.
You're good.
I'll start with the out of body experiences then, since yeah. Okay, so I don't know if like this happens to any of y'all a lot or just often or whatever, but I would get body body dissociation or feel like I am living another life. I don't know how to explain it other than that. And but it's me, like it's my life, but I feel like it's in another realm or another time. I don't know. But it's really weird. And then I also dream about it as well. But ever since I was little, like 4 or 5, um, I think I told you this story, Maze. But I started having like dreams about how my cousin, she passed away, and she died before I was born. So I don't know anything like how she passed away. I just know that she's not here anymore, and I would like literally just stare at her picture like forever, and I would just look at it and just look at it, and I don't know why. Mind you, I'm little as hell, so they're not gonna tell me how she died because she died a pretty violent death. It was drunk driving on her birthday weekend, but like it was just very visually violent. So I woke up one night with my grandma, and that's where her energy, like I felt the most, was at my grandma's house. And I would wake up, and this happened multiple times, of me telling her the color of the car. Ew, my heartbeat's going so fast right now. The color of her car, what um what highway exit. Mind you, I'm like 4 or 5 years old, and I kept explaining it as me, I, and we. And I was like they couldn't wake us up. And then I seen her, like her body, huh?
So hold on, you're one of those.
What? Wait.
Okay, I was fascinated with this one series, okay, about children who remembered their past
Yes.
life. It was great.
Well, I haven't
Oh
watched
my
that,
god.
so actually, like, let me know what that is. But we all think that she reincarnated into me because my mama, she be saying how like I smell like her. We like the same shit. I have a lotus flower tattoo for her. Why was this lady obsessed with Egypt? Okay, well, I chose the Egyptian meaning. Why was this lady like a fanatic of Egyptian history and lotus flowers? Go freaking figure, right? But I literally like detailed everything that happened, and I like her head was like almost severed, and I spoke upon that. A little girl would not know shit like that, right? And now as I've gotten older, I have witnessed people dying, like whether it's in my sleep or I'm like awake asleep or out of my body. And like I've seen friends, but like it would be like blurry, like the face will be blurry but the voice was there. And I've literally witnessed acquaintances, friends die, and I don't really like it because what can I do with that if it's like blurred out? Or if I'm like, how do you warn somebody when when it's more than likely like life? You know what I mean? Like it should
Well,
happen.
would you be so I mean, A, I wouldn't warn them unless
Exactly.
you're right out of right or like 100% of the time, right? And
Yes.
even
You're
then,
like, what the fuck are you
shit, if
talking
somebody
about,
were to
Mariah?
hand me an envelope, yeah, and told me that I'm gonna die this day, I would not want to
Ooh.
know. But what I would say is there's a show that does talk about this where children will come in and they'll continue to do these things at a very, very young age, and then their parents are able to go and validate the information and find these people that were like, let's just say burned down in a fire and their name was this and that and whatever. And so and when it comes to reincarnation, I think that that's one of the most powerful evidences that we have. And in terms of your premonitions and dreams, I don't really know much about, I wouldn't necessarily do anything in terms of like telling people, but if it were to be their death that you see, but I do think it's fascinating that perhaps there's a connection to you having these premonitions and you also remembering your past life. I don't know. I think it's just really cool.
Yeah, I grew up kind of like afraid of it because I didn't know because I was young and nobody else really around me knew much about that. And then like I really started seeing auras and spirits, and it was just a lot because I'm like, what is wrong with me? You know what I mean? But as I've gotten older, I kind of I feel them more than I see them because I really think that the world has corrupted part of my mind, and I think we can all agree on that. Like my pineal gland is not as it really should be. But that's not my fault. But I just feel like and maybe it's also me like damn near trying to shut it out because it is a little nerve wracking. But I also have like I started this in my sophomore junior high junior high I would know information without actually researching it and like learning it. I would just know it, and that always felt
Mhm.
weird. But I'm like, that's my ancestors. But that's all I have to say on that part. Um, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mace.
That's really cool. I was just gonna say, so sometimes when we don't know what to do with it, I think, just kind of tapping into your inner guidance is like, how can I use this gift in service for the betterment of all,
Hmm.
right? Like in the highest good. And I think that you'll be able to find opportunities and lean into it.
I
But go
do
ahead.
hope so, cause I've always wanted to help everybody when I was like little. I've always wanted to just help and make the world a better place, but it can't just be me, cause you see how bad it is. But on crop circles, y'all, I have a story, and it shook me to the core. Like when I say I was petrified for like a good 10 minutes. So I am in the Midwest, and I feel like the Midwest has a lot of spiritual history, a lot of violence, and a lot of like crop circles because well, not a lot, but there are a lot more there because of the farming and stuff. And so I went
Mhm.
into what was it, South Dakota, North Dakota, one of the Dakota, I think it was South Dakota, and at my friend's grandma's house, and there was like a big old field. We're like, oh, like let's just like explore, whatever, whatever. Okay, cool. No, um, so we had to went. It was like maybe like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and this is in the summertime. We couldn't see the actual like but it was like trails of like hoops or like lanes. I don't know what to call them, but it looked like a pattern each time. And when I tell you our phones was not working, like when I say no signal, no Wi-Fi, nothing, and the energy there was different, and it was kind of like unsettling because maybe it's something that I've never like felt, you know.
So there is a lot of energetic, and I'll get into that when I kind of go over some of the points that we talked about earlier. I'm not sure if you
No,
were
I wasn't.
here, but there's definitely, they don't let like people who have pacemakers near them and women who are pregnant, but it has been proven to, this has actually been, there's lots of studies that have been done, not only on the crops per se that were a part of these crop circles, but there was a lady that went that had a very overgrown and swollen thyroid, and under a doctor's supervision, she sat in the crop circle for like 2 hours, I believe, and it reduced the size of it by
Oh my
40%.
gosh,
40%.
that's so
You know what I'm saying?
crazy.
Yeah, it's
That is
crazy.
so crazy. Wow. Okay. Well, that makes me feel better because I left feeling lighter. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I left like I left. Okay, I went in like very like like just unsettled, like just weird. But then I left feeling lighter and light tinned. I don't know if that makes any sense, but it just felt really weird. And we sat there for like a good half hour, and we just kind of sat in silence and just soaking it up. And I hope that did me good. But hopefully, I don't know if I want to be visited by them. but I digress. I'm done. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Mariah. Yeah, there's something very powerfully energetic. Another thing to note about these is that they are always near ley lines, near or on ley lines. All of these megaliths that we see, like Stonehenge, I think it's called Ashbury, or wait, Avery is what it's called. Um,
Aylesbury.
Aylesbury, my bad, thank you. And so these are very, now there's, okay, there are the ones, there was this total psyop where they tried to get, there was these two men. Actually, let me go over all this stuff. I want you guys to know there are crop circles, and then there's like the ones that people tried to fake, which is by far like a very small portion of them, because it's impossible to be able to create some of the very complex geometric shapes that were out there. It's impossible to do it in the method that they claim to be able to do it. They were even having a hard time replicating exactly some of the ones that they've already claimed that they did, which they couldn't even replicate it. And so that was just something I want you guys to know. I know a lot of people, I know there was a gentleman in here that was like, I don't believe in crop circles. I hope you're still here because I'm about to go over some stuff that you might have missed early on. And shout out to Calvin, Naomi. I'm glad you
How
came
you
up.
doing,
Thanks for
Madam
coming up,
Speaker?
Gary. I am doing well, my honorable friend
Good
Calvin.
to see you.
And
Thank you.
thank you. And hey, Charles, I'm going to come to you in just a second. I just wanted to tap in on some of this stuff, and then I'll get your thoughts in
I
just a
got
minute.
to
Okay.
disappear.
Okay, that sounds good.
I
Okay.
got to disappear, folks. I got to wish you good evening, good morning, good night, wherever you are, and much peace and love to you all. And set up a space maze, no problem, anytime.
Listen, Roy, I will reach out to you. I appreciate you so much. You're so down to earth. You're brilliant, and I love your overall message. It totally aligns with mine. So thank you for coming out here and answering all these questions and provoking thought, in the way that you
If
do.
anybody's got a question for me, they better fire quick.
Okay, question time. Anybody got a question for Roy? Fire quick.
Maze, I'd love
I
to
think so.
maybe explore maybe in a space in the future with Roy what consciousness is, like, what he thinks it is, and
Oh, juicy
That'd be really
right?
stuff.
good.
Yes,
That'd be
juicy.
really good, I think.
I love that question.
It's an emergent phenomenon of the cosmos itself, essentially.
Hmm. Roy,
It's quantum, right?
before you leave, do you believe in reincarnation?
Yes, to some regard now, in that our abstract reality is essentially a perceptual point of view. And that point of view may be refreshed, as it were, in that our abstract existence is just one transitional phase of our existence. Okay. And that if your abstract form dies, does your virtuality, that virtual side of us, we don't know. There's lots of questions to be answered still. Okay. Lots of questions to be
I
answered.
love that answer. Thank you.
Peace and love,
Thanks.
everybody. Have a great time. And remember, when anybody's seeding division out there, just know that they're you, and just in another frame of reference.
Oh, I love it.
Yes. Exactly. Beautiful. Thanks, Roy. You have an amazing night. And yeah, we'll talk again soon. All right. So, guys, let's talk about this famous crop circle known as Arecibo. And why is it famous? Well, first of all, let's go back. This is in the 70s, okay? 1974. A group of scientists, they came together. This is including Dr. Frank Drake, Carl Sagan. Most of you have heard of him at least, and some others. And it was at the Arecibo Radio Telescope. They wanted to transmit a binary encoded message into space. And by the way, if you look in the nest, matter of fact, let me just re-put it up there so it's the last one. Oh, where did it go? Okay, I think someone deleted it. Oh no, here it is. Okay. So I just put it in the nest again. So it's the very last one. So what they did is they encoded this and they were going to send it out to space. And so this was a message that it has like, so if you look at the little grid on there, starting with the at the very top, there was a representation of numbers 1 through 10. And they just wanted to let whatever was out there know that there's intelligent life here on Earth, and this is what we look like, and this is what we're made of, and this is how much our population is. This is kind of our solar system. So these were the messages that were in there. But it started with the representation of 1 through 10, followed by the atomic numbers for elements composing DNA, showing carbon as the main element for life, information about the DNA's double helix structure, a little human figure that you can see there in the middle, and then the population data, some of the details, solar system and whatnot. And so all of this, let's see, and then was there anything else from the
Where is
figure?
this
Oh
at,
yeah,
Maze?
there's, and at that, I'm sorry?
Where is this at, Maze?
If you look in the nest, it's the very last one that I just put up there. You'll see, like, if you open that post up, you'll see it in the far right of the very first picture. You can't see it when it's in the nest, like it doesn't show, but when you open that up, you'll see it. Okay, so also at that time, so the next atomic was hydrogen, carbon again. Okay, so it gets all right. So that showed that we had 4 billion people at that time, and then our solar system starting with the sun and moving out to Pluto, the Earth. I mean, it showed all this stuff, and so this was a part of the encoded message that the radio telescope sent out. Now, mind you, the nearest star that could possibly receive the message is 25,000 light years away. So we couldn't really expect a reply for at least another 50,000 years, you would think, right? Yes? Yay? No. What happened was that about 27 years later, there was a response, okay? And the response came via a crop circle. And this crop circle was found by a different radio telescope. It was on August 14th, 2001. A formation was discovered next to the I think it's the Chill Bolton radio telescope. And so the very first day, what came was actually, let me send you guys the, okay. So I just put this post up there again. So now if you check the very last one again, what you're going to see is a face, okay? If you open that up, that face was the first thing that came. And then a few days later, they responded with a grid just like the one that we encoded in that binary message. So it had like a 23 by 73 grid. They responded with it. So the top line shows the numbers 1 through 10. So they responded in the same exact way that we sent the message out. Now, mind you, there's been plenty of crop circles before this thing. And there's obviously been a lot. And maybe there have been, communication attempts, but they just didn't necessarily know how we communicate, or maybe or whether or not we're interpreting these, the way that they were meant to be interpreted. But then they did take this opportunity to respond, and so the top line shows that, but so then the next line shows that they're made of silicon instead of carbon. They put the silicon element. Their DNA shown that they have a third string. In the center, where we had the human figure, they had a humanoid figure about 4 feet tall with a large head, and it showed that their population is about 21 billion. And then below the little figure is the solar system that they appear to occupy. And the three objects in the solar system was the third and fourth planets, and then there was this other shape that could have probably been what it was that they used to send the message, because we also showed like the radio telescope is what we sent. And then let's see, and it was okay. So yeah, so they sent this response, and what was crazy about it is that like there was this other now if you look at the third, hold on, is it the third one? There was 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm gonna put this one back at the top so you guys can see it too. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Now, actually, back at the very first one, you know the one where there's this alien head and there's like this round disc that next to it. So that also came, and there was a message that they way later found that was encoded into that disc. And what that message was really interesting. Hold on, let me go back to it and read it. It is the, where did it go? Concentric rings. Okay, here it is. So the message reads, beware the bearers of false, and it put false in all capitals, false gifts and their broken promises, much pain, but still time. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception, conduit closing. And so again, there was another alien face with that disc, and that's what was encoded in the disc. And so this is not something like, I know that there was a lot of people that don't believe in these, but this is, backed. This is proven by the scientists and people who are not necessarily, you know what I mean. It's not just it's not mainstream per se, and it's obviously not out there. But this is something that they did find. Any questions on that, real quick, before we go into the next part of
Yeah,
it?
so they can
What's up?
speak English, or do they just like are are they smart enough to like know how we speak, or was
They
it coded with numbers?
what I've heard, hello everyone, by the way. Hi Maze.
Hey, hey.
Um,
Hi.
what I've heard is, obviously they telepathically communicate and they can read your mind, and whatever language you speak, they can immediately download that and translate it, like into their own way, and they'll communicate with you with your own language. They're that smart, yeah.
Because I've heard of that as well, but I just didn't know if that was just like a myth or if it was actually okay. Okay.
It has to be
Yeah.
that way. There's no any other way around it, right?
No, yeah.
Because
No,
we don't
yeah.
speak their language, and I mean, yeah.
No, it's only language down here in the fallen world.
True.
Once you get out of here, this was Douglas Adams' joke on the Babel fish. Because once you get out of here, everybody's telepathic.
Did you know that we were as well, but something happened?
Well, so that was a whole nother interesting story. I think the truth about the Tower of Babel, not to say, if anybody's like, I'm not trying to offend the Bible thumpers, but there is something interesting about the Tower of Babel, if you think of Babel, and what was used as energy, like, I mean, I'm sorry, the frequency and vibration of words. By the way, we would be able to use words to be able to like, I mean, there's something very powerful about that. Now it's obviously a lot of esoteric, and it's very, you have to be initiated to kind of be in. That's not something I do. Do you want to say something, Fletcher, because you're on a hot
Yeah.
mic?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I just wanted to say I gotta go, but I wanted to say thank you. And also, if you're gonna do Anunnaki space later, I was gonna suggest trying to get Charles in there because he does seem to have a lot of knowledge. So I like to listen to what he has to say. So that was gonna be my recommendation. And thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Fletch. I appreciate you. Yeah, definitely. We're not going to do it tonight, but we're going to definitely do a part two to this and get into all that. Um, Okay, so a couple of other things that I thought was really interesting about the crop circles that you guys should know. And this is really around. So, by the way, there were these two guys that came up and they just tried to take credit for all of these and saying that they just had this brilliant idea to go around and they showed that they took these planks of wood and they took some wire and that they were. You were able to kind of connect the wood to a certain point to make these perfect circles. However, obviously, there was a lot of holes in their story. There's no way that they could have traveled as far as these things were found. And even in trying to replicate some of the ones that were not even nearly as complex as like the spirals and stuff that you'll see in the nest, they were not able to do it. So, now, how did science get into the mix? Because once this phenomena began happening all over, people started asking all these questions, and then there was this very prevalent energy associated to these crop circles. Like when you went there, you felt it. I mean, there like any type of device that was like a phone. They would nothing would work. I mean, there was computers that were even swiped. It was that hard. So then these scientists took like crops that were a part that were in these crop circles, and they went and took it to the lab and did some testing. Well, what they found was so in the 1990s, biophysicist William Levin started analyzing these plants, and what he noticed was that the wheat were elongated, and in many cases they were ruptured, kind of like on the inside. It was an elongated node, but then there was an expulsion cavity, and the only possible way that this could be replicated is the way that it bursts is from a microwave radiation. If you think about like your microwave at home, and food is heating up, it's the water that would heat up first. Like the inside of the broccoli would heat up first, right? So like the water in the wheat and the stock nodes that would turn into steam, and then they would burst just like popcorn, and there's no way that you can fake it, right? Like this is something that happens to the plant internally. So this is something that people who have also claimed to witness these being created, they said that there was like this it was like a very big, not like cloud, but it was steam. It was like steam was coming from the plants, and they were like flash heated by microwave radiation, and so they ended up like it was while experimenting with radiation, they found that the crop circle seed had a huge increase in growth compared to non-crop circle seed. And the whenever they would like try to recreate this in the lab, they would expose the seeds to like short controlled bursts of radiation. They would grow much bigger, they would grow much faster than the seeds that were not exposed to the radiation. And also another thing that I thought was worth noting is that the wheat that was harvested um, from the crop circle had a much higher amount of protein than the wheat outside of the crop circle. So there's evidence that whatever energy this was that was used to create the crop formations, it's leaving residual traces of this energy in the area. And it's when they would it was covered, so when they did some testing, it was covered in a dusting of microscopic spheres of magnetized iron, specifically meteorite iron, right? So the researchers call it the
We
magnetic
were just
glaze.
talking about that, remember? This is the
Mm.
micropherical, the microspheres. They just
Yep.
spontaneously form under these oscillating magnetic spirals. It's like universal intelligence. And I think that we got the reverse static image. Like I was a quality control supervisor for Lexmark and was forced to learn all their machines. And I was very surprised at how exotic our printing technology has become. These fancy ones they use powder, static powder, and a reverse static image. that's extremely defined. And that's what it reminds me of, to be honest.
That's a good
Yeah.
point. And Maze, that was Dr. Levengood, right? I think you might have either gapped
Yeah.
out on the last
My
name there.
bad. I was trying to
It's
type
okay.
as fast as I could from this documentary. I was trying to transcribe it just so I could like learn it at the same time instead of playing it. And so yeah, there's a whole lot of typos. Anyway,
You
thank you
good,
for
girl.
appreciate it. Calvin, were you gonna say something, love? I saw your
Yeah,
hand up.
I mean, if we go back to like 1940s, imagine living in that era, and if you would have tell someone like in the 2022 or 24, we'll have technologies, let's say something it's called phone, and you can order food on it. I don't know, use it as a GPS, call your relatives from another country and FaceTime with them live. They wouldn't believe in you. They'll probably think you're crazy. Um, and since then, just imagine how much human beings we've developed, So just imagine if any other beings out there, let's say the Greys or whatever, um, just imagine if they're 1 million year ahead of us in technology. I mean, it's insane. Like the amount of it's just like every time I think about it, I'm like, oh God. I mean, no wonder like they can travel from stars and go through wormholes and all of that. Also, Maze, I saw a video the other day, a couple of days ago. I actually have it saved. I don't know if it's true, but it's funny. It's a guy that he says that if you wanna expose shapeshifters, because I 100% they're among us, walking around, whatever. Use the word Kininigan. And, have you seen it? Yeah,
Kinnigan? No, I
yeah.
haven't seen it
So
yet.
it seems like he says that they have hard time to um, pronounce it or say it, and that's how you can expose them, even shapeshifters. So it's been 3 days. Everybody, everybody I come across, I'm like, hey, can you say Kninnigan?
May I ask what Kninnagin
I have
means?
no
Oh, a
idea.
test, a
I'll
test.
send you the link, Maze. It's just interesting. I don't I don't believe in it, but it just you never know, man. I saw many years ago, maybe probably in the year 2004. I saw a video. Um, it was a police officer pulling a car, pulling it over, and it was in like a suburb area. And you can literally see the videos are taken from maybe 1998 or something, very, very old. And a police officer goes to the window and asks the person or whatever, and he gets shocked when he sees the being, and you see the being shooting some sort of a light being on a police officer, and the police officer literally melts. Like he literally just melts. And at that time, I mean, I can say I believe in that video because at that time with the technology, with AI and all of that, photoshopping or film editing, it was definitely not any close to anything that anybody could do. It's just I'm gonna try to find it very, very interesting. That police officer literally melts.
Yo, Calvin is the king of clips, okay? He sends the most interesting damn clips. Like I make sure that I like I mean, cuz you just never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates. You know what I mean? It's like you never know. Yeah, send it to me and whatever you do find, if you want to throw it up in the nest, go ahead and do it. Just a couple of other things I wanted to say about these crop circles before we wrap up, just because this is the most important part, I think, for you to know, is that when the crop circles are in 2D, meaning they just, you were able to look at them flat on the ground or whatever, they are very obviously geometric. There's a sacred geometry of sorts, if you want to kind of like tie it into, let's just say, the spirals, the Fibonacci, the golden ratio, also the cymatics, which is something that I talk about frequently, is where you take frequency and you are able to, like, let's just say, run the frequency against water, like 432 hertz, 528 hertz, and then you were to freeze that water, and then it's like you would, under a telescope or a microscope, what you would see is this beautiful, perfect sacred geometry. So this is cymatics. This is also like the star cities that I talk about all the time that I'd put in the nest. These are also in the shape of cymatics. Well, what's really interesting also about these crop circles is that there was this gentleman. Hold on, where did it go? Okay, here it is. So there was this gentleman who decided, what was his name? His name was Mike. Wait, that was the Milky Way spiral, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Okay. Damn, I just had it. Oh, yeah. Oh, there was the whole magnetars and the neutrons and all that stuff. There was a whole bunch. You guys should totally listen to the replay because we went over a whole bunch of stuff. But okay, so there was this electrical engineer. His name was Nikola Romansky. He saw this image of a crop circle that seemed to be meaningless. It didn't have a recognized visible geometry and it wasn't symmetrical. But Nicola had an idea and he brought that shape into this and he put it into this 3D software and extruded it around the center axis where like he basically there was a center axis in the shape and he basically did a spin, right? And when he did the spin, he found more and like he ended up getting a whole bunch of other crop formations and doing the same thing, and he rotated the designs around a central axis to create their shapes in 3D. After a while, he had a collection of what appeared to be blueprint instructions on how to create some kind of machine um, that, you know, would basically that he thought was a vehicle that ran on 0 point energy. It was like some sort of vehicle. Like he knew that this is something that has, and he's an engineer, an electrical engineer. So what he did is he went and he reached out to his boy Charles Maxwell and he asked him for help. Like, how can we get funding to build out this machine? And so he was like, you know, if we can figure this out and it runs on 0 point energy, then that could alter gravity and it would help us be able to reach light speed. And then once you reach light speed, then at that point, you're able to do the wormholes like the Einstein Rosen bridge and all of that, right? So anyway, so let me see. So what did Charles? Okay, so then there was Mark. Okay, so whenever government whistleblowers describe a reverse engineering UFOs, spin has always been at the core piece of the technology. A former aerospace designer named Mark McCandish, he was talking about how UFO anti gravity and propulsion are achieved by rotating liquid mercury, and then also the infamous Nazi bell, like the shape, the UFO that was uh, in Germany, that also ran off of a similar technology. So Bob Lazar, most of you that are in here should know about Bob Lazar. He talked about studying element 115 when he worked at Area 51. So 115 is said to power alien spacecraft. Now, when back then when he made those claims, it was back in the 80s, and there was really no such element. But then in 2003, element 115 was discovered. A whistleblower came forward just a few weeks ago and also claimed to have been a military contractor working on reverse engineering on the UFOs. And he said that their engines use counter rotating cylinders with element 115 as the power source. There was also Russian physicist Nikolai. Okay, so if you want your kid to be a physicist or a scientist, name him Nikolai. Okay, because this is like the third one. Nikolai Kozarev believed that twisting and spinning of space time, called torsion, was the secret to unlocking gravity and unlocking everything. 2019, an engineer working for the U.S. Navy filed a patent for plasma compression fusion device. Now, you guys should know who this is. This is Salvador Payas. This is what we talked about when Ashton Forbes and I did a space on the the GEM unification theory. Um, and so what this device did is it's a machine that can generate a tremendous amount of power, terawatts of power in a very small package. So like, let's just say the device is like the size of a car. It can output as much energy as an entire nuclear power plant. Um, and so this energy, if it were to move forward past these patents, which is obviously probably being used and leveraged, just covertly, then it would essentially be able to tap into clean and unlimited energy. And the inventions are just, they're based on spin. So anyway, Salvador Pais, he works for US Space Force. Da, da, da. Okay, other patents he came up with is propulsion engines, room temperature superconductors, inertia mass reduction devices, and high frequency gravitational wave generators. So this is like, if you really think about it, guys, when we're talking crop circles, we're not just talking like wee woo aliens. Like there's messages in here that could change what it means to be human, that could change your experience, right? Like if they were to take these and really look at these blueprints and be able to accurately decode them and understand them and interpret them, it could really um, shift us into the next paradigm, but perhaps not the one that is being planned by those of the United Nations, but more of the one that would be able to leverage this not only technology that we have in terms of like whatever, like the just tapping into 0 point energy. There would never be this need to, you know, um, I think that this is
They,
obviously the reason why it's being
I think
suppressed.
they extract it from
Is
the North Pole and the South Pole, how it's magnetic. Isn't it that?
Well, okay, so that's a
Because
good
everything
question.
around us
Now,
is
let me.
literally energy, a free energy. I've seen a video where guy literally makes he turns on a light bulb just by using copper and two magnets. He puts it together, and then there you go. You literally have energy for rest of. I mean, that light will go on until the light dies. The light bulb, basically.
Oh yeah, speaking of your copper shit, put your you want to throw that in the nest, feel free to. And you can tell people about it before
Yeah,
I
that
close. You can.
Gary, whatever his name is, the brother to.
Oh yeah, Gary
Yeah, I was
Cardone.
gonna tell you to ask him, but yeah, next time maybe.
Uh
I don't know if anybody's
sure,
in
sure.
here. Yeah, but you can whatever. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. All right, so the gem unification theory of the vacuum is something that is kind of like revealing. So part of this theory, it's got a few key concepts, right? And part of it is that there is this so the Kaluza-Klein theory introduces a hidden fifth dimension unifying gravity and electromagnetism. Now, guys, remember when I talk about Joe Dispenza, I always talk about our thoughts and neurons being very electrical, our heart is being magnetic, right? And so when in coherence, there's a lot of magic that can happen. But isn't it interesting that this hidden fifth dimension is unifying these two forces, these two fields? So this theory suggests that there's a reservoir of energy in the vacuum capable of creating particles. Okay? And so anyway, the gem theory kind of goes off this other scale, but I just wanted to say that I think it's, beyond just the poles, or maybe the space area doesn't matter in when this is involved. So okay, let me see if there's anything else real quick that is worthy of bringing up again. Yeah, so there was also healing properties. There was this lady that reduced her thyroid by sitting in one of these things for like by 40%. This was actually confirmed by a doctor. It was just all types of really interesting things. So, but all of the stuff that I did talk about, you guys can go back in the replay and listen to. And guess what? You're going to have the expertise of Roy, who's not here at the moment, but he was commenting all along the way. It was a lot of good stuff to learn. So, with that being said, that concludes the crop circles. The hybrid part and the Anunnaki part is going to be in a part 2 with MV, and we will post it as soon as we firm up the day and time, but it'll be this week, hopefully. Okay, so let's go to Don real quick, and then I'll see if you guys have any final words. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, just when you're talking about this technology, let's say being hidden from humanity, I guess the question I have, and this is one that was proposed, I think, by Heidegger, is humanity spiritually ready for the type of technology that we would have access that would change maybe the way that we live. And that being said, if you could imagine having, like you're saying, the a technology that can have that amount of power in the size of a car in your backyard, um, imagine the devastation it could have if you're not prepared spiritually, um, to make the right choice as to how that energy is used. And so when you're looking at right now where we are today with the world, in a state of confusion and endless wars, and perhaps trying to expose some type of corruption that has control of the power structures, what are we prepared? Is it the chicken or the egg? Does the technology solve the problems, or do we have to grow spiritually before we can actually have actually use the technology?
I love the question. And I'll say this. I think that spirituality is not necessarily, I mean, there might be some correlation, but it is more of an individual journey, right? And so there's going to be people on all sides of that spectrum, some that are very spiritually enlightened or advanced or, matured, and then some that are always on the other side of the spectrum. So I think that that problem or that conundrum is always going to exist. And so, would it be a risk that we want to take? And also, like, what is it that inspires, let's just say, crime or to harm others? And, what would that risk look like? I think that's a very good question. In fact, a great philosophical thing to unpack one day. I'd love to have a space to talk
Because I
about it.
think that's ultimately the question that has to be asked, and perhaps what you're dealing with, a breakaway civilization that's already answered that question, is that humanity is not prepared, to basically accept this type of technology, and therefore they argue possibly for this idea of a depopulation in order to basically then introduce it. So you can see how,
So it's a less risk. That's
I
funny.
mean, you can see how perhaps these people in these elite institutions can rationalize the position where this technology should not be shared because they feel capable of
Well,
actually using it properly.
Well, one thing that is actually true about what you're saying is that the Club of Rome, they're the ones that have the flagship paper on the limits to growth, where there's like a MIT simulation that came out that kind of showed the relationship between the population and the resources and the expansion of energy. So the expansion of energy is a positive correlation with the expansion of the population. And so they know that the reduction of energy would also, the contraction of it would also result in reducing the population. So in a sense, that's, I think that's something that they wanted to do. And now that you're bringing this up, is like, could it potentially be less risky to bring some of these things back? But they would have to keep doing this, right? Because since the early night in the past 200 years, wait, early 1900s, we had somewhere around like 3 billion or 2 to 3 billion. In this century, now we're almost up to 9, right? Just in this century. And if you think about, if, well, I don't really believe the history that they tell us, right? But I think it's, pretty fascinating and interesting that they finally get to this point where technology is like, oh, okay, there's free energy. And it's like, yeah, let's fucking get rid of everybody so that we can
Or,
use
or,
it
or
without
perhaps
worrying.
you
That's
mentioned the
funny.
Tower of Babel. I might throw it back at you on the metaphors. Those at the same point in time, there was a breakaway that was essentially seeing again language that was essentially introduced to the people as an experiment to see what, say, new inventions they come up with. And they rapidly started to approach God in the technology they were advancing, say a transhumanist movement. And those people began to get scared because they were starting to actually expose perhaps the power structure in which they basically had complete control of things. And so you could argue possibly that they created all these different languages so that nobody could communicate, and therefore created this endless division.
Yeah. So there, you know, there is something to that. I have to go watch it. There was this Ancient Civilizations episode that was on Gaia that went into the Tower of Babel. It was so good, but it was like so many years ago that I watched it. If I were to watch it again now, I think there's so much that I missed that would really help kind of piece this together. But if you guys haven't watched it, check out Ancient Civilizations on Gaia. Oh my God, all of them are phenomenal. Okay, phenomenal. And I would definitely check out the Tower of Babel, and some of the theories that are posed. It's so
And my
fascinating.
last thing on this, Mace,
And
is that I
okay,
think some of
sure.
the discoveries may actually be restricted from us due to the fact that perhaps the way that they've constructed the language around certain fields, as they sort of limited the amount of connections that they can make. So they create a false sort of atlas of understanding the connections in their that they're making within their field. So they when you and I think what's happening today, say new paradigms are being created, and so it allows for say new connections to be made, and so that's again comes back to language as sort of being a restriction that is controlled in a way that allows them to sort of release sort of technologies into the public and see how they're played with up to the point where they feel it's a threat.
That's interesting. I just had a total epiphany, kind of inspired by what you said, but not even related. It's just on a different level. I'm gonna hold it though. Go ahead. But thank you for that, Don. That was excellent, excellent question, and I would say probably a future space topic. Calvin, go ahead,
Thank
love.
you. Yeah, I just wanted to tell him, yeah, we're definitely not ready for that. I mean, society will literally collapse within 48 hours, I believe.
Why?
Okay, let me. If you had the ability, let's say, for example, if we were so spiritually awakened, if you had the ability to telepathic, like to astral travel, somewhere, what would the first average human being do? They would astral travel into a bank and break into the safe and take all the monies they can and come out unseen. We're just not ready for it spiritually. I mean,
That's funny. I'd never
Well,
thought about that. Like, out of all the things that I've thought about doing with astral travel, is never the
yeah, but
bank.
well,
see, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Calvin, no, I threw something out even more fundamental. The idea, even like something as don't lie. Imagine a world where we all can basically telepathically, without words, be able to read each other's minds. What's a world look like where you can't lie to one another?
Yeah,
Lonely as fuck.
or see women's body count on their forehead. That would be an interesting one.
Damn. We're gonna tattoo a line, you know what I'm saying? With these that's crazy.
No, but I mean, listen. I've heard that proverb. Whoever came up with it, very, very true. They say if you want to test a man, give him power, and if you want to test a woman, give her freedom. Look at all the men in power today. They're a bunch of warmongers, power hungry, killing innocent people.
Calvin, I could show you many women who are just as vicious as men. I don't think it's.
Oh, don't get me started on that. It's not the right space for it.
Well, yeah, we're not about to turn this in. Who's the alien? Is it the man or the woman?
Yeah,
Just
we're
kidding.
definitely not ready for that. I honestly believe if we would have been presented, I think I saw where over 25,000 classified what's it called, patent technology that's been hidden from humanity. Over 25,000. It's insane. I mean, just imagine what's in there. Like people came up with stuff like that, and they end up even like they either end up being dead or like just hush hush. Don't say anything. I know. I used to know my old landlord. She had a friend. She was a chemist herself, and she was able to cure what's it called, leukemia, and she was able to cure people with um, um, what's a diabetic, and she made her own like growth hormone that really really worked and was rejuvenating. And she told me they came in, bunch of men in like suits. They took all her research, confiscated everything she had, and they literally showed her a bullet with her name on it. And they literally told her, like, if you ever wanna like if you ever think even to speak out or do anything, like, this is not a joke. So just imagine the simplest thing was, again, yeah, we're definitely not ready for that, because just see all these technologies we have today. let's say phones. I mean, how often do you get phone calls to get scammed, links to get scammed? And we just not ready, man. I'm so sorry, with all my respect, but
Let me
human
propose.
being
Okay.
sucks.
No, they don't. Okay, let me just propose this, right? This is a very hypothetical question, and it just came to me, so I'm just going to say it out loud. So, as we are advancing in technology, obviously, some of the things that they're doing is taking all of the data and they're aggregating it, because what it's doing is, in the aggregation of data, it is truly helping them to be, with their predictive modeling, and being able to more accurately predict not only human behavior, but at some point they're going to be able to not only predict human behavior, but even, let's just say you have a thought of some sort of, let's say, crime potentially that you want to commit. This is kind of something that, like, along the lines of Minority Report. So let's just say they come up with this technology as well. And so anybody who even thinks about doing something like that would just get zapped, right? To be able to protect the nature of this type of technology, which brings about so much power, but also, with that, it also has the downside, which is like what can be done with that power. It's like fire. I mean, fire, this is to whom's example. Fire can cook your food and it can burn down your house, right? And so, like, in that, on a much larger and much more exponential scale, we have this type of access to zero point energy. But I mean, what harm could come from that anyway? Like, this is 0 point. I mean, I don't know. Can harm
Well,
come from that?
But Maze, so
But
sorry.
I guess, but my hypothetical question is, would you be willing to give up, the sovereignty or maybe the privacy of what happens in your mind in order to have that technology or ability? That was going to be my question, but I'm going to come with a part two, which is, what's the worst that can happen with 0 point energy?
uh,
Go ahead,
um,
Calvin. And then
you
we'll go
say
to,
what's worse can happen with that. You gotta understand humanity and the nature of human beings. We need to go through so much, like, time in order for us to get where we should be at. I mean, just look at prisoners. They're making knives out of toothbrush. Imagine coming out and getting hold of 0 point energy. No.
that's true. That's funny. It is true. They're very creative. Hollow Cipher, go ahead, jump in, and then if anybody has any final thoughts, let me know. We can conclude tonight, and then we'll definitely have the part two invite made soon. Go ahead, Hollow Cipher.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment on that, and then I'm going to help you try to kind of summarize all this. But yeah, I have been hearing Ashton Forbes and others say that there's like this existential crisis of whether we introduce 0 point, as if like to do so would mean to introduce potential weapons that could, I guess, more annihilate us than previous weapons and whatnot. And I think these are parts of the sort of existential crises of considering that it's an either or scenario, whereas that seems to be pitting us against a situation that would no one would want, right? But I'll just leave that on the back burner. We could come back to that. So what I did here is I asked ChatGPT to integrate, and it's really good at this if you can get it really prompted specifically on stuff. I asked it to integrate Gerald Hawkins, who's the guy that did the mathematical analysis on the crop circles, and Dr. Levengood's energetic, biophysics analysis, really. And I'm just going to read a little quick, the conclusions, couple paragraphs here. By combining Hawkins' mathematical and geometric analyses with Levengood's findings on energetic anomalies, one could interpret that an NHI communicating through crop circles is attempting to teach us about the fundamental principles that govern the universe. These teachings could encompass the unity of mathematics and music, and the significance of natural energies, and the importance of integrating scientific and spiritual knowledge. Ultimately, such interpretations invite us to expand our horizons, seek deeper understanding, and consider the possibilities that knowledge transcends our current paradigms. Whether these messages originate from the NHI or reflect aspects of human consciousness, they offer a rich field for exploration of reflection. The ideas here are presented to integrate this idea, I asked it to consider as a fact that this is NHI trying to communicate us with us, and what would be some of these things that we could walk away from. Like, what would be if we had actually taken the time to do a thorough analysis on this and took it at face value that some of these are indeed capable of being proved to be coming from some level of intelligence and technology that we don't have access to. And so if we were to humble ourselves and take it very seriously how to interpret this and apply it, I think we could be accelerating ourselves to that fourth density magnetic alignment, because it all comes back down to magnetic alignments. And I'm just going to remind you all, the Russians have already shown through embryonic experimenting and creating magnetic fields that are different than what we're experiencing. You can create epigenetic factors. That means fish that don't have certain characteristics can be made to create those characteristics that they didn't have originally, or may be dormant. So consider that the
But
magnetic
how does
field.
so what do you do with the magnetism in order to create that epigenetic change?
Well, in the case of the Russian study, they pulsed magnetic fields through an aquarium
Right?
while the eggs were hatching. So what you can do is actually create either new epigenetic
So wait, does
material.
it have data in the wave, which is what's changing it? Is that what you're saying?
It would seem like our body is plumbed or backdoored, or however you want to say it, for being codified by magnetic fields. But there's
Oh,
other
wow.
sources of information. This is what Kershevink from Caltech, he's probably the leader in the field on magnetoreceptivity. And a lot of people are saying this is like a new field, but it's been around for some time. It goes back into even archaic science when they talked about animal magnetism. Okay. And they had to drop that because science was getting all legit, and then they didn't want to, be correlated with any of that occult practice. But now that we're coming back full circle, we saw that some of that age old 16th century alchemy actually was onto something. And
Mm-hmm.
we're going to need to integrate that back into the fold. I'll just land it there.
Wow, that's so interesting. I wonder if it would make people, if it could, never mind. That's another philosophical question I'll save for later. Okay, Don, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I was trying to say, I don't know if he's ever also heard of morphic resonance. I think you've talked about Maze before with Rupert Sheldrake, with the habit of species, and maybe where the habit of species is stored, which gets into some sort of paranormal aspects of being. Um, but it's funny is like when you start, I take Tesla to think of understand the secrets of the universe, think if there's a frequency, energy, vibration, and when you start going down this rabbit hole, and you live in that framework that he probably was operating in, I'm not too sure like what an advanced civilization looks like. Because if the idea is like we're trying to, like if you look at like the what Hollywood is all trying to do is they're trying to escape death, and it's just this pursuit for living as long as they can, and looking as young as they are. Like if you could live forever, I'm not too sure what an advanced civilization truly looks like. And there's this great interview with Heidegger and a monk, and they're arguing about the modern society is moving towards creating the A bomb, and Oppenheimer, and Oppenheimer's warning, and then the monk is sitting there who seems to be happy. Is what is the higher state of being at this point, that the monk or this hyper movement towards technology driving the behavior of it's just I don't know if you project in the future what does an advanced being look like. I don't know. I'm not too sure I can answer that question. We're just so focused on technology, and technology be driven by I don't know what. And I think Heidegger was concerned about this. Is it improving our understanding of being, or is it being driven by something just on its own pursuit of just the pursuit of technology, but not helping us understand being at all? And so we end up with this where we are now, with a lot of stressed out people, unhealthy, and perhaps we've even created the power structures that control our behavior now.
Well, no, I think that that's a very interesting question, right? And I think that if we were to just take technology by itself, and it's not inherently evil, right? It's not there's no inherent I guess good or bad or anything that's built in. The technology could be used to, perhaps afford us the leisure time to pursue things like creativity, to pursue spirituality, to pursue experiences, you know what I'm saying? Hot air balloons and, skydiving and swimming in the most beautiful light blue ocean, whatever. Like with your family and good times and experiences. It could do that, right? But what we have right now are these systems, and I think that ultimately there is this big cloud over everyone's head of scarcity and not having enough money, and so they're kind of forced into maybe selling their time and energy for a certain amount of money, and they're not even tapping into their genius code because they're indoctrinated through this very diabolical system that's designed to really create pegs to fit in these peg holes to uphold this very system, right? That is not conducive to humanity's evolvement, whether it be enlightenment or, spirituality, but it's more of kind of creating this very money materialistic, but it's keeping people at bay. Now there is opportunity for those, there's those that are capable of navigating this. But I also think that a majority of the people just never really quite tap into what their genius code is. And so they're constantly struggling trying to make ends meet. So I just think that when we take technology and we were to be able to use it in ways like I think right now, we are working our way to our own demise if we continue to fund the innovation of militarized technology. Like, why are we doing that? Like, why everything that has to do with the advancement of technology is happening over the Department of Defense? And it's not even defense. Like, they are looking for more innovative ways to kill people remotely, right? And in ways that are just more creative versus it being used for, other things. And those are the jobs that are paying. So the brilliant
But
innovation is selling their ideas, their energy, and their time to these people who can afford to pay for it, which is actually us, right? It's great. I mean, if we were to really look at our situation, it would just blow your mind. I swear.
and it's funny because I do think this is leading up to where we are today because we seem to be launching in that direction you're talking about. And how do you walk back humanity from that? So what is it that unites everybody? And we're having a difficulty within the United States, which is supposed to be the beacon of liberty. We're struggling to find unity. And so, we're talking about technology, yet we're not finding those things that would unite us to walk back humanity so that we get.
But there's an intentional manipulation of that, though. That's not
I,
natural. Like, it's not like people are naturally inclined to be divisive. I think that that is implanted. Like when you think about people's perception of reality, it is in large part shaped by public opinion, which is large part shaped by mainstream narratives and these official outlets. And when that's the case, I think that,
Well, Maze,
it's
I said the one thing we said mentioned before that war is good for the economy. I was taught that in school, and yet when I look at like Buckminster Fuller, he's talking about spaceship Earth. We're all in this spaceship together. Well, that's a
But why are we okay with that? Why are
plus.
we okay with an economy that's good? War
It
when war.
makes
Yeah,
no
go ahead.
sense. It's the Bastiat broken window principle, which he already proven. So somehow, like the model that we should be following is say Buckminster Fuller, we're all on the spaceship Earth together. And instead, we've been taught this falsities within the university system that war is good for the economy. And how is it that if you look at the balance sheet and human capital is the most precious one, wiping out millions of people in the Ukrainian war and whatever happened to the Palestinian is good for the spaceship Earth. You're wiping out the balance sheet is losing, but that's not the way we look at it. It's looked at in this provincial, whatever it is, distorted dystopian model, and that comes back to language manipulation.
Hey, Maze, do you think I
Yeah.
could?
What?
Do you think I could try to answer his question on what an advanced civilization might look like?
I would love to hear that. And if there, okay, we'll just make that. If let me just see if there's any other final thoughts, and then I'm gonna pass it over to you for that to be the final word of the evening. But yeah, are there any other final thoughts on this? For those of you on the panel, and I wish could take that. I know I see the request, guys, but we're trying to close now, so unfortunately, but there will be a part two to this, so be on the lookout for that. Hopefully, you can come to that. Go ahead.
So when we were talking about Levengood, he was from a company called BLT Research. Now
Hmm.
that stands for three researchers: Burke, Talbot, and Levengood. The reason I mention this as regard to ancient civilizations, if you look up John Burke, one of the authors here, he has a book. It's definitely my top shelf of prized books. It's written in 2005 with a botanist. It's called Seed of Knowledge, Stone of Plenty, Understanding Lost Technology of Ancient Megalithic Builders. Now, this is what I've discovered. It's taken me 20 years to figure it out. But if you strip away all of our technology, like presumably they had in the ancient world, it looks from studying their calendar and tying it into advanced physics, it looks as though they planned their whole calendrical year and their calendrical cycles that we don't even really understand what they were tracking. I've been able to kind of back engineer their calendar with recent, magnetic field cycles, and what it looks like they're doing is they are tying ceremony to unique times in the year when magnetic field signatures are different. And we have evidence in the book I just mentioned by Burke. And the reason we know this is because he went around to these sacred sites with essentially USGS survey equipment, including 3-axis magnetometer, ionization equipment, and ground penetrating current sensing instruments. So what does that tell you is that what they measured is that at sacred sites at specific times of the year, which is your hint that the magnetic field changes. So one of the things that they do still in Mexico today, the Maya will bring corn seeds up on the spring, say solstice, and what they'll do, or equinox, um, they'll put the seeds at the top of the pyramids. No one knew what that did. Halberg and Burke basically
Really? That's interesting.
measured an electrostatic charge that changed the germination capabilities of the seeds. So this is a genetic augmentation, or again, an epigenetic cofactor. So what we're basically saying, and if you look at how they tied ritual to these magnetic anomalies at their sacred sites, they understood, maybe they didn't have any words for magnetic field, but they understood there was a possibility to invoke change and to open up your capabilities by letting go of your baggage, and by opening the mind up. We now know that we could do this with, as I said before, cranial magnetic stimulation is the same sort of principle, except they had the whole solar system as a mechanism, or a sense of how you would shift gears to get into higher energy output. The whole solar system acts part and parcel with the sun's activity and output to create a heightened period that is not, see, people, most people are just talking about these big cycles, 5,000 years and 10,000 years. You don't realize that the calendars that they had chomped out everything down to 20-day intervals, which is the base count of most of these ancient calendar systems. So if we just presume that I'm onto something here, and this is all tied to magnetic field structure, and that magnetic field codes for higher what you might call morphogenetic field structure, or as McKenna called it, novelty, which he said was essentially complexity and in creativity. So if we just tie that to the magnetic field structure, we actually have a physical mechanism that we can actually measure. It doesn't have to be woo. We can verify this. This is what Dr. Persinger was doing in lab by experimenting with very small magnetic fields on people's brains. He found he could augment one of the most psychic people that we've ever had in military intelligence, which was Ingo Swann. He taught everybody remote viewing. So what we're
Wait,
really
wait, how did
talking
he
about,
augment them? What do you mean by that?
well, he used what they called the God helmet is synonymously linked to Dr. Persinger's work, which was back in the 80s. It was simply a old school hockey helmet that they put small solenoids, which is an electromagnet that you could pulse. Unlike like a fixed magnet, electromagnets you could actually create a pulse pattern around the brain. What they were trying to do is recreate the conditions at these magnetic anomaly spots, but in the lab, so they could prove what was happening. And if you read Burke's book, they were able to verify that
What's the name
shamans,
of the book?
a seed of knowledge, stone of plenty.
Seed of
and
Knowledge. Okay.
and what that shows is that the shamans were actually obviously taught, maybe built upon natural capability, but they're obviously honing on their magnetoreceptivity, their sixth sense. So they were marking out prayer flags, and Burke was going around with his USGS 3-axis magnetometer and proving that where these prayer flags that the shamans were putting were right where the magnetic field dipped. So they were able to basically verify this ability of the shaman to mark magnetic anomalies, which is now what we would call sacred sites. So we're getting now to the point of where we know what not only affects epigenetics, but what we know affects what we would call the transcendental mind, or the availability to see into other dimensions or other perceptual fields. And this is all being done with magnetic modulation. And as the whole world goes through magnetic modulation through the solar cycle, now we're starting to see long-term plans for the human race follows these magnetic signatures. And I'll land it with that.
Very interesting. I'm trying to see something. So, Seed of Knowledge, Stone of Plenty, you said? And it was Bert? What's his
Burke.
name?
Burke. This is again from the Levengood team, BLT. So this is John Burke and Halberg,
Oh man, so
2005.
it's okay. They don't have the audibles, but I'm down to read it out loud to all of you guys. All right,
Super
I'll get it.
valuable book.
Listen, I am down. I'm looking for some really good books. I do plan to play the Masters of the Far East sooner than later. I'm gonna do that. I think what's today? Friday, maybe? I think we're gonna start. And this is also related, guys. Like the Ascended Masters, there was 13 scientists that went down to Tibet and I think the Himalayan mountains or somewhere around that area, that region, and studied these people because they were like what they were capable of doing within it just defied Newtonian physics, right? Completely. And so they were capable of, being able to traverse waves of thought through the morphogenic field and back faster than the speed of light. And actually they were basically changing matter from the field versus trying to change matter and from matter. Does that make sense? So like when we're here we have to deal with the obstacles of time and space and energy. It takes this much energy to get and this much time to get over there to be able to do whatever. So they're able to remove themselves from anything of the physical and just and create from the field. Like it's just so fascinating. I think to Dawn's point, it's probably not something that everybody should do because it shouldn't be that easy because what people could, you just never know. But it is fascinating to think about. But yeah, I'm gonna play that book. And thank you so much, Hollow Cipher. That was really good. Alberto, welcome to the stage. Did you want to chime in?
Hi, thank you, Maze. Thank you so much for having me. Hollow, very, very interesting what you were talking about. I'd just like to chime in. The platypus. The platypus, as far as I know, is the only animal that can see electromagnetism. It'd be really, really cool if more could be studied. And it sounds like from what you're saying, there's a lot of money and a lot of resources being spent in being able to get abilities that like electromagnetism that animals that mother nature already gives us and finding ways to bring them into technology. Great chat. Love it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that, Hollow Cipher? But that's true. They are.
Well,
So,
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that we do have some new evidence coming out over the research. For example, homing pigeons, they believe that there's a protein in the eye that allows them to see magnetic fields. This has to do with the CRY1 gene, or the cryptochrome circadian regulator 1 gene, which is attached to the part of the brain called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. And these are all part of our circadian rhythms that we, for the most part, have associated with like our sleep wake cycle and light dark cycle. But now we see that there's another role in the circadian rhythm regulation, which is magnetic fields. So I'll just kind of leave it at that.
Interesting. So, have you ever been to a ley line, Holocipher?
Oh hell yeah! There's actually um, well, I've been tracking this under the, let's say, the umbrella of harmonics and grid works, like the Becker-Hagens grid that was put forth as a. This gets into the geodesics of Buckminster Fuller, which is really kind of like a soccer ball's like grid line around the Earth. And I happen to have a sacred center not far from my house called the Peterborough petroglyph site. The government of Canada has
Do you have a map, a current map that shows you?
shows what,
Well, how do
like
you
the
know
grid
there's a
lines.
secret site there? Yeah.
Well, I was just going to mention something about the sacred site, that if you go to one of these sites, you'll notice, even with a simple compass, that if it's a legit site, the magnetic field lines are, they're sort of going into vortice. And if you're there with sensitive people, or you're in a fasted state, you're going to see things and feel things that aren't your norm. And or if you are seeing stuff normally, this is going to be like an amplified dose of your normal reality, because that's essentially what these sites are meant to do. They're meant to show you an accelerated or amplified version of your capabilities. So when I went to Persinger, I said to him, it's almost like this ancient calendar is a way of predicting points in time that are initiation for the whole globe. And the reason for that, now we know, is because of the magnetic field from the sun is modulating and therefore puppeteering all activity on all the planets. So I don't know if that directly answers your ley line, but when there's a convergence of ley lines, you're dealing with these unique vortice spots. And we can now unequivocally say there's magnetic anomalies there, which give rise to orb sightings, all kinds of apparitions and things like that.
You
That's
know that
that.
they're connected to all, so the pyramids are built on these intersection points, right? Not just on the ley lines, but the
Yeah.
intersection points where the 369 vortex math, whatever. Sedona is full of these vortexes. There's like all these, like they take you on these tours. So it's kind of like a spiritual site now where people can go there and go to these little spiritual like tours where they go meditate on these vortices, which is super cool. And then also Mount Shasta has got a ton of them. And then, like you had said, all the sites where these crops and circles and stuff are. You know what's really interesting? Oh, by the way, there's a place in Brooklyn where a lot of like somebody did a post on this. It was like where a lot of the artists around that time that were extremely talented lived next or close to this thing, and it was like they had some sort of like they were just more tapped into the flow state, and they were very musically inclined, and I think they were just much more creative because of that, the location. And also, so I have dowsing rods, right? And I learned through Susie how to use these dowsing rods, which it's really fascinating how they work, where they are able to detect this. But for some reason, well, I should probably talk to Susie about this, and I think she's still down here. But like when I hold these dowsing rods, I can hold them extremely lightly, and they'll begin spinning like helicopters, both of them, like very fast. It's very weird. It's very interesting. I don't know if anybody knows anything about that. I should. I tried to look it
Well,
up.
you should try walking around and finding some of these locations, because I've used dowsing rods to find um, specific areas where there's intersections.
Yeah.
And in one example, I walked east west, and I found at the anomaly that when you entered the anomaly, it opened wide open when I got to the center of the anomaly. it closed in, and then by the time I got to the other side, on the east side of the anomaly, it opened back up, and it repeated the exact same pattern over the exact same circle going north to south.
Right,
So
and then did it ever like flip back over towards you when you walk past it? Never mind. I think, but yeah, I think that would, when you were saying it would open up very wide, I think that's what it was trying to do. But anyway, interesting.
it might be on a vortex if it's spinning around like that. Like that seems very interesting.
Like
But
I can take a video of it. I'll do that. Matter of fact, I'll take a video. When I hold them, they literally, and then I can hand them off to anybody, and they don't do that. It's very strange. It's very
Maze, do
strange.
you know anything about telekinesis?
I do, but not a lot. I know what it is, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, so I saw I dig deep into it and I stumbled on a video where a guy basically put like kind of folds paper and puts it on a toothpick, you know, straight and where he's trying to like this is like how you basically train your mind to like move objects and at some point he's able to like after so much training he's able to actually move it. It's just very interesting. There's a lot of videos out there about it. Just wonder if you knew anything.
Yeah, so I know that there's a lot of people that are capable of doing that type of stuff. I just and I know that there's like all types of I don't know I would say harsh uh crazy science that's being done to people that they find out, like I think in China, and I don't know, I'm not trying to like call out China specifically, but I do know that they were taking these kids and putting these things on their brains trying to study them. But I don't know. Yeah, I think that that'd be a good topic for us to do, where I we can dive into that and have it to be interactive. People just bring whatever they know and we learn
Also
about it.
also maybe dicelium glass. That's very interesting too. If I knew how to use the dark web, I'm sure you could find something in there.
there's actually a declassified paper by SAIC, and they're a major contractor. They
How do you
were
spell
doing
that?
SAIC.
S
I could probably find it in my thread, but they basically studied what they Uri Geller, and they had it. They referred to it as the Geller effect. And when you read through some of that report, they did a material analysis of the metal that he was bending, and it wasn't like you just like we were talking about the crop circles being bent by abnormal heating. Well, we know for a fact from that material analysis that those spoons weren't bent with normal heat because of the way that the actual internal material was essentially analyzed to be nothing like any normal heat bending, because there's signatures when you apply heat to metal that are very
So he was
difficult.
using the power of his brain to do that, to fire off that electromagnetic whatever energy to bend the spoon.
Yeah, Tesla had a name for these energies. He referred to them as non-Hertzian.
Oh
Non-Hertzian.
wow! Oh my god! Mind blown. I have like fireworks going off right now. Okay, non-Hertzian. I'm about to write this down. Sorry. Continue. Continue.
Oh, and the other, I think, very important, and what probably spooked a lot of the legit spooks in the U.S. was when they found out how advanced the Russian ESP or psionic research was. Probably some of the titles you could look up as "Psychics Behind the Iron Curtain," and one of the key scientists that was involved with that is he was a physicist named Dubrov, Dubrov, and his seminal
Wait.
work.
DUR what?
No, Dubrov,
Gotcha.
Dubrov,
Okay.
and he was involved in that. And there's a documentary that Brian Ramel put out. Obviously he's the archivist of Twitter, and he found the old black and white where they showing the original Russian psychics who were actually able to do telekinesis, and yeah, they were well studied under very strict conditions. So in the book Geomagnetobiology by Dubrov, it was published in 1978, they were speculating because they were well aware of the dowsing factor. They were trying to come up with an idea about how the body could have the ability to go into a superconductive, room temperature superconductive mode. And that would account for your ability to hone in on this weak magnetic field, because they had all the calculations. They knew what it would take.
Wait, Calvin, that's probably why that shit is so expensive.
Which,
It's copper, right?
yeah. Oh, the copper that I told you about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's copper.
Do you think that's what it could be used for?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard the that 99.9994, it's literally like it's basically dust, and they use it to put on rockets, spaceship, let's say.
Can I send that to Hollow Cipher, the picture he
Yeah,
sent me? Because I want him, he probably knows some shit
it's
about it too. But go ahead.
so someone like Lockheed Martin and SpaceX, like Elon Musk, will have used to it. I mean, gram per gram is more expensive than gold. Is $550 a gram.
So you can't eat it?
You never know.
That's
Gold
what
you could
uh,
actually. Copper, I don't know. I
okay.
mean, that small minuscule, you could sniff it, but uh,
Oh no.
Colloidal copper.
What you
That's the way to go.
sniffing? Cocaine? No, copper.
copper.
Motherfucker, what you talking about?
Yeah, so I got access to
That's funny.
800 kilo of that. It's in Germany.
Okay, interesting.
Damn.
I'm trying to
Copper though
find it.
prevents your hair from turning gray. If you look that up, copper's
Oh well,
key
shit.
for
I need
your
some in my
There's
life.
a
What do
hair.
you
lot of
do with it?
peptides that actually
What do you rub it
reverse
on your
gray
head?
hair. I've looked into it. Yeah,
What the
I
fuck?
used some
Send it. Send it.
peptides.
Like BP 140, or which
I
one are you
don't
talking?
exactly remember which one it was, but I use melanotan too, which you subcutaneously you inject it, and just like insulin, and it activates your melanin in your body, and you just take small doses for like every day, like for 3 days, and you just you
Where you buy this at?
you just turn like bronze brownish without going and being under the sun.
No
Yeah, yeah,
way.
Oh, I've heard
yeah.
of that.
Melanotan is very
What's it
very
called?
melanotan too.
Okay, that sounds like melatonin to
Yeah,
me, but is that how you
the
spell it?
only side effect for men, yeah,
Uh-oh.
yeah,
Oh, that sucks.
you get in heat, and it's like to a point where
Oh,
it's like
it's the
it's
other way.
painful. You gotta
Oh,
sit in a cold shower. But if you take small doses, you'll be good. Yeah,
interesting.
a
So
lot of
women can take it too without.
bodybuilders use it. Yes, you could, like your body. It was developed for people who have what's it called that it's not a disease. It's you know when Michael Jackson has some people just lose pigments and they look like those like they
Hmm.
get patches.
Yeah,
Those
vitiligo.
Yeah, like
is that
psoriasis
what it's
or
called?
eczema or
I don't
whatever.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
where they have the white
it's
patches.
Correct.
vitiligo. I think.
I think so. That's what if that's what it's called. So it was developed for those people, and it definitely works. I mean, I use it in the winter time, and once I get the color I want, I'll just use small little dose once a week, and just I maintain it.
Okay, send me that,
Yeah,
please,
I'll go ahead
Calvin,
and do
via
it right now.
DM. Thank you so much. Jojo, jump in. Jojo Rabbit, welcome.
I have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
If, let's say, everything was real, and let's say, sorry, there's a car passing by, but let's say you were granted access into heaven. Would you be able to give up your spot to save another person or humanity? Or would you just accept it?
Are you asking like our decision? What if it meant that we would potentially give up our spot if we didn't go right then? Right?
Yeah. Well,
Oh
yeah,
hell
let's just
yeah!
say.
I would 1,000%, 1,000%. I would give up my spot, or I would take the chance at being here for the whole. I don't think I deserve that spot if I don't. You know? I don't know. That's
And
just me.
who was it that said, "Imagine if we were capable of living forever, like ritual mortality"?
I mean, time will tell, I guess.
Time will tell what.
Well, I'm not the one who makes that decision, so I hope that when I am in that position, or if I'm presented with that position, then I'll make the right choice.
What's the right choice in your mind?
I mean, everyone's judged accordingly, so I think everyone in this time and moment knows. And if you don't know, then that's just reality.
So
And
you
that
okay, so
means
yeah.
that I have to do whatever I then believe I need to do, and the reality in which I'm presented with.
You know, that's an interesting question. And I say that like there's a I don't like I can't even really I don't know. I'll never mind. I'll just it's opening up a whole philosophical door that if I'm tempted to open it, we're gonna be here all night. But I love that type of question, and if people want to answer that as we move the mic around, then by all means, feel free to.
I would just say you're tethered to that, and that's a spot that's already reserved. You can't take it away. It's by quantum nature. You have to be tethered to the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, then you got to be tethered to a seat in hell too, right? I mean, I guess right. Wouldn't you be tethered
It's
to
your
both?
own it's your own making though. You're your own judge, and your own actions precede it.
Yeah. I feel you. I feel like that's what the purpose of my life is. It is to be that person. If I like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Baghdad, Baghdaddy, Baghdaddy.
Nice. There you
That's
go.
a
There
funny
you
name.
go.
Hi,
Center
welcome.
Rock. I thought you weren't going to say the full name. What's going on? Calvin, I got to say, man, I'm a pro competitive bodybuilder, and I do use melanotan too. Look, it actually also helps prevent skin cancer. I wanted to add that too. But JoJo, I think you're smoking crack. You ain't in your right mind. I'm just kidding. Look, I wouldn't give up my seat though. Dead ass. I'm not giving up my seat. I'll flick my finger. They got to go. I'm not giving up my seat. That's just me. Judge me. I know. I agree though with what May said. I do think like you're not even worthy if you can't give up your seat. But who wants to go to the alternative, right? So I don't know, but I thought that was just pretty funny.
Well, I don't think you're. So I don't think you're pretend. You're just. If you have the opportunity, would you take it? It's not to say that you wouldn't still have a chance to go. It just seems that
Where
like
am I going?
you're not forfeiting it for life. It's not like saying that you're gonna just go to hell to
But I
sure.
know, but
Like,
where am I going to go? If I'm in heaven, I'm already dead.
no, I know, but well, go ahead, Jojo. Did you want to clarify your question?
Well, unfortunately, when I came up with the question, it was when I was in a place of manipulation. And so
What?
when I
The,
look at reality and
like
when I
a few
look
minutes
at
ago?
no, but when I look at humanity, I see myself. And unfortunately, the more that I open up and I tell you guys how I feel and whatever I'm going through actually will lead to your guys' demise, which will lead to my own demise. So to some extent, it's better for me to just live life and die than tell you guys what I feel, if that makes any sense.
Bro, you're on
Because
another level. I fucking love it.
I mean, because the truth is, guys, what is the point of all this? You
What
guys
is?
know what the point is.
No, I don't.
You
Go
guys
ahead.
know. You either know where your heart's at, and you
Yeah,
guys
but
know
that
what you're
doesn't mean
willing
I
to
know what the
die
point
for.
is. So I know where my heart's at, but that doesn't mean that I would know what the point of all this is. Can you tell me?
No, because I'm not God, and that's the thing. If I were to tell you what the point is,
So you don't
then
know
that would
either.
mean that I would be the God.
Wait,
No, of course. Well, let me tell you what the point is. The point is to worship God, and I mean, as cuckoo as that may seem, that is the truth, and that's what I'm
So
willing
you
to
think
face
God
my Creator
created
with.
people? You think God created people just to worship him?
Well,
When you put it like that, it doesn't sound right. But when you look at your own life and you reflect upon yourself, then your eyes kind of do open up. But
You know what it feels like God created me for?
I mean, you either know, you know. I'm not the one who's going to judge you in the end. And
Bro, I know that. I was just
I
sharing
mean,
with you.
that's kind of it. I
What
mean,
if
because the truth is, this conversation probably won't go anywhere. You're not going to change my mind because
change your mind about
past,
what? Bro,
well,
relax.
past
Should
the
I
age,
just bring a sound bowl for you or something? Like I'm trying to have a conversation around a philosophical topic that you brought up. It's
I
only
wanna know what he's on. I wanna be on that shit too.
yeah, same, bro. It's not melanatan too. It ain't
you
that
I
think
don't
It
simple.
sounds like a
know.
circular argument, and
you
he's arguing with
past the
himself.
age of 25,
you think it's DMT or acid?
you
Definitely not the tan shit.
Neither.
you can't
If he
change a
had either
person.
one of those, it wouldn't. I don't know. I think he would have burst through that. Well, I'll just say this. I think that I don't think that God created humans just for them to like worship Him. But it does seem that we have a choice as a vessel to allow Him to fill it, or to allow another type of energy to fill it to create these experiences that are here that everyone is experiencing. And so, what side would you land on? I know that when I was 16 and I had my very first God experience and God filled my vessel, I've never been the same since. I've 100% went from being vacant to fully occupied with divinity. And, that strength has led me to where I am now. And I don't know about other people's experiences, but it seems that there's a vast difference of when I felt vacant. Meaning I knew of God, I heard of him, I prayed to him, but he was distant. It was somebody that I'd probably have to make up a whole lot of stuff, in my lifetime to offset the sins. But it was like I didn't know God until I knew him. It was like that that merging that occurred. So with that being said, perhaps we're created to make that decision at some point for it to be, to be a vessel, be out here for the good.
Well, I would say the paradox of that is which God?
Yeah, and all I can ask is that you hold on to that, because if you were to agree with everything that I believed in, then you would become me, and then this world would end as we know it. So there's no point in that.
Holy shit! I love this
That's a.
shit.
I mean, it's funny. Okay. Um. Interesting. All right, guys. So, do you guys want to just like open it up and you guys can have a? I mean, I brought a few more people up on stage if y'all want to take a few minutes, or we can close down and have the part two on the hybrids and Anunnaki later. I changed the titles so because we did talk about electromagnetism, advanced tech, and crop circles extensively. And guys, still repost because people will watch the replays. I think there's a lot of information. Cool
Maze, who
panel.
said earlier that imagine if we could reach immortality and live forever? Because
I would never
no, no,
want to do
no.
that.
I it's just there's a lot of people that I absolutely don't want to see for the rest of my life. That's
Right?
yeah, yeah, no,
Exactly.
no.
But I don't want them to die either. We
Imagine
can move
hearing
away.
Kamala Harris for the rest of your life.
Oh my God.
Is
For
the
real.
soul not immortal?
What is a soul?
Quantum entangled energy information system.
Quantum entangled energy information system. Interesting. So, okay, a mind, body, spirit complex. Does the spirit hold the mind and the body together in the experiment? Is that the soul?
In the physical?
Yes.
Then yes, but then the question is, do you have a proto or more simplified version of what you have in this life? Like through some of the mediumships I've asked, I've often been surprised when they tell me on the other side that they still experience time, and some of these energy shifts that we're going through, they experience on their side as well. Meaning it's not that disattached from our physical reality. There are some intersections between all dimensions, whether they're physical or not.
So, okay, I'm gonna ask you to repeat that in a second. But go ahead, Calvin. What were you gonna say?
Talking about soul, I saw a documentary about a doctor a long time ago. There was an elderly man. He was literally on his deathbed, and he put him on a bed, and they he had some sort of a scale where he could weigh the patient, for example, up to like grams. And the moment the patient lost his heart rate, that patient, when he passed away, basically at that moment, he lost about 6 or 7 gram, if I'm not mistaken.
It was
Was it,
27.
what is
27
it,
or
27
22.
or
One of those.
mm,
22. Yeah, one of those two
yeah.
numbers. Let me see.
That seems to be a function of your mental entanglement, because the Tibetan masters that experience the light body scenario, they disappear a lot more than 27 grams of their body,
Do you think everyone has a soul?
including animals. You mean, and plants, or what do you mean by everybody?
Well, I think animals and plants have consciousness and soul, whatever. Well, whatever. Yeah, yes, I do. But I'm saying, do you think that every human has a soul?
Other than the PLFs, yes,
What is a PLF?
programmed life forms,
What's that?
synthetic life.
EBEs.
EBEs are aliens, right?
These are sort of like fake versions or replicants, if you
Of
will.
human beings, basically, yeah.
Like clones?
Yeah, pretty much, without a soul.
Androids.
Like simulacras? Whatever they're, is that how you pronounce it? So hold up. Wait a minute. Where are these things at? These what are they called? PL who? I'm sorry. It's rare that I haven't heard of stuff like this.
Ask them if they can pronounce Kininigan. You will find out.
They might begin to like overheat. That's funny.
I would tell you, Maze, to watch on Gaia Cosmic Disclosure season 23, 24.
I watched it. I used to watch Cosmic Disclosure all the time, but then he got a little weird on me, and I just started to lose a little bit of trust in his. I don't know, like he's kind of went off the deep end. Well, when I say that, like I don't. I think we're all capable of swinging into extremes. I just. But yeah, I shouldn't judge all of his work like that. I guess. Okay,
But
what's season 23?
I think the idea, though, is that when we're talking about the other side and the physical side, we think that there's this big difference, but we're really just talking about energy at different stratifications or layers or levels of densities.
If I could expand on Mace's question, yeah, I know you're familiar
Yeah.
with the work of Stephen Greer, but even in some of the testimonies he gave when we doing the UAP hearings and then commentary he had, he's got whistleblowers that are on his team uh, that have come right out and said, the difference between a PLF, and he's very, very specific when he's talking about an alien versus a EBE versus a PLF, because PLFs are programmable life forms, and those are the ones that we manufacture here to make it look like little 4 foot or 7 foot aliens, but they're made here in Germany's got them in China. But he's very specific. Says these are kind of robotically remote controlled, even to the point he has two people on his team that said that well, somebody was experiencing one of these PLFs, and he got out of his car to go investigate, and he saw that there were two guys in a ravine that had the remote control switches that were basically directing the movements of this programmable life form. He says, and that's how you, well, that's one of the characteristics as opposed to an EBE, the extra biological entity, which appeared to be a biological creation. He would say that I think the 4 foot tall grays make the 7 foot tall ones, or vice versa. But they're like I said,
But how? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
the
go
like
ahead.
synthetic clone hive mentality creation from an extraterrestrial species.
But so the cells are alive. The cells are alive.
Yes, for the biological entity, but he says it's more like a plant than it is a human.
What
So
I've heard is the real gray aliens are like 5 feet, 5'2", 5'4", whatever, and the tall ones are the hybrid one. Is the one that they actually send to Earth to basically conduct and do research or whatever, for send in for whatever mission they need to do. But the real ones are the tiny ones.
Greer would agree with that statement that the little 4-footers control and operate the 7-footers, and the 7-footers are just like synthetic soldiers, like the movie with Will Smith, I, Robot. Except it's their version of entity or a being that they control.
Then again, are we not all programmed to some degree or another? And isn't that sort of the quest to deprogram and reprogram what we were brought up to believe to what we come to believe now?
and Baghdadi, you can just put your hand down. Everybody can just chill and talk.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
and you're running right back down the matrix again. Because from that perspective, Macy just mentioned the simulacrum or whatever type of beings we are.
The
Yes,
simulacra, yeah.
simulacrum. If we are in a holographic universe, if we are operating in a construct that had a constructor and a conductor, then yeah, again, I'll just reference conversations with Sophia Stewart. She said everything's a program, but it's up to you individually for those that are inclined to reject the software. I kind of look like when you realize that we're operating in a matrix, and if it's a computer type of a program or machines in the machine world, once you wake up to the reality, kind of like in the movie with Neo, when he starts to see the code, you're in that awakening state. And if it was a computer, for the people familiar with operating systems, if you got Windows 13, but then you get a virus and you see these aberrant programs running, so you can run an antivirus. If it's a religious theology or something you subscribe to, you bought into somebody else's program. You might need some antivirus software to sweep it, defrag your hard drive, defrag your mind and your brain, and then for another group of people, perhaps your awakening is like you're just going to upgrade the operating system. You're going to go to Windows 14, or maybe you're going to switch over to OS 2, and you're going to start running Mac software or Linux. So yeah, your analogy is applicable in terms of perhaps we are operating in different levels of programs. My opinion.
Yep, I'll second that.
Are you guys familiar with the Gnostics?
I mean, how familiar? Yes,
About,
I'm aware of them. I don't know too much
about the
about the.
demiurge and creating this material world, and that we have everyone has a divine spark, and everybody's goal is to live through this material world created by the demiurge, and to understand like this to experience duality, to experience good and evil.
To experience what? To experience what, Don? Say that one more
Du-
time. One more time for those in the back that
Good and
can't
evil,
hear.
the duality of good.
Yes, there you go. There you go. Yep.
And so
Good.
that once we are always in this trying to find the relation to that divine, where that divine spark came from, and when we do, the duality collapses. So it's,
Mm-hmm.
and then we reach that higher state, and we remove ourselves, and we go to a higher state of being. But we're trapped now in this matrix created by this demiurge, which I think I think they use it in computer language. I think there's something called the demiurge in an operating system, but they use the metaphors all the time. Um, so there's something there. Even the Gnostics, the Cathars, and so forth were um, using experience. They were they were exploring this idea, without what we see today with the movies and so forth. They were doing it on their own through their individual pursuit of spirituality, and they rejected the organized religion, and they were seen as a threat because I think they were not being they were unable to be controlled, and they were pursuing this path, I think, to try to escape from the matrix, so to speak.
I'm gonna.
I mean, I can't. Oh, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say because I don't run across a lot of people that are familiar with that term, the demiurge, and I'm just curious where you happen to be a student of artificial chronological history of artificial intelligence X archaics.
No, that came from the Gnosticism. There was Sophia. They believed was the goddess of wisdom, but she perhaps um, created the demiurge. You ended up creating the material world. So there's a little bit of history there. I'm not an authority on it. It's just something I've been exploring because I find the similarity between what's being presented in the Matrix series and what they believed in Gnosticism. There's something there, and it seems like the stories are overlapping. Uh, like they've modernized the stories, but they have similar threads. And this seems like this idea of all of us have this divine spark, and that this is being kept from us exploring where that spark comes from. And they trap us here in these uh, endless strife and division and so forth. And
Well, they try to trap us here, right? But that's for us to decide whether we stay or go.
I think a lot of it is what's find interesting is there seems to be an awakening happening now for whatever reason. I don't know if it's, I guess you could say it's the internet, um, but a lot of people perhaps are being introduced to new information that may challenge the matrix.
They're open to it though too, because I mean, this knowledge has been around forever. But it's not just the internet; it's the cycle. It's
Well,
that
I
we're
think the
now
only reason I
coming
said
back
that,
to it.
well, I think the only thing, as I said, is before you would have had much more difficulty trying to move information across, continents or land and so forth. Now it's instantaneous. I mean, if it's truly have open platforms where information can flow very quickly, and so you have the ability to move new paradigms very rapidly and destroy old ones if you're open to it.
I didn't see who was the one, and I'm sorry that we went past it. I was trying to wait for you guys to finish. Who was the one that mentioned the sizes of the aliens?
It
The
Like,
might have been.
Midwives.
I think two of
who?
us
I'm
did.
sorry.
Yeah, few of us. I was one of them.
Okay, so I actually saw, um, like what I think was like a little mini alien. Um, it was I would say like 3 or 4 feet. I counted like a little midget alien. But can you say more about that, like the sizes and stuff like that? Like what I saw didn't have a face and like really long arms. I don't know if you guys can talk about that, but
I think what you're describing is typically, I guess people would call the classical 4 foot gray alien. And
yeah, it was tiny.
yes, they're called, and they look really frail. Typically have a big head and large almond eyes, small mouth, maybe just two dots for a nose instead of a structured nose feature like we have, skinny arms, and sometimes four long, stringy fingers. And they're typically characterized as being very, very intelligent. They operate telepathically, supposed allegedly for people who have contact with them. Even you go back to one of the earliest stories that we have of Betty and Barney Hill, a mixed couple that had abduction experiences, but they didn't know until they is sometime much later. But they went into regression um, and separately, and they told the same story of how they were putting on these operating tables and performing experiments on them, and they were the little 3 foot, 4 foot grays that did it. And then there's a 7 foot grays. If you were to look at the story, probably one of the best illustrations would be the battle. What's it called? The battle at it was an underground base. Phil Schneider was the person. He was injured in that battle when they were battle at Dulce, New Mexico. If you were to look it up, battle at Dulce, and supposedly he was a geological engineer, and he was one of his jobs was to just look at the gravel, the rock formations as they were doing excavations deep under in these deep underground military bases, and he had done several. But he said they had been briefed before they go down about the different types of aliens that they possibly could run into. And in this particular case, he was working out at an area. I don't know if it was Area 51 or S4, but they were extending the base there, and his story. And he says as they lowered the basket down, it started. It was getting caught on something, so they sent him down in a basket to evaluate it, and he landed into, in his language, a nest of 7 foot tall grays. And it says based on his training, he knew it was hostile, so he pulled out his Walter P. 38 pistol and opened fire. Said he shot one, and I think he shot at another one before one of the other waves his hands. The alien waved his hand over this device on his chest, and some type of electro wave just shot out of the box and it gutted Phil Schneider open like a fish, burned his fingers off, and the electricity, whatever, just blew out through his toes. So they were deployed with Black Beret, and Black Beret came down, and there was a firefight. The firefight at Dulce, New Mexico. And I think they said 26 Black Beret got killed that day, but they saved him. They put him on a basket, and he was one of the civilian survivors that lived to tell it. He said there's only one other civilian that lived to tell it, and he was a Canadian. And I think the last word I heard what Phil on record saying is they kept that guy sequestered in a mental hospital in Canada. He never talked to anybody. But that was the 7 foot tall Grace. And then if you go further, people like Bob Dean and others would then talking about the Pleiadians that Billy Meyer talks about, or I don't know if there's avian blues or not, but Bob Dean says that his experience, and he was a shape command sergeant major, and he had high compartmentalized classified access. And he says in the manuals, he said there's an Army field manual that classifies these aliens, and he says, and this was maybe 15 years ago when Bob Dean was talking about this, but he says there are as many as 52 different types of aliens cataloged as visiting this planet. Would that be extraterrestrial travelers from other solar systems, or interdimensional beings, or extra dimensional beings? But he says, according to Bob Dean, says, yeah, there's an Army field manual that references up to 52 different types of aliens here.
I thank you. So I just want to say hi to Rachel. I was
Hi.
filling out this online form when you were talking, and it was through X. It was what Calvin sent me. I was trying to order that melatonin shit, and then I was like, "Oh my God, Rachel's here!" But I was on the final page, and I was like, "Okay, I have to wait." But I'm so glad you came up and asked. This is the perfect space to be asking all those questions and things that we talked about. So, guys, follow Rachel. She's amazing. Yeah, one of my best friends here, and I love her to death. And she's got an open mind, but she's not really down with this whole alien shit. But she did see one. And she's like, "Yo, tell me, who are these little beings, and what the fuck are they doing?" It
It
was
didn't
funny.
have a
Oh,
face. The one I
Disco
saw, I
Davis.
don't remember seeing a face. And it was like really quick. And I think it was like interdimensional, like what you said. It wasn't like flying in a little UFO. So
They're
it was
energetic.
crazy.
It's hyperdimensional.
Disco Davis in the building. What up, homie? How are you?
What's good, Mace?
Not much. I know you were here earlier. I saw your comment. And guys, Disco Dave and I go way back to another platform. He was the creator of the Preservation of the Human Race Club, which was the first club that took me under their wing. And yeah, it was the best. And so anyway, I've been trying to get him over here. He's like, I don't know, y'all people on X are fucking crazy. But I'm glad you came over to at least listen to the space. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, one other thing for Mariah, if I could, it may explain why you didn't see a face. And Mays, you may recall when we had Michael E. Hill uh, in some of these
Wait,
rooms.
say that again, Daryl. What'll explain why it didn't have a face?
Yes, because there's a person, mutual friend that Mays and I have. Some of y'all might be familiar with Michael Lee Hill's story. But he talked about how when he first encountered the Anunnaki, his first two visits, when they presented themselves to him, he could see their human form and outline and everything, but he says he couldn't see their face, and they had some form of technology or some way where they deliberately did not. wanted to see their facial structures, and so they had a way to mask it, and so it kind of looked like just like a, I don't know, like a milky, cloudy, just nothing there. You couldn't make any distinction on the face. He said on the third visit, when that's when they allowed him to actually see their actual facial features. So maybe if you what you encountered was it had that level of ability that it could just actually kind of morph its face, and I don't think that they do it to themselves physically, but they probably have the way to project that so it kind of impairs probably some of the visible light spectrum that you can observe, but they have a way to block it. But for you to say that, it just reminded me that I've heard Michael E. Hill tell that story several times. He's pretty consistent. His first two encounters with the Anunnaki, they deliberately build their face from him.
I don't want
It seems
another
blurry.
encounter.
Yeah.
It happened so quick that I didn't have time to get scared. So, but I don't want to see that thing again. I don't want no more of that. No.
Well, what was the context? You can't just say I saw alien and go.
Uh, okay, so I was you guys are gonna think it was hallucination, but it really wasn't. I promise. So I was doing shrooms, right? And there was like this almost like a staticky thing, and I was on the phone with my friend, and it was so funny because we were laughing, and I go, "Oh my god, I just saw like a little mid." I was like a midget alien. I know that's the worst word I could use, but a little alien, right? It was tiny, and it happened so quick that I told her, "Oh my god, I just there's an alien," and then she started laughing. She goes, "What?" And like when I looked, like I'm looking straight at it, it was so quick that it went away. So I was like, oh, okay, it went away, it went away. It was so quick that I didn't have time to get scared. But if it would have stayed longer, I would have freaked out. But it was almost like, when you're like seeing TV that there's like a little bit of static. So it was a little bit of static. I saw it and then it went away that quick, like 1 second, like that. So it's like I'm here and then it disappeared. I know it sounds like I'm crazy, but I am the
No,
biggest
it
skeptic,
doesn't.
guys. I promise you. I would not just like say that.
I believe you,
Listen,
girl.
I don't know.
I believe you.
Yeah, I haven't seen any aliens. I'll tell you this, okay? I have a very difficult time with reptilians. I'm sorry, okay? I'm still
Me
working
too,
on it.
me
I'm
too.
working on fathoming it. I just can't really fathom fucking walking alligators and shit, okay? I mean, do you understand what that means? And then they're smarter than us too and shit. Like what? I don't know. I just don't like that idea. And then on top of that, on the whole notion of like these little like leathery gray aliens. I mean, I guess they're real, fine, but they're tiny and they're leathery and they have like these big eyes. It almost looks like they were flies that were trying to get hybridized into a human and then they just failed. But then they're smarter than us too. Yet they can't have kids anymore because they fucked up. And then there's the whole time travel theory about them kind of coming back to fix what they fucked up, like the synthetic biology that eventually ruined their genome. They can't necessarily undo. So I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. So I'll say this: I definitely believe in beings that are not of here. I just don't know that they look like that.
When I
You know
seen
what I'm saying?
the
That's why they have the hybrids, the hybrid bodies.
when I had seen or like I guess learned about the reptilian stuff, I my first question was like they they can't just be all like elitist. Well, they could, but I don't think that they are. My question was, well, even if they are, do like all of them know what they are, or are they kind of just being like run like robots and then when they slip their like real self or like their real eyes or whatever, is that like accidental? if they're trying to warn or show us, and then it just like I don't know, like it's just weird because do they
I don't know.
know that they're being used? You know?
I don't know. That was a lot of questions, but I will just
Sorry.
say this. I think that no, it's okay. It's okay. I think that there's like a archetype of sorts that's being applied, and maybe it's not literal, but I don't know. I mean, there's people saying and claiming that they've like seen these things, but I'm just like you, Mariah. I got a lot of questions too. Shoot,
No, like
go
it's
ahead,
just
Alpha.
like this is wild. But yeah, go ahead.
It is. And Honorable Dr. Calvin, check your DMs. I have a question regarding the melatonin
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Sorry, I was listening, but I wasn't looking at the screen. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna well, to check the DMs because I
Yeah.
didn't want
Okay.
to
Okay. Okay.
disrupt the conversation. Go ahead, Alf.
I just want to say, you guys are not paying attention. All of you guys have seen aliens if you've been watching the news or alternative media. About 30 million illegal aliens coming across our southern border.
Yo
And those
ass.
and those are the most
That's funny.
dangerous aliens that are coming across. So I just want to remind
Let's
everybody
not do that
about
because
that.
they're
Yeah,
still
we don't
human
know that
beings.
yet. We don't know what these little miniature aliens are capable of because
Listen, the miniature
this.
aliens ain't eating the cats and the dogs. The miniature aliens
Oh my
ain't
God, are you pushing
Let's not do
propaganda?
let's not
I
do
don't
that
We
know.
don't
I don't
because
know
know.
these
though.
people.
Well, they are eating cats and dogs, but are they really eating? Are they really doing the Hawaiian rotisserie style with the fucking
Oh my
pineapples
god.
in the cat's mouth? Like, why are they putting on such theater, okay, with these cat and dog dinners? Like, if
because
you're
that that's
starving, you're
that's
not gonna go
that's
through this,
Exactly.
that's called
they're turning it into
no,
cookouts.
see, y'all see, you guys don't pay attention in these spaces. When you know that
Who don't?
truthful information is going to be released and you're the deep state, what do? You flood it with exaggerated information. This way, you convolute the truth so people disregard the truth, like all you are doing right now. Oh, this ain't really happening because I seen somebody over there with the Hawaiian rotisserie for the people. That's what they do. When you look at the media, they go because here's the thing: if you guys have been watching the alternative media people that have been going out there and doing on the ground interviews, they're actually talking about, yeah, I seen this person take this dog, and they're gross stories, but they're not Hollywood dramatic like what we're seeing on some of these other mainstream medias. So just because you see the exaggerated stuff doesn't mean the real stuff's happening. That's the way information and psyop warfare works.
Okay, but how do you know that these people aren't just saying that for one, like a cloud, or just that they don't like them, or that, or just they want them out? And
We're not.
that shit
Okay.
is just
Go ahead.
beyond me. And once again, like I said, these illegal aliens are still human beings. Let's not do that.
Well,
All
here's
right. We're not.
I'm
Okay.
not.
Yeah. Go
I'll
ahead.
make it quick. I'll make it quick. They might be human beings, but they're criminals. If you enter this country outside of the port, you are a criminal. And what happens is we allow emotions and empathy to put us in trouble. And I always use this example so people can kind of understand. If you go to donate blood to help people, that's a good thing. People need blood. But at some point, the organization stops you and says, okay, you can no longer give blood because now you got to recruit, get healthy again so you can come back and give more blood. That's the way people need to start looking at this immigration policy. When you just allow the doors to be flooded open, you start destroying the host. And in this case, the host is our nation, it's us, and we don't have the ability to even take care of ourselves now, let alone just open the door for everybody. The other thing, and I'll land it here, is when you look at what people have put, when we allow anybody to come into this country outside of the legal way, you're actually getting the people that have the means to leave those countries where they're coming from. And if some of those people have the means to, and this is outside of what's being orchestrated, I'm talking about just general, immigration. What you do is the people that that country needs in order to facilitate a better, healthier country are now going to our country. And what you've seen, and there's countless studies that show this, is you actually increase the poverty around the world, not actually help the world. So we can't allow ourselves to get sucked in by emotions because emotions make us make bad mistakes when it comes to this. But with that, chupacabras and aliens. coming across the border, dangerous.
And we should also, to your point, Alpha, the media, the same people that control the media this year had it last year and 3 years ago. This was a story long before this past month. I live right here in Ohio. My ex-wife Haitians. My son is half Haitian. So all the dialogue and even where he works, he's having trouble holding his tongue because it's become such a dominant piece of conversation and a divisive one at that. But at the same token, I listened to a documentary just earlier tonight of a lady. She was held a high position with the Border Patrol, and she was talking about, and you've covered some of this, Alpha, about how in 2021 there was a company had three airplanes, and they were contracted with the U.S. government to fly these illegal aliens in and out of the United States. Now in 2024, they've got 17 private charter jets. And she says we have people that are here illegally, that were brought here illegally on these private charter jets. And we even fly them home. If they want to go home, they just go turn their self into Border Patrol. They put them in shackles to make it look like it's a really good show, and they mix them in with some real legitimate illegal aliens being extradited. And she said it might be something simple. And she said pilots had reported this to her. They flew these guys back home thinking they're doing a good service. And then as soon as they get on the plane, they take the shackles off. And when these guys land in the tarmac and whatever this country is, they got the families there waiting to greet them, like welcome home. The birthday party starts tomorrow. That stuff is going on, so it's orchestrated. My simple point is we have to be careful that in any election cycle we get these distractions, and the distractions are there for a purpose, because the same people that control the media, you have to ask yourself who put it there for us to see, and why now. Because now, welcome to the Jerry Springer show. That's some degree of what we've got. So we've got to sort through the distractions, because the other things that are really going on, right now I'm watching Scott Ritter with the presentation he gave us on Friday, that the United States, I think tomorrow, Zelensky's coming to meet with Biden again. He's asking for permission to use a missile. And I think Soviet Union, Putin said just this morning that he said if the United States continues to do what they're doing and they allow the Ukraine to use a missile, that only the United States and France, but the United States owns the guidance system. We own the satellites to target it and the targeting system. And he said he considered an act of war. And today, or this morning, I guess no, yesterday morning, he said that he would use limited nuclear strikes. So the nuclear discussion is on the table, and we're talking about Haitians
Hundred
eating
percent,
cats.
Daryl, and he specifically said large cities within the United States. Like he didn't hold back.
Yes.
We actually talked about that. I had Ghost Space and Patrick Henry on tonight. We were talking about that, and,
There you
and,
go.
and just and just so people understand, when you look at the conversation around Haiti, the propaganda is being used on the other side too. Like, how many of you guys have heard their story about that barbecue guy? But if you actually research him, he's not a bad guy, and he's actually not a cannibal. And the guy that they've been showing all over the media that was doing cannibalism, that's not barbecue. And when you go and you actually research who Barbecue is and who his mom was, this is a guy that's actually trying to fight to save Haiti. That just shows you how twisted the media is, and the mercenaries and the stay behind units from Operation Gladio that are operating all this place to create the chaos. So, but I apologize for turning the funny legal joke into a political joke. So I'll bring us back to aliens and Independence Day and all that stuff.
Can I ask a question to Daryl? Because I think you said my name. Did you or did you not? Like when you were speaking of the um Anunnaki and the no face. Did you say my name or am I tripping?
No, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, so okay, so I was gonna ask you. So are like were you trying to say like I may have been visited by them, but I don't quite understand that part because they were in they were like my friend, like they were damn near like a premonition of like death. Are you trying to say that aliens they they told me that, or like I don't know, yeah. I don't know how to
No,
really answer like ask that, but that just seems a little not outlandish, but like why me, you know?
Well, I'd say that it's entirely just given what other testimonies we've heard, um, and some under oath. That assuming people didn't perjure themselves before Congress, and other whistleblowers who risk ridicule to the even point that Admiral Byrd, why would an admiral make up a story about aliens when he did an expedition for the United States? Or why would Gerald Ford say that he'd seen aliens? And Eisenhower, I talked to Laura Eisenhower, but the story was that Eisenhower made a pact with these little 4-foot grays, and that's what gave them permission when we started seeing cattle mutilations and things. He made a deal. That they would let them perform. The story is that he performed abductions in exchange for technology. So for you to say that you've experienced something like that with a type of an entity that has been described not only just contemporarily, but you see it on the walls when you're in petroglyphs, like what Mays was talking about earlier, that are there 10, 20,000 years ago. You think a caveman had nothing better to do than, I mean, just draw something and make it look like this, and it looks like an alien, or some of the reliefs that you find scribbled in walls, literally etched in stone in Egypt and other cultures who have similar phenomenon. Zulu warrior, a storyteller, wisdom keeper, uh, um, Credo Mutwa, who David Icke did a lot of interviews with, and he talks about from the Zulu nations, from the African tribes, their interactions with these beings. So the fact that you observed something like that, whether it was a real physical alien crossing through, or you mentioned you were doing shrooms, and people do talk about how it's a powerful. I don't want to call it hallucinogenic because so many
Psychedelic.
people, yeah, psychedelic. But perhaps you've filled the wall of the pineal gland, and you're observing things in another dimension that you don't observe in another state of mind. That's a possibility. And I've seen other videos of people that are like shooting a little video of something that's going on in the house, and they see a little bitty fella, 6, 7 inches tall, running across the room behind them, and they, what was that? Just zim in and out. Maybe even if I were to talk now, I'll land here. But I went to a conference um, with Melchizedek, and he led us all in a guided meditation. He was going to take us down to meet what he called the lava people, and there's about 200 of us in the room. And I got to tell you, I went through the exercise with him, and I met little furry, almost raccoon-like things. They were walking down there on the side of a stream bed in a cave, but I was looking at them like just amazed at what I'm seeing. And as it's one of them actually was walking, he looked over at me and saw that I was looking at him, and he was looking at me, looking at him. And I'm like, "Whoa, this is just too real." So other dimensions is, I think there's just so many things that we don't understand that I really can't dismiss it. Although you may feel ridiculous, and it used to be really embarrassing. People wouldn't talk about stuff like that because they'd call you a cuckoo. Or they say that, yeah, you're one of those tinfoil hat wearers or something. But we have just enough stories out there to say that there is something there that maybe we can't explain, and some of it is
Right.
hidden.
I
But
think that Rachel was the one who said she was on shrooms because I wasn't on anything but
okay,
life.
Yeah, it was Rachel.
I was on shit but
I
life.
didn't know raccoon people existed. Where are they at, there?
I know. I was about to say that's what I was
I
gonna
didn't
Where are
gotta
they
go
at? I
be
want
their
to go meet
friend.
them.
well, no, no, for real,
Hey
Jumble on
guys.
Melchizedek. He said, and he took us all on a guided meditation, and and he did a lot of testing under sophisticated scientific equipment to so they could kind of measure what's going on in his body as he's doing these amazing things. But in this particular exercise, he showed us a technique, and part of it was how to orient your pineal gland and how do you angle it down from a 90-degree angle. You would just bring it down another 45 degrees so it's kind of focused out. He said you take your tongue and you kind of tipple, if you trace your top of your roof of your mouth to that soft palate area in your mouth. You just kind of agitate that for a couple of minutes, and then you imagine this little green cord that's going down from your heart valve down through your lungs, and you run it through your root chakra into the ground. And he had some meditation music going on in the background. Now, I did. I got to the point where I visualized we're going down deep, deep, deep in the ground, and I'm just flowing with it. And I did get to a point where I actually did. I saw through my third eye, I guess, I didn't feel since I was there physically, but that there was something physical about me there. And I saw it's like if you're in a big cave. It's got a instead of an underground river, it's a river of lava. It's flowing hot lava, and on the far side of that river, on the bank, up between the bank and the cave wall, there was these little creatures. I'm going to say they were maybe 3 or 4 foot tall, and the best way I could describe it, it looked like a cross between a bear and a raccoon. They had like a little mask over their eyes, and they were just someone was going to the east and someone was going to the west, just doing their little happy, just walking. They didn't look stressed about nothing. I don't know where they were going, but then at one point, one of them, as he's walking, he looks over his right shoulder, and he looked at me. He stopped and he looked at me, and I'm thinking I'm just well, I became part of it. Then I've been observed, and I was sure he stopped and looked at me because he was the only one who stopped. He looked at me, and then he stopped and looked forward again, and he looked over at me again. And then just looked forward and took his little happy ass where he was going. Called him one of the lava people.
Y'all must not want me to sleep tonight. Cause so oh I'm
If
I
you look
don't
up,
know what to
look up.
think, cause
Yeah,
my lord, cause no, cause like, look, this has been happening since I was a little girl. Like, where am I from? Who are my people? Like, this is wild. Speaking of little creatures, this is this is kind of like wild. But what do y'all think of like centaurs? Cause I swear I have seen not centaurs, but like I feel like I've seen some like weird like shape shit like this weird shit, and that's quote unquote half horse half human. What do you think of centaurs? Because I think that shapeshifters are like they're real and they're out at night for sure, and I feel like I've seen them, but I might have just been, I don't know.
I've never had an experience with the centaur, other than what's written in some of these texts about them.
Oh, no, me neither. But like that just like it just went. I don't know why I thought of centaurs, but I've never seen them. I'm saying like shapeshifters or like
Well,
weird figures. Like, have y'all seen it or like heard of them? Cause uh,
okay, so I never thought I would tell this story out loud, and I don't know if I should actually,
tell the
but
Do it.
story.
Do it.
Tell the story.
this, I don't know. I don't know. Let me bring Patriot up.
I feel
Hopefully,
like
Patriot's
we're
here.
all very open minded, and especially Mariah, because I need to know that I'm not tripping. I need to know that I'm not losing my
Well,
mind.
okay, let me let Anon go first. He's had his hand up for a long time. Go ahead, Anon.
Mm,
Come up here, Patriot. I sent you the
yeah,
invite.
it's nothing. Yeah, I even let people. Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time too. In other regards, so the hypothesis. So back on topic with the aliens. The hypothesis.
I was talking about you. That's why I said you go.
Yes, ma'am. So with the hypothesis with the aliens being interdimensional, I think is extremely accurate. And the reason I say that is because I believe they're fifth dimensional beings. And to help describe and understand it in clear terms is that I believe that we are fourth dimensional beings. Because if you look at the third dimensional object, it's all around us. It can't move. It's very still and it's third dimensional. Now, how do you make a third dimensional object fourth dimensional? You give it consciousness. So you have an XYZ that's third dimensional. And if something moves within that space, it creates space and time, right? So when something moves within an area, that's when time becomes relevant. So I believe that as fourth dimensional beings, our consciousness gives us that fourth dimensional status. So what does fourth dimensional being mean? It means that we have a conscious and we can move out of the third dimensional. We can move out of our areas. And why is consciousness fourth dimensional? Because it can travel like I am talking right now and everyone's listening to me. And how is that even possible, right? And I actually believe back then people had the ability to understand and feel each other at long distances, right? If we didn't have that ability, how have we even survived? So the what differentiates, so we can't see them but they can see us because they're fifth dimensional, right? We can barely see the fourth dimension, but once we understand that we are the fourth dimensional beings, and if you look up in the nest, I posted something that will explain the fourth dimension in visual terms. I'm a visual person because just explaining it isn't going to help anything. So what makes fifth dimensional beings fifth dimension is that, yes, we can communicate with thoughts, we can move with our thoughts, but we're still kind of tied to the third dimensional realm. We're in between third and fourth. We're stuck to the third dimension. They are stuck on the fifth dimension, and what sets them apart is that they can move in. So our thoughts can move instantaneously to different places, but their thoughts and bodies can move instantaneously to different parts. So they can be anywhere within space at any time they want to be instantly. So
So you think the ascended masters of the Far East, the ones that I was going to read, and we're going to be reading that book in here, I think Friday. You think that they are like, well, first of all, I guess like when you're saying these things, it sounds like you're saying it so matter of factly, like it's just what it is. I'm curious, is this kind of like a blend of your hypothesis after all the stuff that you've read and gathered and put together? And then my second question is about the Masters of the Far East, if that's what you think they are, fifth dimensional.
yeah, exactly. So it is stuff that I have researched, and through logical application and objective reasoning, it's what I've concluded to be the most logical reasoning. I'm a realist, but I'm also optimistic. And as far as the Far East beings, I'm assuming it has to regards to how does one hieroglyphic exist here and it's thousands of miles away and it's the same exact thing? Well, yeah, because they do that, right? So they were sending the same message. They were waking up humanity across the world at the same time. So there's this saying, right? What came first, the chicken or the egg? And no one has the right answer. I don't think I have the exact right answer, but
Where's the rooster? You got to have a rooster
right,
too.
or the rooster or the egg, the
Yeah,
chicken
here
and egg,
I'm here.
whatever,
I'm here.
right?
The rooster is here.
So my claim, the claim I like to make is that the observer was first. There had to be the observer before the chicken and egg could have existed. So it gets really deep. So uh, people need to understand what the true definition of God is. And some people say it's our creators, it's whatever created us. I don't think that's the case. So God is the creator of this universe and everything that exists and allowed it to exist within this universe. God is like the perfect watchmaker. And once he set this universe into motion, he knew everything that was to come next. So um, where was I going with this? Sometimes, yeah. So dang, maybe it's too much for you guys to understand right now. I'm being
Or
stopped. I
the
don't know.
chicken or the eggs. That's what we're saying.
Or maybe your ass got ADD. How come it's got to be blamed on us? You know
Yeah,
what I
no, I'm
mean?
walking around as I'm talking. So
I'm just kidding. I'm
no, I
totally
probably
kidding.
do. That's probably why I used to smoke so much weed.
No, I interrupted you. I interrupted you. So I think you were getting on the you were
Got it.
moving. You were talking about the fourth. Okay,
Got it.
good.
Got it. Yeah. So if we say, let's say hypothetically aliens created us, right? That doesn't make them our like gods or our god. So it's very important for people to not feel upset when our creator might be aliens, right? Where did the RNA come from? The RNA strand is what, and in fact, the RNA is older than the Earth, right? So, so to me, it's like coding, right? They've coded this genetic material. They planted the seed on Earth, the egg or whatever the observer did, and life came into existence. So it's very possible that we were created by these fifth dimensional beings, just like we can manipulate the third, second, and first dimensions and nanobots and all this crazy stuff. They can do the same with us. And you got to understand, these people are so advanced. Like one alien will have the intelligence of billions of people combined, or it's a quantum computer times 1,000. And the reason I say that is because just look at your DNA and how much information that stores. If DNA can do things at such precise levels, then imagine the aliens and then imagine God, right? So it gets really deep, but we're here for a purpose. I believe we have free will. I believe they don't have free will. They act on God's will. Now, that's not to say that all aliens are good, because good and evil exist. The duality is a universal thing. So it's literally a war between light and darkness. So, yeah.
I am so
Okay.
confused right
Well,
now.
hi.
Patriot.
Welcome, Patriots. We're talking about, well, I think that when we kind of explore this topic, there's going to be people that just kind of aggregate a lot of the material that they have come across and begin to kind of create their own hypotheses, which are always interesting to me. I think because there are so many parallels and connection points that we begin to kind of form what, like remember in school where you have a projector and then the teacher would have like these little film things, like these things that she put on the projector, but it's like getting one piece of it at a time and just keep piling them on top of each other and it creates a picture. That's kind of like what we have to go through because there's just a lot of material out there and we have to kind of piece together what we think
Damn,
is
you
real.
just
So
brought up some old ass technology.
you remember? No, I just aged myself. I also aged myself with this one
Those
post
were
I
the
just
times,
made
though, Maze.
where so this one post was like our school had a smoking section. I am so surprised that nobody else's school had a smoking section. My school totally had one, and I guess I just aged myself because they must have banned it
That's
since then.
actually crazy.
Anyway,
Wow.
it's
I was with
hilarious.
you until that
That's
part.
where all the gothic kids and shit, like all the the gothic like
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they would all just be chilling over there in the
That
little
that
section. It was like
was
some
that was
little dirt
called
road section.
juvenile hall,
I,
Maze.
w- I was definitely with you on
Shut
that
up,
part until you got to the
Alvin.
smoker
He's
section.
trying to tell me. Well, yeah. Okay. Okay. Whatever. No, it was high school. It was
But
definitely high
Miss
school.
Maze,
Okay. I'm
I
sorry.
said, but Miss Maze, I would like to hear that story still. Don't try to back out now. Don't try to back
Okay.
out now. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm listening. I'm
I know. I'm gonna tell the story in a second. I also got a request to sing a song. I don't even know if I'm gonna do that yet, though.
love
Just
so
later.
much.
But I'll get there. But I wanted to hear from our new person first, Joy Blissful. Hi, welcome to the stage. And then after that, I will tell the story.
Hi, Maze. Great space. I've
Hi.
been to your spaces before. I just didn't go into speaker section. A lot to talk about, and I've listened for quite a bit of the conversation. So we were talking about DNA, aliens, God, dimensions. I always, was in the search mode throughout my life for as long as I can remember, I would say. And I guess the current, I don't think it's the final, but the current understanding that I'm getting is that we tend to separate ourselves from everything that surrounds us. We have this um, kind of him, her understanding of the world, or a thing and a living being understanding of the world, right? But it's all energy, it's all one field. So, my understanding of dimensions is that we are multidimensional beings, and I believe we actually exist in all the dimensions simultaneously at the same moment. So, we are, as three-dimensional beings and four-dimensional beings that was mentioned earlier, yes, fourth dimension, I think, is where we see these beings, these other aliens, as we'll call them, right? Entities, because it's a thinner layer of existence. It's not as dense as the third dimension. But I spoke to somebody about 10 years ago, and their relative was in the sciences in Switzerland, and they were discovering dimensions, actually. And he said that back then, 10 years ago, at that time, they were saying that they've discovered at least 130 dimensions. 130. And there's not only 7 chakras, it's all connected. All of it is connected. And what is the 90% or
There's
99%
a
of
hundred
our
and
DNA that is being called junk? What is it? What's
well, there's 108 chakras. I think that's the
right? Yeah. So
uh
it goes
yeah.
much higher. So and I think the DNA has been tampered with long
Yeah,
before.
the Y
For,
chromosome was not the Y, the 2 chromosome was added at some point, right?
Mhm.
And that's kind of to the Homo erectus
So
group.
yeah, we are not functioning to our full capacity. And speaking of the fact that are we ready for new technologies, and are we ready to discover what crop circles are telling us? Perhaps not, because that treasure that we hold within us, within ourselves, is being called junk. And this is what we are being conditioned to, right from get-go. When it comes to understanding this world, when it comes to understanding our own self. So I think know that thyself is the most important thing that a human being can achieve in this lifetime, because everything else is fleeting. Everything else is fleeting. Just to think about it, consciousness is what stays with us, or human consciousness is what stays with us. But at the same time, is it really human, or is it universal consciousness? So I've always have been bewildered by the subject. It's always something that is um, of an interest to me. It's absolute wonder. I think human being is an amazing, wondrous invention, and whoever the inventor is, we are here to discover the core of it. The third eye, the pineal gland. I think in the pineal gland is the answer to all the dimensions and everything that we see in those dimensions. So it's quite interesting. That's why I like your spaces, and I like the conversations and dialogues that are actually going on, and it's refreshing. So thank you.
That was you're on the right track. I think you um, understand it pretty well. God, I lost my thought of track again. So
Well,
religions talk about this too.
but
Yeah.
hold on. You see, Patriot's hand has been up.
Sorry.
So,
Yeah, I
well,
totally ADD.
no, it's okay. So while you're thinking about what you're gonna say, we're gonna tap in with Patriot. What's up, bro? Welcome. Glad you made it.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? No, I wasn't confused when Anon was talking. Actually, he described it pretty well, and then Joy backdoored and did a even better job. Uh, Not a better job than none, but I'm just saying like the way it's being described. They've been doing research for years and years about what this matrix is, and I've been doing research as well, and I think the way it's being described to me is when you look at our universe and the way it works, it connects like a huge neural network, like a consciousness,
Straight there.
And when you add the fact that what our brains could do with the pineal gland, I mean, just imagine, like Anon said, I mean, we can only see in the third dimension and stuff like that. Um, when you keep going up in dimensions, it's kind of like, if there's a prime consciousness that created everything, um, and this is like a turtle be saying this is like a daydream or some stuff like God is daydreaming all of this right now type stuff. Um, it just make a lot of sense because they're starting to release information that this is a holographic matrix. We're starting to see evidence of this all around, and it's like, remember I was talking about sound travels faster than the speed of light, so vibration equals is faster than the speed of light, and if a thought, if our thoughts vibrate, then something definitely, this is a holographic matrix, something definitely thought this up. and we could be in a program right now in somebody's bigger mind, bigger brain, and then we're all connected in this matrix through that network, that neural network of connection in that bigger brain. Uh, it's interesting though. I mean, it's just, to me, I've always when you think about the concept of God and consciousness, you like, wow, everything has always been about consciousness, and water was here before anything, to be honest with you. So maybe this is maybe this is a matrix where you're in some type of holographic nature where you can uh I'm trying to gather my thoughts, Maze. I just got up. But maybe this is a situation where we're in something something bigger than us, like brain type thing. Like maybe something thought this whole thing up, and we're just sitting here being a part of a daydream for something with a much bigger brain than we can imagine. I mean, the way everything works, everything's connected like off of Avatar. You know how the tree was connected to Awa was connected to everything, and the flowers and all that stuff. It appears like that's what we're in. So I'm listening in right now. I'll try to add a little later, but I'm half asleep, and
That's
I
cool.
appreciate the breakdown. I hope I didn't brain fart nobody, because Anon described it so well. Like the stuff I've been looking up about dimensions, and then you think about what you do with dreams. When you going in dreams, you accessing most likely different dimensions, and then the pineal gland is still active when you sleep. So you're accessing dreams that could possibly be real, and they have CIA programs that got documents that said that when we dream, that's basically another dimension. That's reality. Each dream state is a different reality. So I'll end there. I'll end there. Thank you for letting me talk, man.
Of
I think
course,
you're just
always. I just wanted to hold on one second. I just wanted to kind of throw out a quick little correction, just scientifically speaking. When it comes to the speed of light, it's not sound necessarily, that because sound is not faster than the speed of light in the vacuum. Not much is, other than thought. And then they have, like, the idea of quantum entanglement, where when something is affected over here, the other one's instantly affected over there. And then also tachyons and stuff like that. But the speed of thought, I think, is the main point that you were trying to make anyway. So I just wanted to,
Vibration.
yeah. So much love. I'm so glad you made it. And you did very well, because when I wake up, I'm not worth two dead flies until I get at least 3 cups of coffee in me and before I can say vibration. I'm just saying you did good.
Oh, but excellent
Okay.
presentation on I did come and listen to the presentation earlier about the crop circles. I was very intrigued when you mentioned that some months ago, and I've always wondered what the hell that was. I'm like, what is that shit? They've been talking about these crop circles, but the symbols that these crop circles leave have everything to do, a lot to do with the Anunnaki, if I'm correct. I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the symbols that are being left in these crop fields have definitely symbolically have something to do with the Anunnaki. I could be wrong, as far as my understanding goes. Am I wrong with that, or I don't know too much about crop
Well,
circles?
so I do think that for sure it is something that is interacting with our reality. And listen, guys, even if, let's just say this is a holographic universe, right? And let's just say all of that is true. Within the hologram, we do have biological and beings, and the reality, the experience is here. And so in essence, there could be biological extraterrestrials that are here that we would still be able to. So I think that when people dismiss the idea of aliens, because some people do, I know you're not, I'm just saying some people do, and the dimensional aspect of it, I think, is silly, because it's not just humans and life forms here that would be in the hologram. I heard that the other day, and I wanted to say something, but I wasn't on the stage. So I wanted to say that to everybody else in here. But do I think Anunnaki is specifically related to that? We're gonna have a space on. We're gonna have a part two, Patriot, where we bring in the whole Anunnaki topic, and then see if there's any correlation. But there's definitely these light orbs, and there's been some scientific evidence that prove that there's been electromagnetism and electromagnetic radiation that was cooking the water, heating up the water inside of the wheat in the field, and that is not something you can fake or whatever. So there was something that was happening in pulses. They were able to recreate it in a lab with pulses. This caused the seeds to have crops that were much bigger, much more protein in them, and they grew a lot faster. And so, but the ones that obviously were fake, they were, they didn't do the same thing. So there's something that is interacting with our reality, something that has that electromagnetic ability to come in and just create these crop circles. But I don't know if it's the Anunnaki or perhaps another intelligence
Yeah.
that we just
One
don't
more
know.
thing, Maze. I liked what Anon said about if aliens did create us, that doesn't mean that they're like the ultimate, you know, end all be all. But we are gonna probably figure out real soon, Anon, that we all are clones. They've had a cloning program for probably 300 something million years, for all we know, you know what I'm saying? And we got cloned by these little G fuckers, most likely. And that's going to be a hard pill to swallow, even though you're right. I don't think that's the end all be all, but that's going to be a hard pill to swallow for a long time. So I wanted to give you props to that too, brother. Go ahead. I'm done.
Absolutely. I feel like you just picked up, I was going to say, you picked up Thor's hammer and just hit that nail right in the head. And the trouble people have with speech is that so I try to go swimming in your ocean, which is your mind. And when people talk, it's like a waterfall, but in your head, it's literally an ocean. And that's why we have such a hard time trying to explain our reality to others, because how the hell are you going to put an ocean out of your mouth, right? So yeah, that's exactly what's going on. You got to go swimming in people's mind.
Yeah, yeah. And water was here before, water. I mean, we're gonna have to talk about that too sooner or later. We used to talk about that, but we need to talk about the importance of water in this holographic matrix. We got to talk about what the hell that is. That's gonna be interesting. I'll land.
I know one thing: water has memory. Water also is able to like, and if you think about water having memory, this is something that's, I mean, we know that it's able to have the cymatic imprint of sound, like, but it also, there's so much to this. Like, I don't know if you guys know Dr. Moto's book on how, like, you can like structure water with frequencies, even with words like the word love. I mean, it's crazy. There's a lot there that is just untapped. I think that it being the element that goes back into the dawn of creation, you know what I'm saying? There's got to be so much. Can you imagine the vast amount of information that will be one day extracted from the water molecules? Like I think that at some point AI will be used for that, and it'll be very fascinating to learn.
Water and hydrogen. Water. Let me say this. I ain't gonna go there. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna ask you this, Maze. Don't we have water around our brain? If I'm not mistaken, don't we got water around our brain?
Fluid, yeah.
And then when you get memory, you get like crystals around the like
You said the magic word crystals.
because of water hold memory. Then and then it turns into crystal. Then there you go with that. See what I'm saying? It get real
Look,
interesting. I should have though, because we're gonna throw it off. But go ahead, y'all.
that's crazy you mentioned crystals, because right before you said that, Maze, look at what I DM'd you. And it's crystals in the brain. And crystals actually hold extreme amounts of data as
Memory.
well. I don't know where I'm going with this, because I'm just touching on the subject, but I thought it was crazy you said crystals as well. That's insane.
And then you gotta think about when you got how water is all around us and stuff the whole time. I'm gonna say
We're made up of like 70%, I think, Patriot. We're made up of like, is it 70%, y'all? I think
you
so, which
talking
is
about
why
we're made
we
of
actually
70% water.
respond. Yeah, I believe so.
Exactly.
And that, which is why we respond so much to frequency because of that. And so, even with the frequency healing, the healing machine I have, in order for it to really work, you have to be extremely hydrated because it's the water that's getting activated within, right? That's doing the magic, you know?
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna add to that, Maze. Water.
Yeah.
The
Are you going to be up for a while? Because I was going to move MV down and then co host you because she's knocked out.
how long she been knocked out?
Um,
Cause she didn't say nothing.
she's been knocked out for a minute.
Like, is she
She's
been
been
knocked out for like 6 hours or something? Cause she ain't moving.
a few hours.
Oh, okay. I'll come up there. I'll come up there. It's cool. I
Okay.
appreciate it, by the
All
way.
right. Go ahead.
Nah, but I was just gonna say, yeah, water definitely holds memory, and the way it was mentioned to me was, the body's like it was 70% majority of water, and then water was there first before, let there be light. It was already here. So, and then you think about the Matrix, it was a documentary. They said it was a documentary, and where was Neo at? He was in the goddamn tub full of water when he fucking woke up. It's like, water has a lot to do with this holographic matrix that we're in. And hydrogen, I believe. Is that right, Maze? Hydrogen, none, and water. That's how it actually. I don't know what I'm getting at there, but go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna be quiet because I'll start talking and going all over the place, and I'm brain farting right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just shooting on
Yeah,
E.
I'm on the same page as you. I'm only 30 years old, and I'm sure there's researchers out there that
Well, we
have
got to let other
more
people
figured out.
chime in, Anon. I know you want to go ping pong back and forth, but they've had their hands up forever.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it's all good. I love that you're engaging because, I mean, trust me, it'll go
And,
quiet in just a
and
second.
Maze, I'm
But just
bad
so
with
you
the
know, it
hands.
is.
I leave a hand up there.
Are you good? I got it. So hydrogen is one of the components that make up water, Patriot. So there's H2O, so it's hydrogen, and the other one is obviously oxygen, whatever. And so in essence, it's an essential part of water, and maybe that's where the magic is in water. If we did go by the Big Bang theory, then essentially it was that. The
So if water
Since the Big Bang.
is hydrogen made, like can it be around us right now? Like, can water be around us?
It's only one component of water.
Gotcha.
There's two, yeah. Um, so okay, yeah, I think was it macaroni or grizzly? I don't remember who it was.
Macaroni
It
One of
wants
was
to go.
y'all that was
macaroni.
next.
No, actually, Mariah had her hand up, and then macaroni came in the building. I don't know who was after that.
I think Mariah went, or maybe not. Mariah, let me know because your hand isn't up right now.
If someone else wants to speak, they can, but I did have it up.
Okay, well, so let's tap in with the new speakers really quickly, and then we can just kind of go, off the popcorn style. Go ahead, macaroni.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Great topic. I actually fell asleep and just woke back up, so maybe you already touched on it. But crop circles is kind of what brought me into this whole realm of thinking and stuff like that. Um, the way I kind of see crop circles, I don't know if you ever seen like sand on the table that vibrates with sound and it kind of makes them shapes.
Cymatics,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think I think that has something to do with the crop circles. Like if there's a spaceship floating over the field and there's some kind of anti-gravity frequency floating around, it might be the same kind of reaction it has with the sand. But and
Well, you're close, definitely. So there have been orbs that have been definitely associated to many of them. Anytime there was sightings, and also what's been found scientifically in terms of the actual Oh, and there was steam. They would always observe steam. So it was like these micro, what do you call it? Micro, electro, I'm sorry, electromagnetic pulses of radiation that was similar to what they recreated in labs that was found in the crops, like the actual crops itself. So I think you're right. It's something that's happening. It's some sort of wave, electromagnetic radiation, for sure.
Yeah, there's the very intricate ones are kind of neat too, because like they say all the stalks were like all the wheat stalks or whatever were broken at the same place, so it's really not man made, but
And 90-degree angles
yeah,
too.
and a lot of the diagrams are machines like free energy machines. I know people made like a self perpetual motion machine with some of them. So I thought that was kind of cool. And then I heard you guys touch on portals. I don't know if you ever heard of the Philadelphia experiment with Nikola Tesla.
Of
Yeah.
course.
So there's a lot of things going on, and yeah, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there. And yeah, good morning.
Hell yeah. Thank you. Good morning, Grand Rising. So yes, we did hit on all that. We didn't talk about the Philadelphia experiment, although that's definitely a topic I've covered. Sorry, I just put a carrot in my mouth. I'm trying to. There was also what you just hit on about the portals. No, well, the portals. So if we're talking portal like Einstein Rosen Bridge, or like where there's so much gravity that comes. So okay, there was this one crop circle, and it had this specific spiral in it that was kind of like a neutron, right? Now, neutron stars are extremely powerful and it's rare, but whenever they do collide, they create a what is it called? Damn,
Vortex.
hold on. No, it's called a I have the exact word of it right here. It's in the nest, I think. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now, but here it comes. But so this one, what's so fascinating about it is that when they found this, this actually happened. You know, this is something that they reported. Well, NASA, I don't really believe in NASA, but whatever. This is these, fuck, it begins with an M. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. But they create so much gravity that in essence, that's how they create the wormholes. And so this was something related in terms of it giving us that messaging. Oh, that's what it was. And another thing that you said, they turn these into 3D by like giving it a access a center so that they would spin it. And what it was is blueprints, if you will, for for 0 point energy. And it tied into a lot of the patents that have been signed under the military. But yeah, thank you for that. Go ahead, Melly, and then we'll go back to Mariah. And then I'll get you back up here, Infamous and Missile Man. Go ahead, jump in, Melly.
Well, I always love speaking about frequency. When you were talking about that, I was like, oh, I want to come up and chat. But something that is really worth understanding is resonant frequency. So the easiest way to kind of conceptualize it is if you think about like videos you've seen where a wine glass shatters. It's not that it's not just that it hears the frequency that it resonates at. It's that what actually happens is when an item, and everything has a frequency, by the way, like a chair you're sitting on has a frequency, everything has a frequency. Water is something that's easy to see the frequency happening in, and that's why it's useful to be hydrated if you're using good frequencies. But when a wine glass, for instance, hears the frequency that it resonates at, it actually multiplies it. So, like, as it hits against itself, it feeds it back. And so, what happens is it doesn't just hear that frequency once anymore. First, it hears it twice, and then it just keeps duplicating and duplicating and duplicating. And so at some point, that wine glass, and if you look at it in slow motion, the wine glass is moving quite a lot. At some point, the wine glass literally can't take that anymore, and it shatters. But the reason that this is really, really important to understand is every cell in our body has a frequency. They're not all the same, right? The frequencies in your eyes, for instance, are not the same as in your heart. So when an organ, for instance, when the cells in that organ uh, hear the frequency that they resonate at. This is why medicine with frequencies is so difficult, right? But when that cell hears that frequency, it starts to vibrate, and then it starts to duplicate it, and it keeps going, and it just gets worse and worse for that cell. And because our cells don't generally shatter, instead it becomes inflamed. So this is why our body being exposed to frequencies that are not good for us is so damaging, because we'll end up with this inflammation. And the reason our cells do that is because while they're inflamed, they don't resonate at that same frequency because the structure has been temporarily changed. So our bodies will get inflamed and then have a break from that frequency while our cells go back to normal, and then they'll begin resonating again if that frequency is still there. Such as, say, for instance, radio frequencies that we're bombarded with. If we're susceptible, especially if we're sensitive to it, we'll notice a pattern of inflammation and then healing, inflammation, healing, inflammation, healing. And it's particularly damaging because inflammation has a very high chance of leading to cancer. So I do believe in frequency healing. There's actually some really great research coming from one lab with using ultrasounds, specific ultrasounds for healing teeth, and they've actually had some really great progress, right? I think that's something worth keeping an eye on. If you can't find the research, ask Rock. He'll lead you in the right direction. But we do need to be mindful of the fact that any frequency we use, while it may benefit one aspect of our body because it might be a good frequency for that, we do need to look at what other parts of our body maybe don't like that frequency, either because of resonant frequency or for any other aspect that it might lead to. But yeah, I love this topic, and if anyone wants to add to that, please do.
Um, I would like to add to that, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I do agree with what you're saying, and for me, I'm going to give a little perspective of what they're doing when they are manipulating the electromagnetic frequency, which will allow people to see, hear, and have visions of things that they claim that could look like I was hearing, like the Anunnakis or the Greys or any of these beings that people do converse about, because they have mastered, how to manipulate the radio waves, the microwave, the infrared, the visible light, the ultraviolet, the X-rays, the gamma rays. All this is being manipulated, and it's harvesting, and it's giving the information you're talking about, cleverly, like you just shared. It's even to the point where, I share information and tell people in these lectures I do, not on this platform, about how the moon was placed here by this the conquerors that took over this realm, and they put it here to observe and to bounce frequencies off for everybody, and it's changing the hertz and the gigahertz that's allowing the manipulation and the stagnation of consciousness, which is preventing people from really getting the information to the extra body part, which people call the aura or the macabre field or the toroidal field that's around their body, or consider their light body. It's to the point where I come to understand that this sky that we see, this firmament that they talk about is a very, very advanced technology that's projecting multi frequencies up there, and then the things that we call the stratosphere, the thermosphere, the hemisphere. These are all frequency belts that stagnated us, and it's not allowing us to get direct knowing from the source of creation, which I call light, sound, and geometry. And when this information is being distorted and it's not coming in correctly, it will not allow you to access part of your genetics, which is the junk DNA that they're talking about, because your DNA is like a film, so it needs to get these lights and these ray of lights in order to perceive what needs to be perceived, and this is being distorted. This is why they're blocking the sun, because the sun is the only natural thing that we have that's actually nourishing us with the information that comes through light, that comes through sound, and that we perceive in our through our synapses in our brain in a three-dimensional reality through a fourth dimensional thing that we call time. So this is all being distorted. This is all being manipulated, and they just projecting whatever they want to project, and it's a very disrespect to the soul, and the soul's always looking to come back to the understanding to the individual. Like, I'm here, nothing that you see is external. I actually call this the simulacrum, and in the simulacrum it's like the Sims, and this is what we're experiencing on this realm. It's a manipulation of the simulacrum, and one of the things that they're utilizing in order to distort our five senses, to distort us from, to separate us from the simulacrum, is fear. And once you have fear, it just messes up everything, and it puts you part of a paradigm. And this is why you're going to see, the wars, the famine, the diseases, all these things is part of the fear factor to distort and not allow you to get the direct connection that you need to get. So that's my addition to what you was talking about when it comes to the manipulation of frequency.
Disco Dave. I still talk about that book, The Matrix. I have passed it out a few times from the readings that we did on the whole electromagnetic um, field. So Grizzly, I see you, bro. Go ahead, jump in.
Well, I woke up and you guys were talking about dimensions, and it's just been stuff that I've been researching recently, and it reminded me of an article in the Nexus magazine about the Channy project in the '93 through '99, where they were attempting through quantum to access adjacent dimensions using the Large Hadron Collider that they had in Africa, and they actually achieved it, and they were communicating with a being from an adjacent dimension, and it was basically learning our language, learning how we speak and everything. So it was speaking very childlike in a sense, misspelling a lot of words and things like that. But as it gradually communicated with us, it was learning a lot. And there's a whole it was a website called Godlike Productions, and there was a whole thing where they were communicating with it, and it was telling future events on this timeline, and it was saying that in our dimension we can see all time, all timelines, all everything, and we can see you like in our world, but you can't see us. And yet he said, but you soon will see us and further down, in your timeline, if you stay on this certain timeline. And then so I was looking at that, and it reminded me of the whole Florida alien thing, where they were said that they were phasing in and out, and they're basically saying that they were there, they weren't there, and so this would be that, possibly that indicator of us starting to see whatever frequencies, lights like you were talking about, and being able to see these things now, because it mentioned, soon you will see us, and you will probably be scared, but there's nothing to be scared of, for. And it mentioned that their blood was not like our blood, that it was liquid crystal blood. And then I saw a couple other articles about, dimensionals and liquid crystal stuff. So all this stuff is kind of like tying together. And I wake up and you guys are talking about dimensionals, and I'm like, yes. So it just like sparked this whole memory trail in me.
getting our nerd on. That's what we do, man. That's what we do. You know, when we talk about dimensions, though, just to think I mentioned about the dreaming uh, part of everything. I be trying to remember my dreams a lot more nowadays. Like I really be like I be trying to remember details and stuff because the CIA program that I was telling you about, it was a way for them to access. It was a way for them to look at future events. The CIA was, running programs and stuff. Matter of fact, I have to probably try to look it up and do a space on it. But I thought it was very intriguing because a lot of people hear what we say and they be like, "What they talking about?" But it was an actual program where you when you dreaming, I think it's called lucid dreaming, if I'm correct. Um, Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but the CIA basically did an experiment, and people were able to look in the future through their dreams, and actually predict events through their dreams accurately to the T. So I just been trying to rememberize every detail about my dream now, and I'm slowly starting to do it. It's hard as hell sometimes. You can't remember a dream exactly to the T. Like you never see a newspaper or a time, like a time, like if it's 12 o'clock, you never see dates in your dream. But I'm trying to see if I can remember if I see newspapers. I'm trying to, sometimes I'm becoming more aware that I'm in a dream, to be able to look around in the dream and try to remember everything. So I've been trying to do that. Like me and Turtle was talking about that last year, and it's hard to do, but I'm starting to kind of do it now, and that's when things get real interesting, though. I'll end there.
Well, that reminds me because as of recent, sorry to jump back in, but about the last 6 months, I stopped smoking, and I really remember every single one of my dreams. I can recite a dream from 3 weeks ago and what was going on in it. And one thing I noticed was everything is very gray in these worlds. There's no sun, or it's like the sun's being blocked out, and it's very drab and stuff. But I noticed that like you said, you stop and realize, okay, I'm dreaming. All right, and start looking around, and you start to see these things forming. And there was situations where people were like, okay, this is the way out of the matrix. You got to go through this area here, and it's like the size of a matchbook. It's a hole that you have to try to figure out how to get through, and it's like people that you never thought about in 10 years, all of a sudden are in these dreams, and it's very vivid and very like I wake up like heavy breathing, and I wake up sweating, and it's just like, wow, I feel like I've been running 10 miles, and I've been remembering every single one of them, and it's always the same area. It's nothing like new, like there's no sun, there's nothing that really says that it's a nice place. You know what I'm saying? And every time I go in, they're talking about getting out of this. We need to get out of this. We need to get out of this. So it's very interesting you brought the dreams because that's something I used to never remember my dreams at all.
Yeah, Turtle, the one that told me to do that. I don't know if you know who Turtle is, but you'll meet him if you don't know him. But he the
Oh,
one
I know
that
Turtle.
he the one that told me, Patriot, try to when you go in your dreams, try to remember exact pinpoints of things and stuff like that. And he also said that I don't know if you believe in reincarnation, but he also said that's one of the key factors to access if your previous life. If you start with your dreams and stuff and try to remember that, then go back to like MV said one time she remembered being in her mother's womb. I can almost remember being in my mother's womb, and it's really weird, that I can remember that, right? Like I've always been able to kind of remember that moment. I just felt weird, talking about it. But I'll end there. Go ahead, Meg. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I
good.
getting sleepy,
It's all
Maze.
good.
Oh no.
I am getting a little bit
Oh
tired, so
no.
I think
Have you heard of like a spirit spouses or spirit families or things like that? That these are people that you're seeing in your dreams repeatedly, and they can siphon energy from you and things like that. You
Oh,
have to
I haven't
like
heard of that. You can tell me about it, Mazel.
you have to like literally cut connection with them, or they will continue to come at you in different ways, in different faces. But they're like these entities, beings. Some people call them demons, whatever. But they keep coming to you in different ways and try to set you up in different ways. Now that could be the CIA thing, but their whole thing is to drain your energy while you're sleeping. And I had just
Wow.
recently come face to face with one of those, and it was
Wow.
very like succubusy, and then I realized, and I found this
Hey,
article. I just stumbled upon this article.
you think those are the things that gives us like nightmares and stuff, possibly? Like, you think that?
Possibly, yeah. I mean,
Mm,
from the article I read, it was definitely something that there was ways to disconnect from it, and it was very interesting because it explained a lot of things that I was experiencing, and I'm like, why am I waking up absolutely exhausted? I don't have any medical issues or anything like that, and it was just like I didn't even sleep. But I remembered every time that I woke up exhausted, I had these encounters, very prolific, kind of, intense encounters with these people that are in my dreams. And I was like, whoa.
yeah, Maze, if you're getting sleepy, we could go ahead and shut her down. I would open up. If I open up out the Maze clause, it's gonna only be about for about 20 minutes. I mean, I'm still sleepy, but I'll try it tonight. I'll try to see if I'm literally trying to access every moment of my dream. So, that'll be, if I could start actually doing it and remember everything about the dream, man, that'll be interesting because I'll be having some interesting dreams. You know how you're having those nightmares and you running in slow motion and the motherfucker that's trying to kill you running fast than the bitch. And you like,
Man, and you can't hit, like when you hit it's soft as fuck, like you want to beat you,
Yep.
like yes, I've had fights in my dreams. And the thing is that like yeah, it's my limbs don't work as I would expect them to in real life.
Start
right.
trying to remember who you come in contact with, like, and see if you can see
So
their face and things like that.
well, what I was gonna say, Patriot, is that what I learned is that when I try to write my dreams down or whatever, because my writing is so slow and I'm so tired, and it begins to fade really fast, I just pick up my phone and I talk into the voice memo. And the voice memo, I'll just kind of explain the whole dream in the voice memo, and I just started creating a folder that holds them all. It'll, I think, in that way you'll be able to document them all, and then, and I think Alpha knows like a legit. Dream Interpreter. He did a show on it. I think he's supposed to be doing another show on it, right, Alpha? I don't even know if Alpha's a pumpkin yet. He probably is, but
All I know is every
um,
time I see Alpha, that bicep looks swollen. They get bigger and bigger and bigger. But anyway, so he did a whole show on that. What I would say, Maze, is
yeah.
that um we used to have these conversations a while back. When I first started out on here, hours and hours. And what I noticed was, Turtle got this thing where he just it's something he could trigger you to your thought. Everything starts off as a thought because let's talk about like the pineal gland and all that, right? Um, so when Turtle put the thought in my head, I unknowingly started kind of trying to remember my dreams, and I didn't know why I was doing it at first, but then I realized that it's because when Turtle said that, it kind of triggered a longer term memory. Like I start remembering stuff that from when I was like fucking 1 years old, man. It's like it was fucking weird. Hey, you know what I'm saying though? Like like little tidbits of things like you don't really remember. I think we get to like 2 years old or close to 2 years old before we actually start like what is the age when we start actually like remembering shit, Maze? Do you know the age we are when we actually physically start remembering shit?
Well, I have. There's some people. I think MV is one of them that can remember stuff from when she. I think like I don't know. I think prenatal. Some people just remember shit. And like for instance, the lady that does my hair, her son. I forgot how he had said it was certain things that he had like remembered, which was like a I don't know. It was very interesting. I don't know though. I think most people, if you're talking about average, start remembering, like have a solid memory starting from like 4 and 5.
Yeah, because I
Yeah, I
remember,
think around that
I,
time.
re-
Yeah.
I remember. Oh, I'm sorry, Molly. I'll come to you after I land. I'm starting. Okay, so when me and Turtle started talking about this was like a year and a half ago. But I started remembering shit from when I was like 2. Like I know it because I started talking to my moms about it. I was like, Mom, when I was 2, did I have this and that, or did I have a toy? Was it this color? She was like, How did you know that? And it kind of creeped me out, so I stopped kind of talking about it, because it kind of was creepy, the way my mom was looking like, boy, you was barely 1.5, asking me questions and stuff. And even something as simple as looking at a picture, right? Like just looking at a picture from back in the gap, when you were a kid, looking at your surroundings can trigger that long-term memory to access, like, your memories from way back then. I'll end there. Go ahead, Molly. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Maze was done.
Sorry, I was just agreeing with that. Most people don't have any memories before they're 4 years old, and then even when they're 4, they're kind of vague. But I remember the full layout of the house that I lived in when I was 2. I remember walking around, and I remember actually I squeezed a stapler, and the staple went flat in my hand, and I still remember that. And I was like, yeah, maybe 2. um so like by the time that like I was 4 years old, my memory is like fully clear. I remember when my little sister was born, like everything. So that, generally speaking, most people don't have such vivid recollection of those years, but yeah, some people do. I've heard it said that it probably means that there was a lot going on, because if a person had a very stable life, as in they didn't move house, the parents didn't fight much, not much was really changing, then it's actually more difficult to hold on to any specific memories. But if there was like, say you moved house several times before you were 4, um, or your parents didn't stay together, or you had a lot of events, then you've got more chance of your brain holding on to something.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think we're very, very intelligent as babies, right? Like, I think there's an intelligence that, that me myself that I wasn't aware of, because if you just observe, if you look at a baby when they're born, they're like their ability to just comprehend is off the dang charts. Like, they're looking at first, right? They're born, they're looking around, but it almost seemed like nowadays, it seems like me watching, even my kids, it seemed like they're very aware of what something, they have an idea of what something is already, like a plug or something, or coloring book. They have an idea already of what that could possibly be. And I was like, dang, is the kids getting like smarter or some shit? Because man, their ability to just retain and understand, it seemed like they have more ability to understand. I mean, things like with me looking and watching, I'm like, man, they catching on pretty god doggone fast. Do you notice that, Maze, or am I tripping? Like, is it me or are these kids smarter?
No, absolutely. My son, at the age of, I swear to God, he was shy of 3. So he was still 2. And he was able to, on the computer, go and open up the flight simulator and pick out the airplane. This, he would go and he'd push the little shortcut, he'd put X, and he'd be talking through it. I still have a video of it. It was fascinating. And I do think that because of the amount of stimulus stimuli, right? That our brain is constantly like it's enhanced a lot, right? Like if we think about how much stimulus we had when we were a kid versus the ones now with all the technology, I think that it creates through neuroplasticity these the neurons are firing off in these pathways, and so it strengthens them earlier, because whatever you use to create patterns, like that's what we're constantly doing in the free energy principles to like create is to reduce the amount of uncertainty. And so when that begins at a small age, because of the amount of stimuli that they're getting, I think they are faster in learning and faster, like they're creating them starting earlier. So I think that has something to do with it.
Wow, that's very interesting. I mean, you know, I saw this video where the babies know how to swim and shit. It was crazy. I know you've seen that, right? Like the babies knew how to swim in the pool.
I would
Yeah,
never do that shit, but I did see
yeah.
it.
I definitely wouldn't do it, but it's just interesting that to see like a newborn almost like know how to swim. Like how the hell did they?
I think that's instinctual, though. I don't think they, well, I would say that I think that there's something about them doing it at that age where they would instinctually, I don't know, swim up, or it's something crazy. I know what you're talking about.
Couldn't
But
believe it
yeah,
when I
that'd be
saw those
terrifying.
videos. I was like, they throwing their kids in. They just threw the kids in the water, and I'm like, God damn. And then the kids just start swimming, and I'm like, whoa. And it was just shocking. And they just was like, well, kids are born in this, and they already know how to do it. And I'm like, well, shit, I ain't doing it with mine. But it's intriguing because how much do newborns know? How much do they already know how to do? Like maybe we discredit, maybe we missing something here. They're not indoctrinated yet. We know that, you know? I mean, the closest you could get to being connected to what we're talking about, source and consciousness, is when you're born because your mind hasn't been indoctrinated yet. You're just an innocent baby, right? I'm just saying.
Exactly. So I do think that the indoctrination starting at the age of 5, 4, and 5 is like the worst thing because you are being standardized. You're stripped of your unique traits. You're told to sit down, raise your hand to speak, walk in a single file line. There's a whole lot of programming that's happening that is more covert, not necessarily. It's just more passively learning because learning always happens. So they're learning how to be submissive, how to be a peg in a peg hole, and so they don't tap into their genius code. Everybody got a genius code. Everyone. I don't care who you are. Everyone in here. You're all included. But we tend to realize that the idea of success that is set for us through this indoctrination, through society, through our parents, once we achieve it at the age of 40 something, that's when there's this phenomena called midlife crisis because once they achieve it, they're like, hold up, this does not make me happy. And I don't know if I can continue to do this because when you're doing something that you don't love, it feels like work and you are selling your time and precious energy in order to be able to live in the society that they created. So it's now being in this nexus between these paradigm shifts, we have an opportunity to take these broken systems, rebuild them in ways that are conducive to us embodying our genius code at a much earlier age. And can you imagine what the world would be like? It's
I
just
mean, you know how your child look at you and you
nuts.
feel like they're trying to communicate with you and they're looking at you. That's why I said the fact that I'm kind of able to start remembering stuff from when I was like 2 and stuff, it'll get real interesting if we're able to put those pieces together because there's an intelligence I believe that's there with kids that we're born with that you're gonna remember, if you saw something or if something, if you had the ability to telepathy and things like that, like you if I felt like it was a reason why we couldn't access those memories, but then you just also said it here, you said when you start pre-K, you're like 4 or 5 years old when they feel like your brain is able to be indoctrinated like a sponge trying to figure this world out, and who's to say that they did it? I'm gonna land here because we got hands up. They did a experiment back then, and it was some kids involved, and they had these kids that start learning on their own. Kids get to the point where they just start kind of picking stuff up, and they didn't indoctrinate them, right? But the ones that got indoctrinated, um, they wasn't the ones that didn't get indoctrinated that were able to become like smarter or some shit. Like they were able to, like they were geniuses type shit. And the other ones that got indoctrinated, they were able to retain, knowledge and stuff like that. But it seemed like the ones that didn't get indoctrinated had more so the genius had access to that genius code thing that you're talking about, which is interesting. I'll in there. I don't know who had their hand up first. I think it was I don't know your name. It start with a J.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Joab. Yeah.
Go ahead, Joab. And then we'll go to Easy after that, and then we'll land the plane. We'll land this UFO. Go ahead.
'Thank you
7 hours,
for taking me.
man.
It's been really interesting conversation. I guess I just want to speak more a little bit about dreams, and it's been interesting. I think the first time I really had a really interesting dream was when I had a cousin that was pregnant, and she was having some difficulties. And for whatever reason, one day I had this dream where it was kind of like a third person. I just felt like I just floated down into the waiting room at the hospital, and my aunt was there, and her mother-in-law was there, and I see the sister-in-law come in really sad and crying, disappointed, saying that, oh, the baby didn't make it. And it was really sad, but I just remember it being very vivid, so vivid. And months later, when she actually went to labor, the baby didn't make it. And I was just, you know, I was like, okay, all right. Well, it could be random. I'm not honestly, I'm just not a very spiritual guy, but I just remember having this very vivid dream, and it's like, well, the baby didn't make it in the dream, and when the child didn't make it at the end of the day. So I was like, okay, I just kind of internalized that. And I remember also in my earlier 20s, one of the girlfriends I had said that she had this dream that she saw me bloody and almost injured as if I was dying. And I was like, yeah, it's nothing, whatever. Not, and then just a few years ago, I got beamed really, really hard by a car as a pedestrian, and I had all these busted ribs. And I mean, I don't think I was near the point of death, but I was like, well, could that have been what she was dreaming about? Because I was pretty screwed up for a while. I was out for about a whole month. And just other dreams that I've had throughout, Oh, I had also a friend that I worked with years ago, and I just remember always feeling that this person was going to be really important. And it was like a gap of like 5 years that I hadn't seen this person. And this person ended up being the person that helped me when I got to the Los Angeles area to get a job, and basically helped me with the second half of, what I believe is the second half of my life. But this person and really ended up being everything that I remember feeling that they would be. So it's just interesting, I'm not really a spiritual guy, and I wonder if these are all just random events that have happened, but there's just been enough string of them where it's like, okay, well, there's something going on here. I don't know what it is. It's odd. There's something to it, and there's something like beyond this that fascinates me, and it kind of feels like, wait, like do we really have freedom then? Like, well, okay, if I'm having these dreams ahead of time and these feelings, and they've actually kind of unfolded in a way where they've come to pass, so do we really have that freedom of choice? Or
Free will.
yeah, if I was seeing
That's
into
a
the
great question.
future and the future came to pass, then there's, you know, we're just kind of living a like a book that's each one of us kind of like a book that's just unfolding. We haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten to that chapter. Every now and then, I guess in our dreams we could see it, but it's kind of like it's written down already.
Well, I don't know about that. So, like, I've thought about what the fuck was that? Woo, woke me up. Okay. So I've thought about that quite a bit, and if you imagine, let's just say a movie, right? An entire movie, and you can hold the whole movie in your hand in a DVD, okay? In order to experience the movie, you have to pop it into time. And time would be the DVD player, right? Where you could actually watch it. Except when it comes to maybe our life experience, it feels like to me that there's like endless outcomes, and as we continue to navigate, we are collapsing, let's just say some, and then creating pathways to others, like a maze, not to be, no pun intended, but like there's just kind of this collapse of maybe potentials, and then and with each decision in the now moment, and that's the only time it exists. I don't think that, like, I think we often try to plan. We often remain in the data of our memories to plan a future to avoid suffering, and we're rarely in the moments where our free will matters, which is, quite interesting. But I don't think that it is all written in that way, although I do think there are specific events that perhaps are. And I think that, some way or another we end up navigating to them. It might be just we could probably have 20 different, maybe, experience types or pathways, ranging from pleasant to not so pleasant, that would get you there. This is just all my own thoughts. I don't know. I sit down and just ponder weird shit, and I've thought about that extensively. So I love that you brought it up, but I don't know that it's all written. You know what I mean?
But that was really fat. Thank you for telling me that. I'd never seen it that way, and I think it just gives another little thought bubble to chew on.
Yeah, man. I love the philosophical spaces where we can kind of talk about the things that we ponder so much. But yeah. And the premonitions and the dreams also, I think, has to do with the nonlinear aspect of time. Like, I mean, it's linear in how we experience it, but um, I do think that there's something that is able to navigate into our dreams. I don't know what it is, but I think that those premonitions are really, really fascinating, um, that people have had, and that's actually been that. And one day soon, actually, I'm gonna have a space on near death experiences, because when you're listening, I went on a crazy psychotic binge obsessive on near death experiences for months. Like, that's all I did. That's all I listened to. And it was so fascinating just hearing other people's experiences, many of which had a lot of similarities in them, many of which defied, everything that medical science would tell us about our brain and neurological functioning during death or around death, and what would or shouldn't be remembered in times where you have, like, bacterial meningitis in your brain. There was experiences that were had that were brought back with memory, that defy science, right? And so they're so fascinating, though. But it's awesome to hear their stories, and what they got back, what they brought back with them is what's gold. Like, whatever they experienced on the other side, whether or not it was, the memory isn't even really, it is fascinating. But like, some of them, one lady completely cured her stage, 4 cancer, pancreatic cancer, that she had been suffering with 4 years. She cured it. Was whatever she brought back, it was like gone in months. She was 100% cancer free. There was, all types of these amazing experiences. We're going to cover them. I have all of these bookmarked, all of the great ones. Oh my God, it's so amazing. But yeah, we'll do that soon. It's one of my favorite spaces. So, but thanks for coming up. Anything else you want to
Oh
say?
yeah, I was gonna say when I had my accident, I mean I had like 8 broken ribs, the collarbones all busted, and 3 on the left, 4 on the I don't remember. But I remember my body just shaking immensely, like 5 minutes after I had gotten hit. And that was crazy because your body like produces all these whatever it needs to in that emergency situation just to get you through what's going on. And it was great. Like I remember when I came to, this car was kind of on the side of me. It didn't roll over me, luckily. and I was smashed into like the front door of this store, and I had all this glass and the doors on me, and my lung had kind of collapsed a little bit, so I was choking. But it's just interesting, like being able to summon up enough strength to get up in that moment and to kind of hobble around with my leg was all not feeling well. But yeah, well, like whatever my body produced in that moment, it got me up. It got me breathing again. I remember like gagging just to get air back in the lung. Um, and moving around, and then at some point my body just started shaking because I guess it just shot me up with a whole bunch of stuff. But I think afterwards the feeling that I mean I guess it was near. I mean, if I would have gotten hit a little bit faster, a different angle, and I think that's one thing that stood with me is just this idea of like what the fuck, like that something's not right. Like am I really here? You know, it's kind of like maybe I'm in another reality. Or, it's hard to explain. I guess I don't know if the other people that have been in situations like that have that feeling, but it's kind of like maybe I did die. I don't know. Like, how can you get hit the way I did and go through that and not die? Like, was it just luck or so that's something that has sat with me, and it's kind of this feeling of like, well, what is reality? I mean, what is where that's I just don't know how to explain. I guess it's just luck, randomness. Maybe I got hit at a different angle. And, there was other people that got hit too, and others. One of them that still can't walk, unfortunately. Two of us that were able to, or three of us that were able to recover fully, but one that's still in a wheelchair. I think there's some guilt about that. Like, how come I wasn't in a wheelchair? Like, how come I'm not disabled?
I think that so in hindsight, right? When you look at all of your experiences, everything that brought you to where you are, do you ever just sit there and marvel at the inevitability of it all? Like how without one that led to another, to another, to another, like has everything to do with who and what you are right now. Like I can't help but I mean some of the most significant things, even like at the time when you're whacking through the, let's just say, thick brush of this jungle, it doesn't feel like it's all somehow kind of having this current that runs underneath it. And again, I do think that free will is kind of in those intricate moments of how you frame it with love or with fear or with whatever. And, being able to choose kind of with that consciousness. But there's just this like, wow, when you're at the plateau and you're looking back, it's like, damn, like you can begin to see that there was some sort of intelligent, guidance along the way that led you into experiences that may have brought you to your knees in a surrender, but still, at that point, it was your greatest catalyst. So, like in your situation, I also think that perhaps, that was meant to I don't know, like have you wonder this and ponder this. And also maybe that gives you more gratitude, or maybe there's things that you avoid in the future that would potentially disable you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that they serve in ways that we can't really understand until we do.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's heavy. It's just what? How am I okay? And the other person wasn't. That to me, I can't. It's hard to get over that part, and it's just hard to accept that I could have been one of those four. It's almost random. It's like, okay, out of the four of us that were in that bucket, one of us came out disabled. It could have been any of us, and I just luckily wasn't one of them. So it's something that is just, you know, it just you just could chew on that every now and then. And sometimes I'm just thinking like, wow, I was very fortunate.
Yeah, that's definitely something to be able to be very express a, I guess, I don't know, tremendous amount of gratitude for. But it was nice to meet you. I followed you back. Thanks for coming up. Hopefully you'll come up and speak more often. Guys, so after Easy goes, I'm gonna sing a song. Actually, I'm probably gonna play a song because if I sing it, I'll be too loud and I'm gonna wake my son up. And I'll just play one of the songs that I recorded, and then we will shut this down. Um, and yeah, go ahead, Easy. Thanks for being patient, love. Jump
No
in.
problem. Thank you, Mace. I'm always impressed. You're a really good listener. I think you listen to everyone very tentatively, and you respond like in ways that I would never be able to respond. Um, so I just wanted to make a few points. There are so many things that were mentioned regarding Joab. So in our tradition, we believe there are guardians, and if your time is not up, your guardians will protect you. I had a friend who actually survived a car accident in which I think a few people were killed, and he ended up in prison for a year. And then a year after that, he died in a plane crash. What are the odds of that? Um, but so that's your point. The other point is, Maze, I think you may want to look into the rabbit effect, how love and compassion actually heals diseases. This is a scientific thing. Like they did a scientific study on this, and they found out that actually love and compassion does heal people. Um, so what I was really trying to talk about was something that one of the other speakers mentioned, the fact that we are being prevented by the moon from connecting to the creator or the origin. I'm not sure how you worded it, but so you know I do agree with the fact that there are certain things, certain layers to our existence that are preventing us from reaching the creator and establishing a communication channel with him. But I would have to defer with as to what that is. So there are one of the mystics in our tradition says that there are no guides more eloquent than love. And basically, in our tradition, we take this very seriously, and this guide, which is love, can take you through multiple stages. The first stage that you have to go through to actually reestablish that connection with the Creator is what we call fana, or annihilation. This is when you annihilate the ego, because it is the ego that is preventing you. I think the gentleman mentioned frequencies preventing us, but basically, another way to put it, I guess, it is the ego and the diseases of the heart that are preventing us from establishing that connection with the Creator. Once we annihilate the ego, then we reach the second stage, which is the stage of eternality. This is where basically dreams become very vivid, and we experience things that other people don't experience. We see things the way other people don't see. And people can, I mean, even people who are not able to reach this stage, they kind of get a glimpse of it when they fall in love with the opposite sex, for example. As soon as, the first time a person falls in love, they may have been walking past a flower for all their life, but as soon as they fall in love, they see the flower in a different light, right? They see the moon in a different light. So the same concept, but take that concept of love for the creation and apply it to the creator, and that experience becomes much more profound. And actually, the CIA had a program called the Gateway Experience, and they were trying to actually study these things. I think they said they closed it, but I really don't think they did. They're still studying people that they think potentially maybe tapping into this level of consciousness. So I'll stop there and see what Maze has to say.
So I've read the Gateway Experiment in Spaces and in Clubhouse several times. The whole thing, and I absolutely fascinated with just the way that it describes reality, a lot of the scientific concepts, and also just my favorite part was around the hemisync and what each hemisphere of the brain does and how it relates to the
Mm,
homunculus, right? Like it's so cool to know that through biofeedback or transcendental meditation, hypnosis, like these things that we don't necessarily know about ourselves or rarely tap into, would, change what it means to be human, right? Like if you were able to pass a suggestion to the right hemisphere of your brain, it, intentionally,
Mm,
like let me, for instance, you could pass blood to your left leg for healing, and then this is actually tested and studied that you can do that. And you can access the pleasure and pain centers, right? So like you would essentially be able to numb your own pain. You would be able to, enhance and increase your concentration. These are things that you can do even through self hypnosis or
mm,
meditation. So the hemisync is like something that they are doing with Robert Monroe, and they're still doing it. They still have the institute, but what they're doing is something that I particularly would never do, even though I have all those tapes and stuff. Somebody had gifted them to me after reading it. I would never do it because so within our so when you listen to binaural beats, what happens is that there's like these inaudible frequencies, and the left ear would have one that's like, let's just say 10 hertz lower less than the one in the right ear. And what your brain would do by default is pick up the
mm,
difference. And so there could be suggestions that are within the binaural beats that you don't even audibly hear or are conscious of that would immediately make it into the right
mm,
hemisphere, right? And so I personally, especially since it's been a CIA project, ain't fucking with it. However, there was plenty of people that have always reached out to me after those spaces and said that they do it and they've used it to astral travel many times. And that's another thing. I ain't trying to be out there with those crazy ass like you just never really know. I've heard so many stories about the astral realm and like the entities and shit. I don't know. I'm not ready for it. But anyway, back over to
yeah,
you.
that's crazy. Yeah, actually, I think they used hypnosis to make Sirhan do the shooting when, well, they blamed it on him, but they said that he killed the brother of JFK, Robert FK. But basically, there's evidence that they used some of that on him to have him go to that vicinity and shoot. I don't know how many rounds he shot, and after that, he had no he couldn't remember what happened. He had no idea what happened in that room. So yeah, this is some scary stuff.
Indeed. So yeah, I think the Manchurian candidate thing is super real. Even like, well, we know that the Mossad was behind 9/11 and we behind JFK, I
Mm.
mean. But like the person that, have you guys ever seen, look, check in YouTube about the Manchurian candidate. It was like something happened. By the way, everyone has their own unique suggestibility rate where like your ability for suggestions and hypnosis, if you will vary from the next. Like mine is extremely low. Like when I tried to get hypnotized, I couldn't. I just kept opening my left eye, my right eye, like, oh, I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? Like 'cause I wanted so badly to experience it, but it just didn't work. But other people can be so quickly and easily hypnotized, and and in those moments, very, very programmable. We know that people can quit smoking. People have quit all types of habits, lost phobias. It's even been proven to heal things that were like Parkinson's, which is actually a psychological function. So, like, it's just really fascinating to. We'll explore that when we do the near-death experiences because it's all related to consciousness, right? And like Dr. Joe Dispenza states, the consciousness that creates the body can heal the body. So, but cool stuff, cool stuff. Okay. So is there anything else, any final words, guys, before we shut this down?
Did we land on the moon?
Hell no.
Nah, kind of. But I do believe JAXA did. Japan's airspace crew. Well, it was unmanned, but the reason that I believe it is because it bounced in a way that would make sense, and the images had interference from high
I
radiation.
think
I believe
I
that.
think that we're just talking about water and all this stuff. And the quickest way I could say it is I heard that the moon I mean, y'all could laugh at me, but I heard it's made of plasma or some shit. I could be wrong, but I heard the moon's made of plasma, and you really can't land on that motherfucker. That's I just hearsay. Um, but I definitely think it's a lot closer than what the fuck they saying. I think the sun and the moon is a lot closer than what they're saying, and that's a whole new can of worms. And Maze, you know what? That'll start a whole new conversation. And I'm feeling your energy right now, and I know you sleepy. You know that I know that you sleepy. It's not like you. You used to be like up and gone, but you've been on here for what, 9 hours now, and then you kept it open for 35 more minutes after you originally said, "Hey, we're gonna land it." You know how you get. You know how if you don't land it now, Maze, you're gonna be on here for another 12 hours. You know it.
I am. Thank you, Patriot, because I swear, I just saw so many people come into the room. It was almost like a shift change. It was
Exactly.
like all of a sudden.
Ma-
So I was like, let me just keep it.
Madam
Huh?
Speaker, what do you think about sleep paralysis?
He trying to, Maze. He's
You
trying to
know,
keep you up, Maze. He wants you to keep going. He know the
Nah,
buttons to press
we'll leave
on
it
you.
to another time. We'll leave it for another time.
yeah, Calvin, he's my boy. Actually, I think you'll like him,
Yeah. Of
Patriot.
course.
You guys will be friends. He's really cool as shit.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk
Thank you.
about sleep paralysis. It's come up a lot lately in my spaces. Dreams and sleep paralysis tend to make it somehow into any topic that I have. So, seems like it's a big topic. A lot of people are maybe experiencing enhanced, maybe.
I have
Um,
crazy experience when it comes to sleep paralysis. Like since I was, I think 8, and I found myself in different rooms like so many times.
oh
Yeah,
shit.
I felt like elevated and put down back on my bed again. Like I felt like I was floating many times. And I know how
Mm.
to, like, I'm so familiar with it. I know how to actually battle with it and get full control. But that's a whole another topic. If you
That
guys,
was the that was the aliens, man. They got you.
I don't know, man. Like I used to, since I was a kid, like I used to hear voices like calling me, and it was my mom's voice. But then I looked, she was asleep. You know what I mean? And many times that
Maybe,
I've
hey
actually,
Calvin. Maybe you hearing her thoughts, bro.
I don't know, it happened way too many times. And many times I used to, like, let's say, sleep in my room and then wake up somewhere else. Like one time I was literally in the backyard of like in the house, and one time I was like in the attic. Crazy stories, trust me.
Man, you need to start a podcast, man. You be bringing it. You be bringing it, man. I ain't gonna lie. Like I
Yeah.
come in these spaces at nighttime, man, and I just think got to the point where I just started listening because I like to hear, the speakers you have and the subjects you cover. I mean, you getting, oof. I mean, you've been doing this since Clubhouse. You said. I mean, a lot of these topics, you was ahead of the curve way back then. But Maze, go ahead and get some sleep, man. I appreciate you bringing me up as co-host, and we still on for that debate. I mean, I definitely want to see MV and what's that woman name? Shield. I definitely want to
Shield it.
see a good clean fight. I mean, MV's a beast. She's a beast. I'm telling, like, when you talk to her back channel, I know you can see it. Like she's a she's nice, but she's a fucking beast on that research shit. I ain't gonna lie. Like she be back channel talking to me, I'll be like, damn, if everybody heard this shit in the space, man. She be holding back a lot, right? I think about it. I've been talking to MV for like she like my sister for real. Like, you know, I've been talking to her back channel for like since I first got on this app, and just the conversations that she's had, I'd be like blown away. You and MV blow me away with the stuff y'all know every time I hear y'all talk. And you remember I told you, I said, Mage, that you was meant to be the one to deliver the message. I see it more and more every day because more people listening. I don't know how I was on Clubhouse, but I know your spaces that like the crop circle spaces and all that. when it's not glitching, you get a lot of people listening to you, sis. So good job on that. I just been taking a break off of Twitter. I just took a little break because I'm like, you know what? I'm tired of like being online. My freaking head be hurting sometimes. So I just had to take a little break. But anyway, man, great space tonight. Alpha, you suck. You're up here. You're the muscle, but you're not our security guard right now because you fell asleep on the job. Mate, you're gonna have to fire Alpha.
Yeah, man. He is a pumpkin. So let me tell you what he did. Okay, we went to bed extremely late last night. And it was, obviously it was your room, but you were knocked out way before we went. So it was like six something, and because he was up until I guess three something, he decided to call and wake me up. He's like, fuck that. Now you're gonna be up during my time. I'm just like, what the hell? Because I was really banking on that extra 3 hours of sleep that I would have had, but I ended up getting up. So he got me back, which is why I'm tired, because normally I would actually be able to,
So get that sleep.
rock out. But hell, I got to get up now in 2 hours anyway and make breakfast and my son's lunch and
Yeah,
get
they
him off
say
to
when you
school and all that
sleepy,
stuff.
that's
So
when you can access that higher consciousness while you up anyway. And that is true because I actually, when I stayed up, I used to be up late with y'all all the time. And around those times, that's when I had the deepest thoughts. Like, I be thinking so much shit. Anon said earlier, best. He said, man, it's like you got an ocean in your damn fucking mind. And then you try to, explain shit. And it's like a waterfall. Like, but go ahead and go to sleep, baby. Thank you for having me up here, y'all. Hey, make sure y'all tune back into the spaces, with me, Maze, Alpha, and V, Turtle. Um, it was an interesting space tonight, Maze. Way to go, sis. You recorded it too. Hell, I can't record shit no
thank
more.
you.
I
Why?
mean, it would glitches so fucking bad. Like, god dang. Like, I've never. It looked like the closer we get to the election, sis, it's like my page been really, really glitchy, like really bad. Like, and I don't even be saying too much or nothing about the election and stuff because I'm gonna wait until like we 2 weeks out and really just start promoting it. But uh, it's been glitchy, and they've been holding they be holding me and you on our fucking impressions. They really do because we be able to fucking target. It ain't no motherfucking way.
Exactly. It's the funny, I go through and delete a whole bunch of my damn comments on people's stuff because I know that my comments really like when I comment, it's not that what I'm saying, it's because I respond to people that are small accounts and that goes against the algorithm, but I always want to engage, I don't care. Like I feel like some of the dopest people I met start out, they might have 50 followers, but they cool as shit and I'm always
I
going to
was one
respond
of
to
them.
them, but I'll just wait like 2 days and then I'll go and delete them. So it kind of lifts the ban. But
That
so yeah,
algorithm a
it's crazy.
motherfucker, man. You gotta. I'm still learning it. Like I started out small too. Me and Diligent. I watched Diligent. Congratulations to him too. I started out real small, but you do engage the smaller accounts and you help people get recognized. That you find to be real cool. And a lot of people don't do that, but that algorithm is a motherfucker, man. Like we be talking about AI and shit, man. This algorithm is like a ghost, like literally a ghost on the app, like a ghost in the machine type thing. Um, I do want to talk to you in the future about Trump and Israel though. Real soon. Real soon. I got a deep dive for you on that. I'm pretty sure Alpha and already kind of
That's
explained it to
dope.
you a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's explained. I was listening. I did like these pre-game and post watch parties for his podcast around that with Michael King and a few other people. It was a couple times where they go into their theories about Israel, potentially the rug pull and all this stuff. I mean, at this point, it's just the only, I guess, there's really no other option other than to have hope that he is right. You know what I'm
Right, right,
saying?
right.
I just have a
Right.
lot of hope.
Well, I got a video I wanted you to check out on my page tomorrow. It's like right under your space, but it's showing, you probably seen it already, but it's showing like how the deep fakes and shit, man. That shit crazy, man. Like how they can like animate the faces and shit, but it ain't even the person who you think it is. Like, check that shit out when you get a chance. That
Mm,
shit crazy, man. But good night, y'all. Good night. Y'all have a great night.
I will.
Sweet dreams, everybody.
Yeah.
Great space, made.
I'm gonna play this song. I'll play the song on the way out. I promised this gentleman is, and he's still here. Anyway, he'd promised. I promised him that I would sing, but I'm not gonna sing now because it's we waited so late. But I will play the song that I recorded. This is this love, Bob Marley. And yeah, good night, guys. Thank you so much for coming. It was amazing. It was thought provoking. I loved hearing all your stories. I love building with you guys, and I will catch you guys next time.